Hi, welcome to video. My name is Amber, and isn't it crazy that an entire year has passed in the last year? Yeah, it's been a while since my last Mario ranking video. I would have made this one sooner, but my mood ring was telling me to wait a bit. But I'm back now, and here to talk about what tend to be my favourite entries in the mainline Mario series, the big 3D adventure titles. And, like in my other videos, I'm going to be ranking the worlds. While the 2D games were the ones I grew up with, and were the only ones I was familiar with in any sense for far too long, being able to run around as Mario in various 3D spaces has always been a high point for me within my personal gaming experiences. They're games I always look forward to playing. Super Mario Galaxy 2 being a game that my 11-year-old self highly anticipated, and Super Mario Odyssey being a title that I had been waiting for since it was first fully revealed in the Switch 2017 Direct. You can only imagine how excited I am for the next one, which is coming out soon, right? I'm being a little facetious, because we don't know when or what the next 3D Mario game will be. Having to wait month after month for a game you're excited for is hell, especially if you know all about it. For now though, the next 3D Mario could take ages to come out. Though with Mario's 40th anniversary being this year, if there is a new 3D Mario game coming out within the next year or so, for the Switch 2, God, the last one made one of these videos that wasn't even revealed yet. Anyway, they'd probably announce it as part of that. Of course, the bright side about being in the dark about the next Mario game is I didn't have to think about whether or not I should wait to make this video until it came out, since there are already enough games for me to cover already. Of all the mainline Mario games, the way I count them at least, there are 5 that I would call the mainline 3D Mario adventure games. They're grander journeys that have us controlling Mario through exciting and strange worlds, collecting noteworthy items at the end of each mission, and making our way to the end to fight Bowser and save Princess Peach. These are, of course, Super Mario 64, Sunshine, Galaxy 1 and 2, and Odyssey. I know that Super Mario 3D Land and World exists too, but I find that those tend to feel like they're 2D style Mario levels just in a 3D space, so I won't really be counting them. Don't worry though, they'll surely come in a future ranking. As usual, I'll be going through all of the worlds that these games hold, and ranking them on my fancy little tier list. You know how this goes. Though I should probably clarify how the worlds are defined in each of these games, since they are all quite large and differ a bit in how vast their worlds can be. So for a game like Mario 64, the 15 main worlds are clear, and I'll talk about the remaining areas when we get to those. For Sunshine, I'm simply counting each of the main locations on the island, meaning the 7 main levels, the hub, and the final mission area. For the Galaxy games, any galaxy is counted as a world, and with Odyssey, it's any individual kingdom. With all of that established, there's no better time to start than the 1990s. Our first foray into 3D is the one, the not quite only, Super Mario 64. It was the first 3D Mario platformer to come out, and is considered a classic for fair reason. For an early 3D game, it's impressive how much was done right, even if not everything is perfect. Throughout my teenage years, watching a lot of content from popular YouTubers at the time, I heard a lot of positive things about this title, and I can't say I quite felt the same. I always figured that a big factor in this is perspective, and to an extent it probably is. A lot of people who were praising this game in that time frame were adults who would have played this game in their younger years, some of whom would have seen 3D games coming into existence right in front of them. And that's an experience that I don't have, seeing as how the game is older than I am. Happy birthday. Hell, my first experience with Mario 64 was the DS version, and it took me a while to find out that it was a remake of an earlier game. Now, is the DS version better than the original? That's a weird question, to be honest. The DS version isn't like bad, but there's something about the original that makes it feel a lot more cohesive. Probably the fact that it doesn't add a lot of empty content. Like for real, the DS version has a lot of additions that just aren't good. So I do like the original more, but it never really struck me as the monolith that people made it out to be. Now, that may sound incredibly normal, but as I went through this ranking, I started to realize something that did affect my view on the game in the past, to the point where I understand it, and now have a better opinion on the title as a whole. Of course, I'll get to that later. For now we have to go into Peach's castle and defeat Guy. We're invited to the castle by Peach, and quickly find out that she was kidnapped by Bowser, so we gotta help her. The castle's walls have the power to send us to distant lands, holding 120 stars in total. If we don't get them all, we'll even be able to reach the roof and make Green Jeff. But that's a pipe dream for now. Let's start with step 1. Into the first level of our journey, it's none other than Bob-omb Battlefield. A quite cool opening stage, and a great introduction to the more open nature of a game like this. The path leads us to a few different plain areas populated with enemies, coins, and very readable level geology. It's rocks. It introduces a lot of noteworthy features of the game, boss battles, cannons, and most important, having to explore for red coins. You'll need somewhere between 7 and 9 of them to get their star, and in most levels they're scattered all around, giving you ample reason to explore the whole area. One of my favourite things about this world is that all the stars feel quite reasonable, which is what you want for an opening stage. Having a clear road up to the boss fight is a great opener for the game, especially when it's a fight that makes sure you understand a mechanic that you'll be using a lot in the game, grabbing and throwing. Following this up with a race against Cooper the Quick is also quite a good choice, testing the player's abilities to use what they've just learned about the level in a different way. The Sky Island is there for us to learn how to open cannons, even though it's technically possible to get up there without a cannon, not like any first time player would resort to that though. The Chain Jump Star is also a classic, both for being unique, a little tricky for newcomers considering that this dog is in fact a bitch, and it's a speedrunning staple thanks to the bomb clip. That last one is one I do like a lot though. You can get the star first. There's no defined first star in this first world. Being able to see a star near the main path, you start to learn that your options in this game are very open, and I love that. With everything together, Bomb on Battlefield easily earns an A rank. It's not perfect, but it does a lot right. With at least one star under our belts, we can head to Womp's Fortress, a level that is not called Thwomp's Fortress, no matter how many times I hear people say that. What the fuck? This one is still open, but a fair bit smaller, and with no floor below to catch our falls if we fall. I love that there's a bit more variety in our path taking for this one. We can head straight up past moving bars, or use a high jump or the tree to take the higher road up, or maybe stay lower and explore some of the outer edges. Ow. Hello. Of course, like with the previous world, the main attraction will be right at the top, where we find the Womp King. There are a few Womps on our way up to teach us what the hell these things even are, before we get a chance to dismantle the monarchy yet again. To be honest, I can't do this fight without using the Go Through the King glitch, because I just find that fun. Taking him down restores the fortress to how it looks in the painting, a cool spire right at the top, letting us see that the levels can change drastically with each star collected. The level rewards us for exploring every part of the fortress, with this star on the side being easily missable if you just follow the main pathways. That owl hiding in the tree leading us to getting a star in a high up cage, which you can get owlless, but I can't because I have no bitches I guess. As for the red coins, they're spread quite well throughout the level, some of them being in slightly more wild places than in the last world. The only real blemish for me is Blast Away the Wall, since it's really not clear what is expected of you, and there's a high level of trial and error that you need to use to figure out where the star is, or just look up a walkthrough, either way. Importantly, that blemish on this level is pretty small all things considered, so I'm giving this world an S tier ranking. It's an incredibly good early world. Damn, this game starts off great. Hope this next world isn't of a type that tends to be heavily criticized. Jolly Roger Bay, a water level with a sort of dim atmosphere to it. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing. For the first water-based world in this game, there's a good amount of solid ground around. A small part to the right side past the beginning shore, with platforms that make for a great diving area to reach the deepest part of the sea here. I truly do love the atmosphere of this place. The dark teal fog as you swim around a blue sea, the ship submerged right at the bottom, with the ew. I hate this man. No matter how many times I played this stage, I can never figure out his deal. You can lure him out of the ship, and then head inside, but he's a fickle mistress, being very specific about how you lure him before he'll escape. Thank God you only have to do this once. I never thought I'd want to eat sushi as revenge, but here we are I guess. Beyond eel, the star here's are cool. A simple chest sorting puzzle in this cave, which has an extreme amount of falling pillars strewn about. They hate you specifically. Now, while I haven't really brought up the 100 coin missions yet, this one is worth noting, since you can only find a maximum of 104 coins throughout this place, which is the lowest of any main world in this game. Despite this, it's never felt unfair to me. You just should also be going for the red coin star, since you'd need to get most of those to succeed. The mission where you have to fire the cannon towards these stalagmites and jump to the star though, no. The window feels quite small, and considering that you're shooting yourself all the way across the sea, yeah, fuck this. The star in the jet stream though, it's fine. I don't love the Metal Mario missions, but we'll get to more of those later. For now, I've got to rank this bay, and I'm giving it a say. C. The highs aren't too high, but the lows aren't too low. Luckily I didn't get too heated during that last world, but it wouldn't matter if I did, since next is Cool Cool Mountain, a level that I think is neat. Being another level up in the sky, but this time with slippy and slidey ice physics, there's a little bit of added difficulty here. It's not a massive shift, but one that can definitely be felt. There's a big focus on sliding here, which can be a little tricky to manage considering that the floor is nada. I feel like this is a level that is kind of iconic, featuring the frozen slide, the baby penguin that you get to sacrifice to the void, and the snowman of Mario Kart World fame. The frozen slide is quite long, twisting around a lot more than I remembered, to be honest. If you're doing it the intended way, it's kind of lengthy and boring, which is why I always prefer to take the secret shortcuts. I think it's well clued towards, and still easy to miss if you aren't careful. Of course, this secret path is worthless when you have to race down the slide against Big Penguin, who hates cheaters. I'll be honest, my main problem with this mission is just staying on the later parts of the slide, since my speed gets low, and basically that. In a better penguin star, we have to return this penguin from up high to down low, without going too slow. I do appreciate the fact that they placed a couple of decoy penguins nearby, meaning that when you saw the one up top, you knew that that was the right baby. The red coin mission takes you all around the mountain, like any good red coin mission should. It even requires you to reach this kinda weird ledge. I like that. What I don't like is leading the snowman's body back to his head. Sort of like the eel, this is another one where the exact method to getting it right is unclear. At least it ends on a high, with wall jumps will work, taking place in this hidden alcove, and hopefully teaching you how to wall jump, since that hasn't really been required so far. As for this world's placement, even with my negative feelings on a few aspects here, I love this one too much to put it below S tier. In a slight twist, the next world isn't found within a painting, rather it's found within a ghost. Also, Ella's real. Out in the courtyard we can beat our way into this tiny cage and enter Big Boo's haunt, a level with a quite dark atmosphere. Genuinely, it feels less spooky scary and more desolate. Honestly, I adore that aspect of this world. There's a real unsettling feeling all around this world with enemies we haven't seen before, like Boo's, haunted books, the piano that causes nightmares, and Mr. I. Of course, the main feature are the Boos, especially the big ones. Throughout this world, we have to fight the Big Boo 3 different times. And while it's a simple fight, and one without the theatrics of a dedicated boss theme, I feel like that works quite well. It really makes the mansion feel properly haunted, especially considering the world's motto, ghosts don't die. The first mission is fantastic, making us explore the lower level to go on a ghost hunt, killing all 5 Boos to spawn the Big Boo in the main room. Beating him activates a staircase which leads up to the star, and the staircase stays consistent in future stars, so in a way it feels like we've proven ourselves to this mansion in a sense. Of course, we don't even need the staircase in the next star, where we have to do the same thing again in Boo's merry-go-round, filled with booze, fire, and a haunting yet jaunty anthem that sticks in my mind to this day. It helps that it's a little goofy. There's a fun star upstairs where we have to make our way through this haunted library and enter a code with these books. It's not a hard mission, but an interesting way to use the second floor, since there's not a ton here besides half of the red coins. The ones downstairs are cool, like the one guarded by the piano of hell, but upstairs we see this coffin room, and one near a tricky fourth floor. The best part of this level though is that the final 2 stars have us head up to find the hidden attic, both to take down another Boo on the balcony. Beautiful. And another where we take the vanish cap and jump behind this painting to find a giant Mr. I. He's more imposing than difficult to beat, but I like how, considering how the 2D ghost houses were, there were a couple of hidden things here. Put that all together and you get a world that I struggle to criticize, which means that it easily gets an S+ rank. But now, let's head down to this castle's basement and enter Hazy Maze Cave. A level that seems a little imposing at first, because of the size, but is overall not hard to get a handle of. Having a dank atmosphere like this means that it's a level that can seem a bit oppressive, especially with rolling rocks, a poison fog maze, flames, and a somewhat desolate central room. More than anything else, I would say that the coolest area here is the one we're tasked to find in the first star, by activating an elevator and heading down to the underground lake. It's not a place that inspires good fortune, but it's here that we encounter Dory, who's like a cool boat, and we can get on top of their head to reach a star. Also in this area is a star involving the metal cap, which we can activate from a secret path in this world. The usage of it here is fairly basic, just walking across an underwater path to activate a switch, but it's a cool one overall. Something that's less cool is monotony, like we see in the red coin star, which involves riding on this platform to collect half of the coins. The other 4 aren't as bad, but it's a bit of a drag unless you try to speed run around the top area. You've also got Watch for Rolling Rocks, which is simple to obtain. It's just a star in a small alcove that you can miss on the way past these boulders. Of course, this star is iconic thanks to you being able to beat it in half an A press. Sorry TJ. On the bright side, it's 0 presses now. The last main feature of this world leads to the last 2 stars. The Toxic Maze. It's not too hard, you just need the metal cap to avoid losing health in the fog, or you can go without and basically be fine. Both exits here are a little hidden, and lead to long elevators before the stars. Overall, this one is quite enjoyable, enough to get a pretty nice A ranking when all's said and done. Now for the world in this game that doesn't entirely feel like a world. Lethal Lava Land, a place full of bullies, fire, and of course, magma. Now the level's layout is a bit plain, It's simply a sea of lava with a collection of platforms, plenty of them moving all around, as opposed to other worlds so far which felt more like a location. That being said, this doesn't really bother me that much, it's just a note that can feel a little jarring to me. The layout here is one that really does feel special to me, weirdly. Sections like the Bowser slide puzzle, the graded Mr. I platform, the sort of weird rocks in the corners. It's all quite nice here. Despite being, hell, the first 2 stars focus on the bully enemies. You need to be pushed into the lava to be defeated. There's a reasonable level of escalation here. You go from fighting one big bully in the first mission to taking down 3 normal ones simultaneously, and finishing off a second big bully to get the star. On a much smaller note, the 8 red coin mission is already done. They're all very close by each other here, so it's not like it's a hard star to get. What is a slightly harder star is the one where you have to circle back around to reach this closed off part of the level, and roll along this rolling log to get to a fun star. The last 2 stars actually take place inside of the volcano that's central to this world. There are 2 differing paths we can follow, each one leading to a different star, and there's a good contrast between them. One is a solid path up with some obstacles, while the other focuses more on moving platforms to follow along. With all those stars done, it's time to rank this world, and I gotta say, looks can be deceiving. I thoroughly enjoy this world, enough to give it an A rank. Now at this point, I bet a lot of people are thinking, wow Amber, you must love this game, all the worlds are ranked so high. Shifting Sandland is a desert level found in a fake wall of the basement, and loses points immediately for being a desert covered in quicksand. Starting on this weird area that's just on the edge of the world like this is a tad weird to me. And in terms of walkable areas, there's a fair bit, but it doesn't feel like much. I think the presence of the Toxbox field impacts this a bit, because there's barely any reason to actually go there during any of the stars. There's also a giant pyramid, which I also have thoughts on. Let's focus on the stars outside for now. Starting with one where we need to steal from Klepto. That's it. He does become a slight nuisance in later stars though, trying to steal our Haddock's revenge. Beyond this, we have a red coin star that takes us to all corners of the level, including one spot in the Toxbox maze. And the air, you know, like the stuff we breathe. The last star that's fully outside of the pyramid is on the pyramid. Just one where we have to climb up to the top here. It's not a hard one. The rest of the stars involve the innards of the structure. The main star here is just one that has us climbing up the floors of the pyramid, dealing with romps and some tricky moving platforms, as well as amps. There's also a star that is bad. We have to find 5 secrets inside the pyramid, but we've seen no sign of secrets before this, so what are we to do? Well, apparently we go to the top, and then drop down and collect 5 coins. Even though this game is like 30 years old, I still have no idea how they expected anyone to get that information. The last star has us standing on all 4 pillars, and the code is funky, okay. Once we do it correctly, the pyramid opens up, letting us ride down to fight Irock, a secret boss in the depths. He's cool. If you know what you're doing, he's not tough to take down. Speaking of taking down, this world is taking down the game's average, because it's getting a D ranking. I don't like it. Don't worry though, it gets better from here. Oh no. Dia Dock sucks Dia dick. It's a level where the vast majority of the space is taken up by water, with only a few platforms worth of ground to stand on. And that land is not where you begin. You start the level by swimming, and with the lack of land, most of the stars are underwater. Now, I didn't complain about the swimming in Jolly Roger Bay, but here it's awful. It's a place with 2 basins essentially, connected by an overly long curly pipe thing. Don't worry though, both basins are worthless. They're plain, barely interesting to look at. And why is there a hole that sends you out of the level here? Why did they do this? The first star here has a swim from point A to B and then board Bowser's submarine, which we have to do so that we can move the level entrance back and face him head on. That is kind of neat. But then there are 6 more stars here. I genuinely think that this would have worked a lot better as a standalone star, and then this level could be something else. The other ones, we've got another treasure chest ordering game, with more distance between them all. A challenge to swim through the rings left by the Manta Ray. A challenge to swim through the rings left by the Great. Really? 2 ring missions here? There's also collect the caps, where we need to get the vanishing metal caps, and use them both to get a star in an underwater cage. But would you believe me if I said that the metal cap isn't even that useful here? You sink down pretty slowly, and walk at a slow pace on the base of the water here, so swimming with just the vanish cap is easier to manage. Is the red coin mission gonna redeem this level? Of course not! We jump off of poles around where the submarine was, and it's slow. Just slow movement and waiting. At least there are over 107 coins in this level, because if there weren't, I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Fuck, there's only 106 coins. At least the blue coins are easy to get, but you have to swim through so much to get all of the underwater ones. No fanfare, I'm giving this world an F tier, there's little to praise here. Heading upstairs though, maybe things will start to look up. Get it? Like, up? Inside this mirror room we'll find Snowman's Land, the second snow level of this game, with the snowman at the forefront, looming over the moderately flat world below. Now, I say moderately flat because there aren't really many platforms or cliff faces down here, a fair few slopes and all, but nothing too crazy. We will find a few more enemies though, fly guys and money bags, as well as spindrifts. What is a cool new thing is the freezing lake on the other side of the level, which will damage you if you're in it for too long. You'll also have to watch out for the snowballs that's getting fired at you here. If we make our way past those, we can start climbing the snowman, which will lead to our first star. There's just one thing we need to watch out for. Breathing. We have to hide behind the penguin to avoid getting blown. Once we do that, we can grab our first star, and never do that again. Things get easier from here though. We have a fight against the chill bully, who is literally just another big bully, but this time cold. We also have the most, or well, least, star in the game. This is a weird icebox, and the star is inside. Yeah, I don't think this is substantial in any way. Moving on, thank fuck. We can use a spindrift to jump across the lake and get a star from the box, which is okay. I do think the red coin star is a fair bit better though, since we open up the other box and use a shell to skate around the snowy landscape to collect all the coins. One last star to get, and we need to use that shell again to reach the igloo, and end up in this strange frozen room, with a lot of icy walls to go around, before we find a vanish cap and run back to find a star near the entrance. I'm a bit up and down on this level, but in the end, it feels worthy of a B tier ranking. Now, Wet Dry World has always been an interesting one to me, because it has a variable water level controlled by the small crystals littered throughout the world. If we hit a crystal, the water rises or falls to be level with it. One other fun thing here is that the height of the point where we enter the painting controls where the initial water level is, so you have to be careful with how you enter. The level has sort of a drab, plain feeling to it. No colours that really pop out, or specific things that stand out besides the water. There's sort of a weird theory type of thing with this level, where people feel like it has a negative emotional aura, some comparing it to liminal spaces. And I kinda get the concept, it has a slightly off vibe. There's more beyond that, but I'm not going to talk about creepypasta level stuff here. The stars here are alright. We've got shocking arrow lifts, where we have to leave the water high enough to get to this platform, then use the arrow lifts to, never mind, it's very easy to just jump across. We also have a classic, climbing to the top of the stage to get a star. This one isn't too bad. Even if you start low, you can use the heave hose to get up. Or do some cool jumps to get up higher. There's another secrets mission here, which is not really inspiring any positive words from me. It doesn't have much at all, and leads more towards being confusing than satisfying. At least the emergency elevator mission is short and pretty clear. Just go down and then back up. Lastly, we have to get behind this grate and swim down to the hidden city, where we can once again drain things and finally collect the red coins in this level. Yep, they've been here the whole time. There's also a neat mission down here with the Vanish Camp. So with all of that said and done, this level is good. The vibe is a little weird, yes, but I still think it reaches a solid C tier rank in my eyes. You know, if I had one wish, it would be that this next level is small. Damn it! Welcome to Tall Mountain, which is everything it claims to be. There's an element of spiraling up this one, the main path just leading up and up, going counterclockwise the whole way, with a few small diversions on the way to the top. With how tall the mountain is, there's a lot of variety in what you can find here. A lot of different enemies, a few level features you may recognize from previous stages, and even a secret slide hidden in the mountainside. Yo. We also get introduced to Yukiki here, who has certainly not become a mainstay in the Mario series, unless you count the party games. So we've got a mountainous level. I wonder what the first star is going to be. That's right, climbing up to the top of the level. What a shock. It's a fun climb though. A lot of small obstacles that can make it a fun journey. The second star is largely the same. We go up to the top just to find Yukiki and catch him to earn his respect. And a star, which is better than respect. The red coin star here isn't as bad as it could be. The coins are split up into two small nearby areas. The first 4 across these small mushrooms that we have to carefully jump across, and the other 4 on this rocky wall. Much better than having to traverse every corner of the mountain. As for the mountain slide, it's a fun one, with a small trick with the split path halfway through. It's probably my favourite of the slides in this game. There's another star high up, simply sitting behind the waterfall, easy to access if you hit this switch. The last star has us finding the Bob-on Buddy. Ah, there he is. Then finding the cannon, and shooting yourself all the way to this lonely mushroom. While this level is a lot more linear than some others, I feel like that works well for it, and it's a fun enough level to hit A tier. Just genuinely a cool experience. Now consider, instead of a level that's large, what if we went to a level that was small, and also large? Tiny Huge Island, a world that feels sort of like a spiritual successor to Giant Land from SMB3. Going through any pipe will switch the island from huge to tiny, or vice versa, which means we'll encounter both big and small enemies, as well as some interesting strategies to get through each star. When the island is huge, we'll see massive Goombas, Chakyas, Bubba, the worst fish ever. But when the island is small, you'll see micro Goombas and tiny piranhas around. But it's easier to fall off by mistake. Quite a few missions will require us to switch back and forth at least a little, so it's a fun world to play around in. The first star has us coming to this higher platform to take down 5 giant piranha plants, which really isn't hard to reach. These enemies aren't hard to take down either. Now it's time for the classic. Go to up. We can decide to be small whenever we want, but at some point we'll have to reach the box at the end with the star, especially since there's little chance of a large Mario walking across this plank. Anyone remember Cooper the Quick? Yeah, me neither. But he managed to find a way here to challenge us to a much more fast-paced race to the other side of the island. Just watch out for wind, and balls, and vents. Yeah, it's a trickier one. The 4th star is cool, since on the tiny island, you'll have to find the secret areas, all of them marked by small alcoves and indents that only a smaller Mario would be able to fit inside. This is a novel use of the level's concept, I feel, and because of the consistency, it's not a secrets mission that I have any problems with. The last 2 stars take place within the interior of the island, one being the red coin star, where we need to shoot ourselves out of the cannon, walk across this path, and head into the cave to play Collectathon. Our last star has us draining the top basin of the island and falling through a hole to meet Wiggler, who is mad about the draining, so we have to kill him. You know, that really was not cool of us, he was just at home. With that done, it's time to rank, and I feel like this one deserves a B tier. It has some cool ideas for a slightly different gimmick. Now we can head to the final room of the castle and see this really cool clock. You would think it's actually TikTok clock, a level that I have thoughts on. This is another level that I feel can be considered iconic, partly due to the wackiness of it, partly due to it being referenced somewhat in other games, and partly because it's a fucking clock. That's memorable. There's also the fact that the clock's position when we enter will affect how every element within the stage moves. The level structure is a lot different too. It's more like an obstacle course where we just have to keep climbing upwards to advance, and if we fall, we want to hope that we fall into something, lest we die. Unfortunately, that means that there's really only one linear path up here, one with low variance beyond slight branches. It's a path you'll get used to. On the bright side, only 1 star is at the very top, marked by a thwomp that we have to climb on top of. On the other hand, 2 of the lower stars are quite close together, one of them having us catch a ride on this clock hand, and wait for a bit. The other one being as simple as us jumping into a cage. I like that one more. There's a short path between pendulums around halfway up, and if we make our way even higher, we'll find a small branch off to a star that requires some careful timing. So don't enter when the clock says 6. If we enter when the clock says 12 though, everything stops, which makes it possible to collect all 8 of the red coins, since otherwise the flippers that have been placed around tend to rotate constantly. That's all for TikTok Clock, and I have some good memories of this level, but that's mostly just because I liked the theme of it when I was younger. As for the experience of it, I honestly feel like it's D tier. A cool concept that gets bogged down by the lack of variety. Now for the last main world of the game, down in this hole we find Rainbow Ride. And, okay. This world is not entirely a world. It's basically just a network of branching paths for you to follow, suspended high in the sky where death is assured. It's a much more open level than TikTok Clock, and the way it's set up means that there's very little chance of anything being able to break your fall if the worst happens. Each path leads to a star, with a pretty small amount of overlaps. So at least there's variety. The downside is, a reason that the paths don't have overlaps is because the main thing connecting the intersections to the endpoints are just flying carpets. They're the same as moving platforms more or less, which means that they're slow, they're boring, and they suck. I would say the monotony of just standing on them is broken up a bit by the obstacles on their path, but I straight up do not care. They don't make the wait fun, they just make it more annoying because you could easily mess up and have them despawn. Are the stars any good though? No, of course not. Were you listening? They don't go very far beyond ride the carpets for the most part. We have a long ride up to a floating ship, but the star is right there. We have another long ride up to the same floating ship, but this time you better have activated the cannon, and you also better not miss the platform, or get grabbed by the Chukya, or get bored on the way up and start playing a game on your phone. I got a shiny star you? Don't fret, there's also the mansion, which is the exact same thing. But there's a mansion, for some reason. Who even built this? Zeus? The only saving grace of these last 3 is that you can avoid using the carpets to get to them, though I honestly can't tell if they even fully intended for that to be the case. The red coin mission, yep, okay, that's the last one, I hope you like that bit, is in a giant vertical maze, which is kind of neat, almost. I don't think I care about it beyond the fact that the blue coin switch here is a tough time challenge. The last 2 stars are more standard obstacle courses, the first half of both being the same, but one ending on a giant swing, while the other is a time challenge on pyramid-shaped platforms. This is probably the best that this world gets. As for ranking, you may be surprised that this one merely gets a D ranking. It has a lot of problems, all of which I have mentioned, but it could have been worse than this for me. Now, there isn't much left to rank in this game, so let me explain my thinking here. There are 15 stars unaccounted for, located in quite a few different areas. And most of these areas are quite small, to the point where some would be a blip on a radar by themselves. Because of this, I have grouped the remaining areas into 3 different worlds. First, it's time to talk about the cap levels, all at once. Starting with the first one we can find, the wing cap, which is us looking up at the ceiling to immediately appear as an aeroplane in this sky-high tower. Place what is going on. The 1 star in this area is simple enough. Collect the 8 fucking coins, with a brand new power-up. But you don't really know how to use it first. You may be here a while if you're new to this game. Even when you played it before, I don't like this star, because I don't really like the wing cap either. It's a tiny bit unwieldy, and something as simple as flying in a circle while pointing slightly down becomes not quite difficult per se, just stupid. I don't like this one at all. Metal cap is next, found in a harder to reach door in Hazy Maze Cave, sending us to a cave with a flowing river, and snippets. The metal cap makes us essentially and impervious to water's effects, so we're not in danger at first, or at all really. You'll likely only get caught up by the water and be forced out if you really fuck up. And despite what the haters say, I believe in you. Once again, we have to collect the red coins. It's not as fun to say without something funny on screen. And also hit the switch before getting the star. To make sure we remember to hit the switch, some of the coins are underwater. And to make sure we don't care for this level, it's very small. Like seriously, it's a few measly jumps and that's all. Lastly, there's the vanish cap, found through draining the castle's moat and falling down a mysterious hole. Once again, we have 2 red coins. The contents of the stage itself aren't too bad, though it all looks a bit drab. We have a huge slide down, with a few small platforms to aim for, some with red coins, so we have to be careful. Of course, we don't need to slide at all, so well, we've got some fairly simple platforming challenges, such as seesaws and lifts, and seesaw, and who could forget everyone's favourite quite short walk. I can almost say, well, at least there's something here, but is there? The vanish cap doesn't even come into play. You collect it right at the end to go through the cage, but you don't even have to because it's not that tall. This stage could have been an email. With the powers of wing, metal and vanish combined, this is still in fucking F tier. Oh my god, I genuinely could not believe how much I did not care for these 3. Now, while I could just move on to the Bowser levels, I do want to look at one very important place in this game first. One where a few more important stars lie. Peach's castle itself. And yes, to be clear, this will include the miscellaneous secret levels here. The castle itself was iconic, quite pretty, though geometrically confusing. There are 5 stars found within the walls of the castle itself. 3 of them being talk to this specific toad, which, while not too bad, does feel a little weird. It makes sense as a way of rewarding you for interacting with the toads in the castle, but while I'm used to them, I can't help but go, There's also Mips, a rabbit in the basement who we have to chase down and catch. If we do, we'll get a star from him. But then, if we do the same thing again, but later in the game, we get another star. I don't know how I feel about this. It's possible that I'm forgetting some line of dialogue in the game that clues towards the fact that he appears again, but I feel like if I hadn't have already known that he gives you 2 stars when I first played, I probably would have seen him and thought, well, I already got your star. There are 3 secret areas accessed from the castle though, first of all being the secret slide, the first and simplest slide in the game. But it's a neat one. The fact that you're timed on the way down encourages you to speedrun if you like, which is something I always enjoy it when games do, as someone who is bad at speedrunning. What makes this better though is the fact that you get the main star for getting to the end, but if you're fast enough, you can get a second one here. What feels even better is getting the speedrun one first though. It's a little bonus just in how that feels. In Jolly Roger Bay's room, we can find a secret alcove and enter Fish Room. We swim around a cube, collect the Ruby Dooby Doos. It's boring. The last star is right near the end of the game, and it's Wing Mario. Again, legally we have to applaud. I genuinely just didn't have any drive to complete this one. We fly around, try and collect red coins, fail to do so, fall from the clouds, cry, realize that we land back in the castle grounds, cry again, go up, cry, die, cry, die, cry. This was the last ever star I got when I first played this game, and it's the one I look forward to the least whenever I convince myself to play this game again. With all of these pieces together, it's D tier. I don't really care for any of the stars here outside the slide, but the real thing saving it from F tier is just that the castle itself is truly a great hub area. It doesn't surprise me that elements from this area tend to be referenced in other games. The last corners of Mario 64 to cover are the Bowser stages, all quite linear, all with red coins, and all with an engaging battle against the villain of the game, that guy. Our first one is Bowser in the Dark World, and they were right, this world sure is dark. And Bowser is in it. The coins here are a little more all over the place than you may expect, with one at the beginning that you need to backtrack for, and even a branching path near the end to get this one. It's a level with a lot of moving parts, and a slight step above what you might have seen previously in the game. This long path past amps always stands out to me, as well as the ending section, where you need to ascend this temporary staircase to reach the pipe at the end. The Bowser fight here is basic compared to what we see later, but it's a reasonably tough fight that takes what we've learnt from our first star to an extent, and uses it for a battle that I do enjoy a lot. After completing the first star in Dick Suck McFuck, we'll get to enter the second of these stages, Bowser in the Fire Sea. And they were right, the sea sure is fire, and Bowser is in it. This one is a lot closer to being a 2D stage. You go from point A to B, climbing up, heading the other way, going up again, going this first way again. Despite that simple explanation, I do love this stage. There's a lot of interesting platforming done with the lava layout, bullies make a return, and there are small branches with neat challenges. And the idea of having this elevator and putting a red coin underneath it so you have to hang back. It's not a super crazy out there idea, but it's one I quite like. Once you reach the top, you can fight Bowser, and this is a great elevation. Bowser can shake up the stage and even teleport, which are cool moves to see and put into practice. But the fight is largely the same if you're really good. Lastly, once you get 70 stars, or do the backwards long jump trick to bypass the infinite staircase, you can reach the final Bowser stage, the one that ends the main story, Bowser in the Sky. And they were right, the sky sure is. And Bowser is in it. This is a great final stage. It builds upon plenty of the concept from the past two levels, the game at large, and introduces something a little unique. In this sticky road that has us walking nearly straight up, you see a temporary staircase, pinwheel platforms, moving platforms, a tilting road, chuckiers, amps, and a bit of wind on the slightly imposing final platform. When we get to Bowser, we encounter something fantastic. A genuinely amazing final fight. Everything we learned from the first two comes into play, because we don't just have to throw him onto a mine once, but 3 times. The third time being one that removes any chance of us choosing the throw. We're forced to hurl this turtle from a distance to win. And when we do, we get the grand star, and see a final cutscene, where Peach returns to the castle, and Mario is finally able to have the cake that he was promised in the beginning. As we see a slideshow of all the places we visited earlier, we can rank the Bowser stages. I fucking love them, that should be obvious. But how much do I love them? Well, it's enough for them to reach S tier. At least this game was able to end on a much higher note. Going through Mario 64 again was a much different experience than I expected it to be. Because, like I mentioned at the start, it gave me a bit of insight into that weird feeling I had about this game. I've spent so much of my life hearing it heralded as a classic, one of the best to ever do it. And while I'm not going to stand here, well, sit here and say everyone is wrong but me, it should be clear that there's a fair bit of this game that I really don't love. But what really struck me is that because I was putting thought into how I ranked the levels, I could see how my opinion shifted with each world completed. And it finally hit me why I tend to look back at this game and think, after completing it. The latter half of this game is where basically all of the levels I dislike are held. Dire Thing, Sand Place, the Wing Mario mission, and especially the final 2 worlds. I just don't enjoy them. And even the more okay levels, I just don't like them as much as the earlier worlds in this game. The start of the game features so many missions that I have a high opinion of, so when I decide to play, I feel super engaged with all these early stars. But once I get past Lethal Lava Land, the levels drop off for me for the most part. And when I've gotten to the end, I've either skipped a few stars that you couldn't pay me to do in the moment, or I end with the thought of, yeah, that was a game. I don't think I've played any other games that have an arc like this for me. If anything, I usually feel more mediocre about early levels, and find the later ones a lot more engaging. That is all a very personal experience with Mario 64. But like I said, I realised it while I was playing the game for this video, so I figured it'd be fun to share the view that I realised I have. But now let's look at a game that I only feel sort of negatively about. The whole way through. Oh boy. Super Mario Sunshine, a game I've never felt that connected to. I found out about it a bit later in my childhood, and first played it, technically in 2007, for about 5 minutes while in a hospital waiting room, and I don't even think I realised it was a Mario game. 4 years later and I had the game for real, and I don't love it. Out of all the 3D titles, it was the one that, for a long time, I found it easy to say I disliked. For years I talked about how the controls felt a bit janky to me, the flood mechanic wasn't something I loved, and there were plenty of shines that I didn't like getting. And if you thought that collecting the 8 red coins was bad... Fuck. Who decided this? The blue coins genuinely takes my enjoyment of the game to a huge degree. I usually like 100%ing these games, but I don't like the blue coins. So with that said, I promised myself when going into this that I would consciously ignore the blue coins. And honestly, that was all I needed to enjoy this game a lot more. It's still not a game that I'm that big on, but holy shit, I found myself having fun. It didn't feel like a slog to get through, and I don't know why, but I seem to have a better handle on the harder shines. Maybe I've improved at video games in the last decade. No, that couldn't be. The game's story is a little different. We're in a faraway island, faced with new enemies and the flood power-up, letting us harness water to achieve our goals. We get faced with a new villain, Shadow Mario, who has covered the island in goop, and sending the shine sprites away, which means we have to collect them to save this place. Also, we kinda got sent to jail. One thing that stands out to me is that the shine sprites are at some point referred to as deities in a way. So this guy gives you a shine sprite for every 10 blue coins you collect. Sir, why do you have 24 gods? Anyway, enough rambling. Let's head into Mario Sunshine, a game made for cubes. Our opening cutscene shows our gang going to Isle Delfino, a certified isle. Despite the game starting in an area known as the Airstrip, I'm counting that as a part of Delfino Plaza, and I prefer to talk about that area a little later, which means I'll be skimming through the opening a little. Land goop, moving flood, water shoot, boss kill, shine arrest, corrupt legal system, community service, kidnapping, chase, brush, portal. And now, we enter our first world. Bianco Hills, a quaint large village that's a fair ways away from the island's shore, standing out most with a huge windmill above the lake. Outside of that sight to behold, we also have a quaint village, and plenty of high up tightropes that we get to traverse throughout the red coin missions in this stage. The layout is just a very enjoyable one, with a few neat platforming challenges in the town, this cluster of trees in this bridging zone that are fun to make your way over, while avoiding the seedy pods, and some side areas filled with circles of coins and pokepods. It's a level filled with a lot of good content, giving you plenty of space to learn the mechanics better, and get a good idea of what the main game experience will be like. Now, with 11 different shines in each main level, 8 main missions, 2 secret, and 100 coins, there will be some that I just don't have much to say about. Our first mission isn't a super complex one. It lets us get a feel for what it's like to enter a proper world in this game, as we go from this opening area to a quick path down. A path that's wet, which encourages us to try diving down, letting us slide down and satisfyingly grow onto the tightrope. Something we get to do almost every time we enter the stage. Our main goal from the get-go is to defeat the proto-piranha that's preventing us from heading to the windmill. Plus that, at this point in the game, we would have already defeated twice already, and isn't the second ever shine. I don't know why they chose to do that, but interestingly we can skip this shine, and head up the path to the windmill anyway. With some simple flood platforming, we'll be able to reach a brand new boss, Petey Piranha, who has made a return a lot more than I ever expected him to. Not that I'm complaining. This fight isn't too complex. Avoid attacks, and shoot water into his mouth when it's open. After ground pounding his belly 3 times, we get our third, or maybe even second, shine of the game. Our third mission introduces us to something that I'm really glad that this game implemented. Floodless missions, denoted by the mission's title referring to a secret somewhere in the level. This first one, we have to head to the hillside cave with the use of flood, but as soon as we enter, the spirit of Shadow Mario steals flood from us, leaving us as Basic Mario. Luckily, we just played a game with Basic Mario. These levels all take place in these floating platform worlds, all feeling sort of ethereal, with the jaunty a cappella track playing in the background. This first one isn't too bad, with a field of moving blocks to cross, a few to avoid, and these spinning stars which are easy enough to stay on top of. Later in the world we'll encounter a second one, with flipping wooden squares that float around, rotating cubes that we have to carefully stay atop of, one of them rising high up into the sky, to a bigger field of flipping wooden squares. These are easy enough to manage, and sort of feel like a precursor to the flip swap platforms we'll see later in this video. Back in our main level, like I said earlier, we'll go through 2 red coin shines, the first of which has us exploring all the corners of this village, climbing up and around buildings, utilizing flood well, while the other is the last main mission of the world, having us climbing way up into the sky above the lake, across these tight ropes, avoiding wire traps and cyclones. I didn't know what these things were called until moments ago, to be honest. Our other 2 main missions are important fights, one being a rematch with Petey Piranha, this time all over the main village. We wake him up and he flaps his arms to hover above the buildings, sometimes stopping to fire goo over the land below, unless we can hit him with water, sending him back to the ground. When he's grounded, it's basically the same fight as before, but water, earth, fire, there we go. He has wind powers, I guess. The 7th and most important mission here is a fight against Shadow Mario, where you have to chase him and spray him with water until he gives up. He can be a little tricksy, but this one isn't a tough one. These missions do matter, because once we've beaten Shadow Mario in every main stage, we'll be able to beat the game. Before we move on, I should mention the remaining shines here. The 2 secret ones reside in the Floodless levels, where we get access to Flood again, and have to collect 8 red coins, but with a time limit. It's an interacting challenge that's consistent to every secret level, and while I'll have not much to say about these, they're all fun enough. The 100 coin mission here isn't too bad either, as there are plenty of places for us to collect them across the main area. Now, yeah, that was a lot. The rules in this game tend to give me a lot to discuss. For the inaugural ranking of this game, I've got to give Bianco Hills a B ranking. It's a fantastic opener for this game in every way. Once we've made some progress in Bianco Hills, we can fight the 4th Proto-Piranha, and unlock the most Rico of harbours, Rico Harbour, the island's port, with a very clear industrial focus. A lot of metallic platforms all around, shipping crates, moving pieces, and a few boats sitting in the water. Beyond the high presence of water, this isn't an area that feels quite tropical, but it does introduce a few cool features for us to play around with. These graded walls and ceilings can be climbed across, and the controls with them are something I've never quite gotten my head around. It is also one of the few areas of the game to have a sewer system that we can travel through, though a lot of the exits are blocked off during the first mission, since the main challenge is climbing up to the far corner of the stage, near these small buildings, so that we can take on Goopa Blooper, a weird freak. We need to defeat him, which we do by spraying him with water, tearing off his tentacles, then getting his nose. This is not meant to kill people. This is meant to betray the trust of young children. You know, normal stuff. Bloopers are pretty common here, since the second mission has us picking one of 3 bloopers and using them as surf along the surface of the sea, following a coin path to an underground racetrack, where we have to beat the stage under a not completely explained time limit. It's 45 seconds. There's a good chance that you'll beat that time, but they really should have had the time counting down to make it clear. One of the secret missions in this world has us coming back to beat the course in 40 seconds, which also not really explained, so this was odd. Now, if you'd like platforming challenges, then the 3rd mission is for you. We head up to the metal beams across the top section of the level, going across a somewhat maze-like system of gridded lines, with annoying bloopers walking across the top, spitting oil at us, which is way too likely to knock us off. Why do you hate reformed criminals? I'm just trying to climb up to the top, avoid the wind, and fall into this bottle-shaped thing. Where we'll find the shine sprite? What could be better than that? Well, I don't know, cheese is pretty nice. There's also more traditional platforming hiding within the tower of Rico. I assumed it was called a lighthouse when I started writing that line, and I decided to be stubborn. The level inside is probably the least interesting one. The twisty block platforms are neat, but they're the only thing. Oh no, wait, there are twisty gears that briefly exist. I don't feel like this works well enough, at least compared to what other secret levels hold. At least once we get the red coins, we won't see this one ever again. Foreshadowing is a literary device. Speaking of seeing things again, the 5th mission marks the return of Goopa Blooper. It hasn't even been 2 minutes. What do you mean he's back? The lead up to this rematch that exists for some reason is a little easier than last time. The path up to him feels very well defined, but not engaging. And the fight is almost exactly the same. The only difference is that if you get knocked back the wrong way, you can fall off, though that's only really in theory. It's not like that would happen to someone. I've never seen this happen before. How did I suck that bad? In glorious fashion, our next mission is another repeat, bringing back blooper surfing, but this time fully outside. Traversing the seas, following a trail of coins to collect all 8 red coins around the port. We'll weave around some buoys and boats here and there, but end up making it through this mission easily. Why was there even a time limit here? There's a better chance that you die than run out of time during this. We'll meet Shadow Mario again after this, and it's a nothing burger to be honest. He goes up to the beams from the 3rd mission, at least he's meant to. I'm apparently fucking cracked. The last shine is one we'll have to come back to later, which means we can skip ahead so I can talk about it now. Later in the game, we'll unlock Green Jeff, who is never properly green in this game. You have to feed him one of 6 fruit to get him to hatch from his egg, at which point he'll turn orange, pink or purple, depending on what fruit he eats. Yoshi also fires juice instead of water, which reacts a little different to things than Flood does. If we head up to the buildings, we'll see that Yoshi wants a durian, no matter what. The only way to get fruit is through the giant bats, so it'll be trial and error. Why the fuck am I God today? With our friend Free, we can spray a fish and ride over to some isolated platforms near the edge of the level. Now, we're intended to grab a fruit from a tree on the side because it'll change Yoshi to a different colour, so that the weird fish platforms move differently. But I kind of like not doing that, and dealing with the consequences of my choices. Shit. After a few fish moments, we can reach the top and got our last main shine. As for the 100 coins, it's a bit tough, but manageable. That's all for Rico Harbour. And man, I did not love it. It ends up with a D ranking because they did not need to repeat ideas or make a bad secret area like that. With more progress made within those first 2 levels, we'll be directed towards the plaza's lighthouse to take down yet another proto-piranha, thankfully the last one in the whole game. This opens up the path to the next level, Gelato Beach, the first big beach level in this tropical island adventure. Out of all the worlds in this game, this feels the most to me like a vacation spot. It has a very relaxing feel to it, with nice big palm trees, plenty of small shacks to sit down in, mutant ducks that fling you up into the air, the usual stuff. This level is one that tends to give me conflicting feelings, because the serene atmosphere of this place is heavily contrasted by the fact that most of the missions aren't that good. For every calm exploration shine where you get to really feel the fun energy of this world, we have a watermelon. More on that later. Our first mission is actually a secret mission, challenging us to find the Dunebud Sand Castle. With plenty of room to explore and new elements to play with, it's not entirely clear from the get-go what you're meant to do, but as long as we're active and remember that water is good, we'll be able to uncover the entrance and slide our way into it, finding this one. It's not awful, just being a level focused on sand blocks, which start to vanish when stepped on. Both the main mission and the red coins we'll be able to collect when we come back here aren't really that hard. One thing I do like about this world is that there's a small storyline between some of the early shines here. This spire that's situated a bit back from the shoreline is home to the sandbird egg, which is being kept warm by giant mirrors reflecting sunlight. Well, it should at least, but they've been taken over by Plangellos and a giant wiggler, which we need to take down. The 3 mirrors each have a different amount of these guys on them, and while we can go in any order, it makes the most sense to go from 1 to 3, so we can learn and practice our method of defeating these creeps. The following mission is focused specifically on the big wiggler, who is awake and fucking pissed. He zooms around the level like a steam train, stomping wildly when running in circles. Luckily, that first mission taught us all we need to know. That water is good. When he runs into the sand mounds, he'll flip over, exposing one of his segments for us to ground pound on. Like with most bosses, 3 hits and they're down for the count. With those nuisances taken care of, we've got a sandbird to face. I don't love this one. The layout of this area is a striking positive from frame 1, but unfortunately it goes downhill fast. The bird slowly flies up, circling around the spire in the level's center, which is where we'll find the shine. All we have to do is collect the red coins. I hate it. Your movement is pretty heavily affected by the constant motion, the game kind of not wanting you to be moved with the bird sometimes. The coins aren't in too difficult places to reach, but getting them all without falling off can be a risk, especially since plenty of features of this bird are narrow, especially when it randomly decides to go sideways during this flight. I thought we were friends. Outside of that arc, we have Il Piantissimo, who is this game's equivalent to Cooper the Quick, challenging us to race to an endpoint as fast as possible. With the way this game controls, these missions can be fun, giving you a lot of freedom in how you approach and tackle getting to that final flag. This introduction to him is nothing too difficult, just to rush up to the main area of this cliffside without a super strict time limit. Like I did badly and he still got here late. For our efforts, we get a shine sprite. Why does this man just have a deity, like, on him? Regardless of that, our next mission is a pretty relaxing one. We have to swim over this coral reef and dive down into it to collect some red coins. There's nothing much to say about this, but considering that it is equidistant from the 2 most annoying missions in this level, it's nice to have a short reprieve in the sea. Shadow Mario's shine is pretty normal, just a standard chase, but standard can't be said of the other secret mission in this world, where a Doombud will open up an alcove, where we need to spray the sand to reveal an image of a shine, which will, and this is unbelievable, give us a shine. Our final mission is fucked. The Watermelon Festival is a shine notorious for being awful. You have to win first prize during the beach's Watermelon Festival, and rather than put in the effort, put in the time, and grow our own fruit as a professional Mario, we can just sort of steal one. The melons nearby the festival are great, but they only give us coins. Important for the 100 coin shine, which is bad. I hate the 100 coin shine here. There are other large, but not big enough, watermelons around, but to win, you'll need to bring down the Big Kahuna, the most watermelon-y of the watermelons. Fuck you. Obviously we have to transport it across the whole level, and if it explodes, for example if a Cataquack attacks it, or if it hits the water, or even if we just hit it too hard, we get a new one. That's good at least, it just spawns back at the start. Now, I try not to complain too much about janky physics in video games, but when I'm talking about Mario Sunshine, it will come up a lot. Look at this! And this. With a bit of luck though, I don't have the skills, we can slowly push the melon to the end, so you get blended up and receive our prize. That's the end of this quite nice beach, and it's not peak. It's fun at some points, but with the highs and lows, C tier is where I feel it fits best. After we collect 10 shines, Princess Peach will just suddenly get kidnapped, and will be prompted to head to the west side of the island to watch Shadow Mario escape with her in tow. Jumping into this convenient cannon sends us to our next destination, Pinner Park. This world is a bit different to what we've gone through before, since it's split into 2 distinct areas, the most noteworthy of which being the amusement park, where most of the shines will take place. Since Peach just got kidnapped and we're in the middle of giving chase, we'll start the first mission by heading in, chasing down Shadow Mario, and getting a cutscene. He stares us down before... I'm fucking sorry? How did you manage to hide this on the ground? Do the park owners know? When did you have time to build this? I mostly question this because the park's director is surprised and thinks it's some sort of show. Run your business better. You're not meant to be excited by fucking kaijus. At the very least, he wants a fair fight. So we get put on a roller coaster to take down Mega Bowser. This boss is weird. This feels like it's meant to be a big moment for the game, and while an on-the-rail mechanic here does add a lot of impact to the fight, it's kind of weird that it's done without us really moving Mario at all. After we hit the robot with enough rockets, it'll perish, though we'll have to watch out and spray fire and bullet bills that approach. Once it's down, we see Shadow Mario and Peach together, and the truth is revealed. This being is... Who the fuck is this? So, meet Bowser Jr., who was, at the time of this game's release, a brand new character. He was behind all the chaos on this island the whole time. He says that his father told him that Peach is his mama, and she deduces that he's Bowser's son, which I find interesting because Bowser Jr. doesn't confirm this, even if it is relatively obvious. How many weird turtles do we really know in this franchise? I feel that the shine may be a high point of this world, and that may not be a good thing. Later on, we can head back into the park to collect 8 red coins, now interacting with the rides, and these greater platforms to find them all, and having to deal with Electro Koopas, might be hated. Don't worry though, we don't have to deal with them again. Oh, right. Ferris wheel. You have to climb up a bunch of somewhat weirdly placed greater platforms to reach the Ferris wheel. Defeat an Electro Koopa whose presence exudes entropy, I guess? However, I don't like this at all. I prefer option B. Climb up here and just hover across the gap, something that surprisingly almost always works for me. A quick ride up to the top nets us another shine. Our battle against Shadow Mario is also inside the park, and it's not that bad. He just runs in circles a lot. The final chronological mission is sort of a revamp of something we saw before in this world, the roller coaster. You have to go around the track, picking up rockets, but instead of fighting a giant robot, you have to destroy balloons that resemble Bowser Jr. Balloons that... Who made these? The kid tried to destroy your island, don't commemorate him! I'm meh at this. Lining up the nozzle to hit the balloons is not a skill I have developed, admittedly. There's only one shine inside the park left, one I thought I'd save until last because it's a secret mission, one of 2 within this world. And it's probably my favourite lead up in one of these. Heading in, we're directed to the Yoshi Go Round, which is missing an orange Yoshi. There's only one way to restore order, that being to get a Yoshi. If we search around for Yoshi, then locate whatever fruit he desires from around the park, which may take some time since they're a little all over the place, we can take him out of his shell and make sure he becomes orange, and fill in the missing space. Then we're immediately sent to the secret zone. Unfortunately, this stage is less fun than the build-up. Having to travel around a ring of Yoshi egg blocks is fine enough, but the second half, the camera angles feel restrictive. And this last jump is plagued by a combination of the game's physics making it very difficult to jump off of this block even when stationary, but also the slight slippiness meaning that you can just mess up after landing. As we look towards the missions outside of the park, we'll see a secret level which is the inverse. The lead up has us weaving around bullet bills, heading towards a Monty Mole in a weird turret thing. As we get close, he throws bombs, which we have to throw back to defeat him. Not a great start, but the secret level focuses on these disappearing blocks, which fade to black, cease to exist, then reappear, just like an editing mistake. I've always enjoyed this one, mostly for the ending portion. One last main mission, around the midpoint, we have to help the sunflowers. We see this field of giant Yoshi eggs, and spraying them activates Snoozer Koopas? That's definitely a name. Defeating each one saves a wilted sunflower, and beating that mission is actually what leads to us unlocking Yoshi for real. So something here worked out. The secret missions both have red coins, but those aren't too noteworthy. What is noteworthy is the 100 coin shine, since we can defeat the bullet bills from the turret, and potentially max out the coin counter if we want, so it's a pretty easy one to get. You may have noticed some disdain from me during this one. I just don't care much for Pinner Park. I feel it fits well in D tier with everything combined. Now, with the power of Yoshi and anime on our side, we can go up to this big red pipe and unlock it thanks to the unmatched power of Eat Fruit. Heading inside leads to Serena Beach, the first stage in the game to not take place during the daytime, rather having a sunset look to it. There's sort of a surreal atmosphere to this area as a result, the warm lighting contrasting with the cooler tones, and making the shore have this deep orange to it. This area is the Isle's main resort, featuring the lovely and definitely not haunted Hotel Delfino. It's usually there. This beachfront really does feel like a resort location, with small cabanas around, a few small pools, reclined chairs, but easily the coolest detail is that if you look at it from above, it's literally shaped like a Yoshi. As for the interior of the not haunted hotel, it's a nice place, though with a slightly unsettling atmosphere. A lot of rooms with weird quirks to them, a maze in the attic, a bunch of Hey, I said it wasn't haunted! Get out of here! While the hotel is cool, it's not there when we first enter the stage, the owner fearfully telling us that the hotel sank in a pit of electrical goop, put there by a phantom manta ray. Okay, he must be crazy, because those don't exist. Oh, what do you know? Defeating this boss is about what you'd expect from this game. We just have to spray it with water until it splits apart, a few times, until every remnant of it is gone. This would have to be my favourite boss battle in the game. It's pretty unique in that it's a 2D projection, rather than like, a thing. This means that we can hide from it by being under one of the cabanas, which can be useful since each ray leaves a trail of electric goop. Being in water also works well, since goop doesn't trail on water. It's a really nice world opener, and leads to a slight storyline within this world, of us helping out with all the small problems within this hotel. Going in, I said it wasn't haunted! Stop! Spraying the pink booze turns them into platforms, and leads us up to a secret mission. I hate this one. The platforming initially isn't too bad, but this fucking gear, dude. There's a slight slipperiness in this game's controls when it comes to slopes, and I hate dealing with it so much. On the bright side, there's a 1-up mushroom right before it that's easy to reach, but it only helps so much. The next mission is an iconic one, whether you love it or hate it. And I love it. Most of the steps in this shine's progression are a little cryptic, which adds up fast. Yoshi will crave pineapples, but there's only one pineapple in the whole level, and getting to it means dealing with a bunch of ghostly tricks, and ending with us heading up to the attic to sneak into a private pool room with the shine inside. Talking to the NPCs around the hotel can help you with this one a lot. They'll sometimes point out weird details for you to take note of, or just say something funny. Our next 2 missions take us inside the hotel's casino. Let's go gambling! Aw, dang it! Aw, dang it! Aw, dang it! Winning at the slots, and then revealing the shine image at the back, takes us into a secret area, with what is probably my favourite skybox in the game, and so many cubes to weave around and on top of. Now, the next mission is a lot better. There are problems in the casino this time. Please don't be haunted. Heading to the roulette wheel and ground pounding the purple piece sends us to the basement to fight King Boo, who we defeat in a slightly weird way. Throwing chili peppers at him, followed by normal fruits, will do damage, but we need him to give us fruit for that, and his attacks are dictated by a slot machine. Fun. Of course, it's not a hard fight, and another unique one. With the hotel seemingly fully saved, we head back in for, oh my god, we get given a time limit to clean up all the goop in, which if you use barrels and spray water with gusto, you won't really have any struggles here. You technically don't need to clean it fully, but like very close to that. Shadow Mario's mission takes place in the hotel, and is very much the standard, but the world's last mission doesn't stand out either. You have 5 minutes to collect 8 red coins in the hotel, which means that we'll be going through a lot of what we saw in the 3rd mission again, going through the pathways from it to get all 8, though it's a bit more open now. The secret levels and 100 coins aren't really too noteworthy for the record, though going into the casino is a good thing to try when finishing off the 100 coin shine, since there are quite a few coins down there. Now this is a bit of a shorter write-up, but the main reason for that is just that I have less problems with this world. There's a lot of fun within it, which means a lot since my general opinion of this game isn't too high. All of these factors coupled together results in Serena Beach getting the prestigious honour of an A ranking. I couldn't really put it higher than that. After making a decent amount of progress in the game, this one spot on the island will get illuminated, like the castle floor did in Mario 64. Like in that game, we can stare up into the lights and reach Noki Bay, a level that is hard to describe succinctly. Its layout on the surface is extremely water-based, even more so than Rico Harbor was, with these small platforms to jump across to reach the outer edges of the level. These outer edges are extremely vertical, meaning that there'll be a lot of ascending to advance in this one. It's also the only area of the game that has us going fully under the water, equipping breathing gear and heading into the depths for a couple of missions, and experiencing probably my least favourite part of how this game controls. The underwater section of this level is extremely tall, and vertical movement is extremely slow. Why they combine these two factors is, I have no idea. The world starts interestingly, because the first two missions have a bit of recycled content to them. As we enter, this old man tells us that there are problems plaguing this bay, specifically this Monty Mole who's blocking the waterfall, and seems to have fully polluted the water here. To reach him, we'll have to climb up the steep cliffside, dealing with an excess of goop the whole way up. There are a few new mechanics here. These jars that we can fill up with water to activate a pulley system, these emblems that reveal hidden passages when sprayed, and this spring that we can move around everyone. Once we reach the top, it's the same as the Monty Mole in Pinner Park, hit him with bombs a few times, uncorking the waterfall and revealing a shine. Our second mission has a similar concept, but on the other side of the world, where we have to meet the old man, and find out that our efforts were all for nothing. Thanks. On the bright side, getting the shine sprite in these ruins might be the way to clean the water. I genuinely don't know what his logic is. Spraying the emblems reveals a path for us to race up through, so make sure you know how to wall jump well. At the top, we meet— what the fuck are you doing here? Koopa Blooper returns for reasons unknown. Without any actual fanfare, we just walk up to him. The fight is the exact same as it was before, so I'm not sure why it's here to be honest. Beating him sends us down into the ruins though, to get our shine. So, now we fix the pollution, right? Okay, so no. Also, what the fuck is he doing? His next theory on how to fix things is to go to the bottom of the ocean. That's right, we finally get to dive down, but not yet. We need some practice first, and after we get our breathing device— Bloop? I would love to question how Mario fit inside a random bottle, but we've been to Big Who's Haunt, so I guess I can't judge. As you would have for a tutorial of a new mechanic, this bottle area is quite simple, with the red coins easy to locate, and plenty of coins to get a health back. There's also this weird hidden book that has no real reason to be there, but it is. Our main story ends in the fourth mission, where we head to the depths to fight Eely Mouth, and the fight is us cleaning his teeth with our hover nozzle. Once we get down there, fuck's sake, the eel doesn't have a lot it can do to damage us, just try to inhale us, or breathe toxic bubbles our way, which will heal us if we break them. So while it's a cool looking fight, it's not very engaging I feel. With the main story arc of the world done, we can head back in to find Il Piantissimo again, wanting to race us across the bay. It's way too easy I feel, because he swims most of the way, which is slower than most of what we can do. As a reward, he gives us— why do you have two gods, Il Piantissimo? How did you obtain them? 6 missions in, we get our secret mission for the world, heading into a high up shell to be met with the best of these stages in the game. The platforming challenges are now more varied, with a lot of different elements combined all in a row, all coming together to make a long and fun level for us. The Shadow Mario shine here is probably the hardest one there is, since he ascends up the cliffside to get away from us, meaning that spraying him can be a slight challenge. Also, why can he swim? That feels illegal or something. I do want to quickly mention the secret missions. One is red coins in the shell, while the other has us taking a path near the ruins and launching up to a small cliff with a golden bird. And when we spray it enough, it becomes a shine. Moving on to the final mission, it's underwater again, and probably the best place to get the 100 coin shine, as we get met with a ton of coins, and a red coinfish that swings around in circles, before exploding rapidly, and reforming back together somewhere else. I can't say I mind this one that much, though I do hate the other fish. It's a little tricky, but really not that bad. That closes out the world. And it goes in D tier, because there's one more gripe I have with it. For a game where the worlds tend to be more open and sandboxy, letting us figure out the path to success, Noki Bay frequently guides us towards the main thing from the moment we enter, which I can't say I care for. Hell, 3 missions give us a tightrope and just say go here thanks. Back in Delfino Plaza, at one point Shadow Mario will appear with a rocket nozzle, and if we chase him down, we can obtain it for ourselves, which means that if we approach the Shine Gate with it, we can fire ourselves high into the air, landing on top to enter Pianta Village, though technically you could get in without that nozzle. Lol, Lamau. This world has a mechanic that I always love to see done well in games. A day-night cycle that's independent of real life time. Games like Mario Party 6, basically every survival game, plenty of the Legend of Zelda games. Now, the way this world works is not quite like those, since each mission is separate, so we never witness the cycle shifting. Rather, it just helps this area feel more real, and like your actions here are improving things over a longer period of time, rather than just happening all in a row. The level's layout is also a positive, having an above ground and below ground section, and being the only main level to allow you to fall into the void. Our first mission has us taming loose chain chomplets, who are, to put it lightly, fucking pissed, running around and tracking fiery goop all over the village, getting angrier when we get nearby. How do you cool the fire of a dog, guy? You grab his tail and slingshot him into a pond, I guess. You have to do this with all 3, and it can be a little tricky since the pond is quite small, and you're only just learning what this place looks like when you first enter. Next up, it's daytime, and you again. It's another simple one, just another race from the entrance to a faraway point, and as long as we use Flood we can beat him with ease. And he Why do you have a third deity? The island is in fucking turmoil and you have 3 fucking gods in your pocket. Help them! Our next mission will take us back to nighttime, and here we find what is probably the coolest level in the game. It's a late game world, we've done plenty of missions by this point, so we should be ready for the Goopy Inferno. You could do that this whole time? Beyond the village has been nearly totally covered by fiery goop, and touching it will burn the fuck out of us. Being a level where our options seem limited at first, we can explore however we want, but eventually we'll find a path to the end. But as many people before me have said time and time again, there's no one correct path to the end here. There are a few routes that will feel intentional, like Nintendo would have known that people would try them out, but there are so many options for how we tackle this mission. Going below the village, going high above and jumping, damage boosting, or, my personal favourite, dispelling the goop with a small lake, using the game's water mechanics to our benefit. It's an amazing level in terms of its sandboxy quality, giving you a ton of freedom in a limited space. Our next mission is something new, but familiar. A giant chomp is rampaging across the village, in the daylight, and the only way to cool him down is to dunk him in the village's hot spring area. In a similar way to the chomplets from earlier, we'll have to drag him by his chain after spraying him with water, directing him around to truly calm him and get the shine. Next up we have a nighttime mission, where we have to grab Yoshi with the help of this Omni tree, then explore the lower part of the village, specifically the giant mushrooms, to reach another iconic mission. We'll get a couple of 1-ups on the way in, and then find the Chucksters. These guys are weird. Logically, they all make sense. They walk around, throwing you in the direction that you're facing when you speak to them, all having different levels of power depending on what you'll need from them. There's a puzzle-ish element here, but also it's hell. Because the thing about talking to Beyontis is, if your angle is off by even a little, you only find out after speaking, when you get thrown off into nothingness. I found myself having minimal issues with this one this time, despite the last guy being annoying, since he just keeps walking around, and stopping at what feels like random points, when it's hard to speak to him when he's walking, because the angle is actively changing as you go. With trial and error we can get through, but phew. I'm not surprised that this one is near the end of the game. At least we have Flood for the red coins. Our next mission is another simple daytime one. The mayor tells us that the villagers are trapped in goop, so we'll have to go inside to save them, cleaning them all off too. We'll see their tree haircuts underneath the goop, and see that they're saved once they start cheering. It's not a tough mission, as long as we're good at searching all around. This nets us another shine from the mayor. Stop holding on to these things, your island is dying! Like always, we have to fight Shadow Mario, and this time he leaves a trail of flaming goop, a small change to our last one of these. Our last main mission marks the feeling of success in this world. We get to celebrate the Fluff Festival during the daytime, making up for all these short daytime missions here. We have to collect 8 red coins, all while seeing a super vibrant atmosphere across the townspeople, all happily celebrating the first good thing they've experienced in the last few days. All while we yippee-wahoo. The red coins can be found all throughout the village, all in pretty good hiding spots, and some of them requiring that you get the rocket nozzle and head high up. It's a fitting final numbered mission for the game, having us reach the highest point in the level before grabbing the shine. Alternatively, we can aim towards the sun, and instead of perishing like Icarus, we can douse it, revealing a giant shine sprite image, and a secret shine. As for the 100 coin shine, let Yoshi lick bees. It's a pretty nice level altogether, despite some mediocre parts, so it's one I'm happy to put in B tier. A great end to the main parts of the game. Well, that's it for all the main worlds of this game. Before we head to the story's end, I want to talk about the last major area we see throughout our journey. Delfino Plaza, the hub area where we find all of those worlds. I skimmed over the opening of the game a little bit, but we land at Delfino Airstrip, an area that is counted as the same as this main hub. After collecting Flood, we can defeat the first boss of this game, the Proto-Piranha. Wow, that was easy. I sure hope we don't have to fight it 4 more times. If we head back to the airstrip later, we can use the turbo nozzle to blast across the area and collect 8 red coins, and be well on our way to getting 100 coins in the hub. The airstrip is not a super engaging area, admittedly, but it's nice that it gets some use outside of the game's opening. Anyway, the important part of Delfino Plaza, the part that is Delfino Plaza. This is such a nice hub area. It feels like a well-populated place, full of buildings and people going about their day. We can see the prison, as well as bell towers, ports, a marketplace, and even some boats sailing around. I hope these don't cause us pain later. While the area is dark and drab when we begin, we see things slowly brighten up over the course of this game, the town being rebuilt by our efforts in collecting the shine sprites. It's just like Drawn to Life, except for the part where you draw things to life. We have to battle the Proto-Piranhas here 3 times to access the first 3 worlds, but beyond those, I like the ways in which we access the later worlds from this hub. But it's not just a hub, there are quite a few secret shines hidden within this area. And while I won't go over each one individually, there are definitely a few that are worth making a point of. A bunch of the shines here are hidden in reasonable places, obtained by cleaning things or spraying water in the right place typically. actually, with one being given to you just for cleaning the shine gate up in the north part of town. There are also a few shines which reward you for just noticing something a little weird, like this building being blocked off on the west side. Though a few of the blue coins are sort of like this as well. There, are you happy? I acknowledge the bad coins. The shines that stand out the most here are the ones in sub areas, where we get teleported high in the sky to quite relaxing places. At first, some of them aren't really a hassle, like the Turbo Track course, where we use the turbo nozzle and jump across some big platforms. It's actively inoffensive, just being a straight line for us to run and jump across. But actively inoffensive is about the best you get with these. The super slide is about the same, being a massive slide down a blocky slope, which isn't difficult, but there is fun that comes from trying to beat it as fast as possible, since you can take it slow. The best of the secret stages we can access is the red coin field, which I've always felt had this surreal but beautiful quality to it. For starters, finding it on the furthest edges of the town, where you may not even think to look for anything, is a fun way to start. But going in takes us to this field of super long grass, which, while not the highest of quality, is something that brings out the slight feeling of wonder in my mind. Thinking about this place, how long it's been there, how all this grass has been maintained. This is helped by the fact that there's a pianta in here as well, who gives us a red coin if we save him from the fire on his back. How did he get here? Will he ever leave? The enemies here give us red coins when defeated, adding to the strangeness. There's even a red coin bird to defeat. I think what really stands out to me here is that you can lose this stage without dying. Killing the pod enemies by knocking them off the stage means you can't get their coins, and if you run out of water, you can't refill your tank. I think it's all of those things combined that create this unmatched atmosphere in such a small stage. Pachinko is bad. Please clap. This is a very well-known level, because it's bad. The physics in the setup are terrible. You move with so much velocity, and any jump or movement after landing in the pachinko part of the stage can erratically kill you. I see people going with the rocket nozzle sometimes, and don't. You can get in with the hover one easily, and you have a lot more control, which still isn't a ton. So how many lives did I lose here? 0. I was genuinely surprised. I used to struggle with this one a lot, and I probably would struggle if I tried it again right this second. Right after I read that line I tried again, and yep, I fucked up. Don't get me wrong, this level is still not fun, especially considering that I managed to start enjoying this game's controls during this playthrough, and you barely get any sense of them here. And when you collect the shine, it sucks that you can just be killed right there. First try! Fucking dick toy! What the fuck did I just say? Of course, there is one more infamous level reached within this hub area. Everyone hates it. And everyone is right. Forced tedium is one of my least favourite things to see implemented in games, especially when there's an absurd amount of tedium for one specific goal as part of 100% completion. Yes, I'm still annoyed about the witness. In this game though, we have to 1. Get Yoshi, 2. Hitch a ride on this boat, and enter the Coconut Tree Island, 3. Wait. 4. Hitch a ride on the next boat. 5. Wait. This was designed intentionally. People planned this out. This was approved. 6. Stand on this thing. 7. Wait. And eat a banana. Why would they do this? 8. Get on the other boat. 9. Go onto this island that isn't too far from the rest of the plaza and spray the pipe so that you can go in. And now we can play the actual level. That build-up is probably my least favorite part of the game so far. And the actual level, it's not that bad. You have to ride along this lily pad going over a deathly river and collect 8 red coins, using FLUDD to direct your path as best you can. It's not an easy level, but I also don't think it's that bad. But if you run out of lives, fuck. Thankfully, that's all for Dolphino Plaza. And with the nice highs and terrifying lows, I think it settles out at being a C-tier world. I like most of it, but it doesn't like me. Now, we finally made it to the end of the game, taking down Shadow Mario in every world, and can head to the final level, Corona Mountain, the most noteworthy feature of the island. It's visible from every other level, always sitting in wait for us to arrive. It's imposing, it's threatening, it's shit. Now, a level this small doesn't seem like it should provoke this sort of reaction from me, but I'm almost impressed by how much I get frustrated at everything this level does wrong. I genuinely believe that this might be the lowest point in 3D Mario in general. So much that I can't sit down for this. I'm turning this into a presentation. Hello green screen, goodbye part of my forehead. Let's start where we should, by heading into Corona Mountain and looking at the first area. Here's a question, does it at all look familiar to you? And keep the answer in your mind for a bit later. Now, this is quite basic really. We're just jumping across square platforms, dousing fire and avoiding spikes. which is basically just a simple test of timing. The fire doesn't even do much because as we're hovering over, we're just going to sit on top of it for a moment longer and then it's doused. Also, let's give a hand to Lava Cheek Cheeps, the only enemy in this area. One I didn't even notice was there until I was looking at the footage later. I've known about this game for 15 years and I've never noticed those freaks. And then finally at the end of this area, you go from a linear set of square platforms to this smorgasbord of nothing. It feels like they wanted to give you a variety of paths, but it feels purposeless because it's not like it makes a difference. But if you thought that was the bad part, then you have no idea what's coming next. Our water gets refilled because it's time for the world famous boat. What boat? Oh, you know, the famous boat that we used all throughout this game. Yeah, I'm kidding, this boat is so stupid. The only other area this boat appears in is in Noki Bay, where it doesn't stand out at all, and also that's a level that I gave a huge complaint about towards the fact that it very clearly leads you in a direction most of the time. So I forgive you for not knowing that the boat even existed, but I can't forgive the developers for putting it here. Now, the boat's controls are somewhat intuitive, but not that much. Spray straight back, the boat goes forward. Spray straight forward, the boat starts to back up. Spray even a little bit to the left or right? Well, it very much depends on where you're standing. It's set up in a way where people will probably be confused unless they really put in the effort to understand how this thing functions. And that's not even fucking fun. And even then, it's pretty unwieldy, which is detrimental because lava. And the worst part is that this is like half of the level. Now, this already is bad, but it really does not help that we're about 3/4 of the way through this level and we're only seeing stuff that 99% of players would have never seen before. Harken yourself back to the start of this segment. I asked if those platforms seem familiar, and the answer is no. We haven't seen spikes, we haven't seen fire that we had to stand on after extinguishing it. Now, new content in a final level isn't necessarily bad. It's cool to add in a new final challenge for the player. Super Mario 64 had the Sticky Road segment, and in the final area of Super Mario Galaxy, we meet bomber builds for the first time. But it's not even just the fact that the majority of this level is brand new stuff. It's the fact that a majority of the level is brand new stuff when this game has a lot of required stars. Now, what is a required star? Well, I'm glad you asked. These Mario games will generally have a required star count in order to access new areas, including the end of the game. Like how in Mario 64, we only needed 70 stars to get to the end. But when I say required stars, I specifically mean stars that we have to get in order to beat the game. As an example, let's say you get 1 million people to play Super Mario 64. A required star would mean that you can guarantee that all 1 million of those people definitely have that star. I should also mention that I'm considering this in terms of glitchless runs. So in Mario 64's case, I'm talking about only people who complete it with 70 stars or more. And Mario 64 is an interesting case because to my knowledge there's only one required star, for Bowser's sub in Dire Ducks. In fact, let's just quickly go through the other games as well. In Super Mario Galaxy, I'm pretty sure the answer is 9 required stars. Super Mario Galaxy 2 also has 9, though they're organised a bit differently. Odyssey I'm a little less sure about, but I think the answer is 16. But then we get to Sunshine and it has 49. 1 in the airstrip and the first 7 shines in all 7 levels, except you can skip the first one in Bianco Hills. So 49 different missions that we're required to do, and this final level barely built on any of them at all. The boat could have been required at some point, or even just taught better here. Next up is Cloud Time. We get the rocket nozzle and start heading straight up onto clouds. And while this definitely isn't familiar, we're not required to use the rocket nozzle at any point, it's a segment that actively works as a tutorial for this thing. It amps up slowly throughout the path up. But when we reach the top, it all comes crashing down once again. We get a cutscene, and Bowser is here suddenly. And, you know, it makes sense. It's a Mario game, and he's a good father. He wouldn't just let his son on an island by himself this whole time. But when he's had zero presence in this game, beyond Peach mentioning him at one point, and Bowser Jr. not doing that, when we fought Bowser Jr. over and over and over and over again throughout this game as Shadow Mario, it just feels like it's weird for him to even be here. Especially because Bowser Jr., aka Shadow Mario, has a role in this fight that I basically forgot about. He fires bullet bills. Now, maybe I am being harsh. It only makes sense for Bowser to be the final boss of a Mario game. But the thing is, he kind of isn't. We're not fighting Bowser, we're fighting the hot tub he's in. Defeating the final boss here and getting the final shine is as simple as destroying this giant hot tub in space. Also, why are we in a hot tub in space? Were we not just in a volcano? Like, it's already weird. We've gone to the top of a volcano, we've been sent here, there's green goop in the hot tub instead of lava, that would have made more sense. But then after a game with what I will say are quite a decent group of bosses. You know, except for these two. It's weird that at the end we're just attacking the ground and avoiding fire. And you know, semantically, this is not too dissimilar to Super Mario Bros. 1 or Super Mario Bros. 3. We don't really have to attack Bowser, we just have to dunk him out of the sky. But this isn't Super Mario Bros. 1 or 3. This is a 3D game, where we've used the power of Flood to attack all different entities throughout our journey. It's all been very physical, but spraying Bowser with water is a moot part of the equation. But let's try to give it the benefit of the doubt. There are 49 required shines in this game, and one of them does actually come into play here. But unfortunately, it's the one boss fight where we don't get to run or jump. Mecha Bowser, where we could spray fire or bullet bills to stop them from attacking us. But of course the method of attack is a bit different, so let's talk about that too. On the edges of this arena, we have these 5 symbols, and if we rocket jump up and ground pound down, we'll break them and then have to return to the center ring. But there is one thing that bothers me. It's the fact that we've never seen these symbols before. Outside of this fight, there is only one other in the entire game, and it is on top of the lighthouse in Delfino Plaza. And if we rocket jump up and ground pound on it, we get a shine. Here's an interesting note. We're never taught this. We're more likely to learn it from here and then apply it there. And you know, we have Flood, and he tries to explain what we should do during the fight, but is that even good for a final fight? Shouldn't it be something more intuitive than just listening to our robot? We've never had to do that before. All of the other games in this video have at least one earlier instance of the final battle, one that's a bit easier, where we can kind of learn what we have to do. In Super Mario 64, we have 3 fights. The first one is quite simple, where Bowser basically tells us what to do at the start. Then the second fight, he has new abilities. And in the third fight, it goes on for a bit longer. It ups the difficulty, but it's also something we very much know about. And while I'm going to talk about the rest later, let's go over them quickly now. Mario Galaxy's first one is quite intuitive. In the second iteration, he has a new move. And in the third iteration, things change up quite a bit, but we still understand what to do because we've already learned how to fight Bowser in general. Mario Galaxy 2, for our first Bowser battle, we've already been primed on the attack method, and the further 2 Bowser fights are very slight upgrades on this. We already perfectly understand what we're doing here. And Mario Odyssey's fights are a simple wham bam. First fight, not too bad. Second fight, upgrades it a lot, but it's still very intuitive. But what's the first Bowser fight in Sunshine like? It's this one. The game hasn't primed us for this. It's barely primed us for this level in general. And I think having some level of priming would have been a little bit nice, even just to prepare us for how glitchy this fight can get, with this green goop overflowing, and the issue of sometimes you can't really douse the fire correctly. But more than anything else, I think there is one thing I can really point to that explains why this fight is so bad. And that, of course, is crunch. You see, a good portion of this game's development time was rushed. If you look at any of the preview content for Super Mario Sunshine, you will notice that it looks very different to the final game. Now, that itself is not too weird. There are a lot of games that change a lot from them first being shown off to their final state on release. But of course, there's a lot of evidence of stuff that lends to the idea that there was a lot in this game that was planned to be in it, but ended up being cut at some point because there just wasn't time. Hell, just look at the cutting room floor. The best website ever made. And you'll see what seem to be world ideas that were left behind. Urto Rock, Warship Island, Lacrima Hotel, what was potentially a transport system to get between the different levels of the game. And it even implies that Serena Beach and Hotel Delfino were meant to be 2 completely different parts of the island at first. Now, of course, it's not completely clear when these ideas and levels were scrapped from the game. Some of them could have been quite early on, them just looking at an idea and leaving it in the code after they realized it probably wouldn't work. But there's still quite a lot that it feels like was missed out on. And there's even stuff that implies that Corona Mountain may have been intended to be a full level like the others itself. But of course that's not what we got. We got a mess. A hollow mess. Ending in a lackluster fight. And then to look at the ending, we fall from the sky for some reason. Flood dies, but then he doesn't. Bowser Jr. wants to fight that Mario again. Yada yada. Look, I've made it clear that the story of this game bothers me a bit. It's not like I'm expecting perfection with the story, but there are weird oddities. You've got these huge big voice cutscenes and a lot of lore to Isle Delfino. But then you've got the weird shit with the shine sprites. why does Mario, presumably having them in his pocket, make everything better around the entire island? And there are so many that are just around. There are like 30 that NPCs are just holding on to. You know that the island is fucked up, so why are you holding on to these? Help out a little bit! And of course, once again, Bowser gets a passing mention before the end of the game. It's like there wasn't enough time to give him any presents. Merry Christmas. Now, it should be obvious by this point, but this is F tier. It's hard to look past Crunch and see the bright side when there just isn't one. And I wish that I could have seen what this game's ending could have turned out like if they had had the time to make it right. It's genuinely just such a bad note to end this game on. So despite that ending to the game, I do like Sunshine now. It's still not my favourite, but I finally found the fun in it that I'd been searching for years. And all it took was consciously ignoring the mechanic that I hate the most. To the point where I even got a little annoyed when I accidentally got a blue coin. Will I ever come back to Sunshine in the future? Probably. If I want to torture myself, I could rank all the blue coins someday. For now though, let's move on to a game that I have a much more positive opinion of. Super Mario Galaxy, released in 2007 for the Wii. Both this game and the sequel are widely beloved, with people even now asking for a third entry in the series, which is something that I dreamed about during my early teen years as well. Would I be happy about a third Galaxy game if one were made now? Well, yeah, of course, but I also know that that's not gonna happen. Both this game and the sequel are two that I hold very dear, since space is a theme that I love to see explored in any form of media, and the way that these games do it is something I look back on quite fondly. There isn't really a lot you can say about Galaxy that hasn't been said before. It's a game that thrives in how it handles atmosphere, feeling full of life but also cripplingly lonely at the same time. It's a game with the usual idea of Bowser kidnapping Peach, but the story within this game feels a lot more deep than the other titles, especially with the introduction of Rosalina, who's my favourite character in the franchise, both because of my strong connection to the games that brought her into existence, but also because I'm very gay. Even outside of Rosalina's role in this story, the game opens spectacularly. We're travelling to meet up with Peach for the Star Festival, when Bowser's airships appear in a high-octane cutscene, a UFO cutting Peach's castle from the planet and abducting her, with Kamek casting a spell to send us deep into space. And it's out in the cosmos that our journey fully begins. We awaken in a small patch of flowers, a luma floating above us before we see where we are, a minuscule planet out in the depths of space. This small moment hasn't been talked about a lot, but it really is a great way to get a full perspective on the situation we find ourselves in here. We're essentially nowhere, basically lucky to have ended up in a place with another living being. And while obviously our goal is to save Peach, what's more important is figuring out how to even save ourselves. The Luma in front of us transforms into a star bunny, leading us to two more, who promise to give us information if we catch them. The hiding places are easy to discover, especially since each one we catch will let us know about the position of one of the remaining ones. With them all caught, an altar appears, calling out to us, and at the top we meet Rosalina, who watches over the cosmos and grants us the power to travel through space. With a spin move. She vanishes shortly after, and we can head towards the main part of this mission. We head off to nearby planets, feeling a zeal for adventure, quickly getting shown a few different uses for our new move, breaking crystals, defeating enemies, and potentially using it to help us with tougher jumps, all leading towards an unsettling end to our first mission. Us heading into this planet and seeing a machine sapping energy from a massive star. Us having to disable all of the flip switches to disable the machine and free it. With that done, we've obtained the first star of our journey, returning to Rosalina's home, the Comet Observatory, the one place that will help us to stop Bowser and save Peach. While you might think it's time to rank this galaxy, there is more. Much later in the game, we can gain access to a small part of the observatory, holding a house that we can enter, which leads us right back to the starting planet. If we get up to the altar, we'll find Rosalina again, reflecting on the planet and her role in the life of the Lumas. A red Luma appears moments later, noting that Rosalina trusts us, and promising us something special if we can collect 100 purple coins, and earn his trust too. We get to use a new power-up, the Red Star, which allows us to fly to our heart's content, and makes it easier to collect some of these coins. While it's a simple mission, it recontextualizes the beginning planet a bit, showing that there's importance to it. It's a place that we were blessed to end up on, rather than a place where we just happened to be. With all of that said, this one fits perfectly in B tier. It's special, and a quite nice introduction to our journey. With our quest underway, we head to our first galaxy in the hub world, using our minimal star power to propel us over to Good Egg Galaxy, a galaxy that has no very definite theme, mostly being made of grassland planets, but with some variety within those. This is where we get some room to really play with the gravity mechanic in this game. Instead of just travelling around Sphere, we'll see discs, 2D planes, and even this peanut-shaped planet. It's a fitting beginning now that we've really gotten started, giving us a lot of small challenges that will help prepare us for the game ahead. Our first mission has us going from planet to planet, killing enemies mostly, to reach a giant egg that cracks when we collide with it, and begins to walk around. Oh no, am I gonna have to kill a baby? Spitting out its tail cracks the shell and reveals Dino Piranha, angrily chasing us down, which is fair because we just fucking attacked it. It's a reasonable first boss for the game, fully cementing that our spin move is one of great importance. Our second star introduces us to the Hungry Luma, who craves starbits, and will transform if we pay them all that they desire. We see them quite often in this game, both inside and outside of levels, so it's good to introduce them early like this. We'll need to collect 100 starbits across a few small planets, and our new friend will explode out into a new one, with not as much on it. We find our first 2D section shortly after, which has flipping gravity within it, a really cool mechanic. While I've already said a lot here, I do want to at least acknowledge the area with the star on it. We're meant to collect star chips before collecting the star, but we can just jump to it. Even in more linear games, we can choose our own path a little. Each of the large galaxies in the game have 3 main stars, and our third one here takes us to a more dangerous part of the galaxy, getting us accustomed to the idea of spinning coconuts to damage enemies and nearby structures to advance, while meeting chain chomps and bullet bills along the way, resulting in a slightly more treacherous path up. At the end, we'll find another boss, King Caliente, a giant rock toe who resides in lava, firing fire and coconuts at us, the latter of which we can spin back at him. The progression in this mission could not be more fair, priming us for the boss's main attack the entire way through. Now, most of the main galaxies have 6 stars, and we've seen 3 missions already, so what are the other 3 stars here? Well, those are reserved for a comet star, a purple coin star, and a secret star, and all of Good Egg's require us to come back later. Comets are unlocked after we get 13 stars, and give us a slight twist on something within the galaxy as a challenge. In Good Egg, it's a speedrun of the first mission, where we have 4 minutes to get the star, which is easy. The star isn't difficult, but I guess that makes sense to start with. Purple coin stars are unlocked after we beat Bowser, and Good Egg's one is sort of a tutorial. We follow a very simple path and collect the coins. Lastly, a secret star, found somewhere in a main mission. In Good Egg, we have to find Luigi once he asks us to find him. He's there. Mind-blowing stuff. With all of that together, it's a good starter galaxy, but its existence as one leads to it feeling right in C tier. Our second big galaxy of the game awaits. Honeyhive Galaxy, a very green and forest-y world with a focus on insects. We can see bees, flip bugs, and will in later stars be introduced to mandibugs. It's a galaxy with a fairly playful vibe, made even stronger with the introduction of a new power-up, the Bee Mushroom. Collecting it will turn us into Bee Mario, letting us stand on cloud and flower platforms, but more importantly, letting us fly for a short time after we jump, whether that be going up or hovering across a gap. Whatever we desire as long as we have stamina. To be honest, I don't love this power-up. It's simple to understand, but I don't find it that fun to use. For our first mission, we see the Queen Bee in the distance, and exploring our open area will lead us down a side path, letting us see how sticky honey can be before we move onto a watery planet covered in flowers, potentially teaching us that water will remove our power-up. We get to climb up honey walls and around the Queen Bee for some reason, before meeting the Toad Brigade, a team of adventurers who want to help us on our quest. We'll be seeing a lot of them in this game. Heading back in, we see the galaxy with a bit more turmoil, starting off by giving us a few small lessons about the ground pound move, and letting us learn that ground poundable objects have a symbol on top to stand out more. We'll get sent high into the sky and finally meet the mandibugs, who are adorned with the ground pound symbol. This is a great example of the game's skill with wordless lessons. Our final mission here has us seeing genuine panic from the bees, mandibugs having infested the main planet, and the Queen Bee pleading for us to take down their leader. Yet again we're faced with a boss battle, and yet again we're ground pounding. But this time a much more mobile target is in play, firing bombs down and testing our skills with timing, and the bee suit. There's a slight arc within those 3 stars, us seeing the bugs take over and keeping them at bay. Once again, we won't be able to access the last 3 missions until later, but here we'll find a Cosmic Mario race, where we have to race against a cosmic clone, going as fast as we can so we can get to the star before they do. There are a few of these in this game, and this galaxy is a great place to introduce them, since it's a quite simple to traverse area. The purple coin star here is spread out across the whole of this main island, having us go to every corner, exploring points where we likely wouldn't have gone before, letting us see this fun area in a slightly new light. It's quite a fun one. The secret mission is Luigi again, but this time he's stuck on a tree. It's another basic one, but at least the later secret missions are better. This galaxy was another good beginner one, establishing some things in our minds, but also falling a little flat at some points. It also will be going in C tier, a fair place for an early game world. The game still has plenty of room to grow. Now, plenty of galaxies in this game only have a single star, such as Loop-de-Loop Galaxy, which has us hop onto a manta ray and get taught how to ride it by this coach penguin, using motion controls before we get to race through a loop-de-looped course, having to be careful with some of the turns, and eventually making our way to the end. It's quite a simple star, and it's all that this galaxy has in store for us. While it's short, and a lot of galaxies like this will be, I like the really upbeat atmosphere this place has. And while many people in the past have complained about the Wii's motion controls and how messy they can be, I'm gonna be honest, I've never experienced any issues with them. So something like this was more than fine. It's a simple star that puts this world into C tier. Now for something completely different. Flip Switch Galaxy. It's like a cube, but it's not. And I hate it because it's bad. The one mission here is so basic, just activate all the switches on 3 sides of the planet, very little challenge put towards you. Oh no, sometimes you might need to double back. The horror, it's broken. Now, it's not even the fact that this galaxy is easy that bugs me, it's that it's pointless. The one-star galaxies in this game tend to focus on one main idea, exploring it to some extent the whole way through. In some cases, it doesn't feel like a galaxy's gimmick was explored well, as we'll see later in the game, and also right now. But what's even worse than that is failing to explore a gimmick that was done perfectly in the first mission of the entire game. I don't think this one needed to exist. Something better could have been explored. So all of that said, F tier. Obviously. I hate it. After a while, we'll get told that there's a hungry luma waiting for us outside of the dome, and feeding him 400 star bits will make him turn into a new galaxy. Sweet, sweet galaxy. It's a fairly basic setup. Moving colourful platforms make up much of the ground below, each square filled with assorted holes that you need to carefully jump to avoid. It's not a super difficult level, and it's over fast, but it's a slight escalation, and feels rewarding for still learning players making their way through. There's also just the fact that this place has a bright and cheery atmosphere, and we get to see the tow brigade at the end of the level on this giant cake. It's a nice time, a sweet level that goes straight into C tier. There's been a lot of C so far, but quickly we'll collect 8 stars and approach our first big boss battle for the game. Let's hope for greener pastures. Oh, it's not green at all here. Shit. The world's opening is a simple planet, sort of similar to the layout of the second planet in Gateway Galaxy, but with a bullet bill launcher on the side, leading to a challenge we'll encounter a lot as the game goes on. We'll have to lead a bullet bill to this glass dome, shattering it and letting us fly to the boss planet. Bowser Jr. briefly taunts us before we're met with the incredibly imposing Megalech, a mechanical beast looming high above us. As for the fight, it's an impactful one, us climbing up one of his legs, up to his head, and using bullet bills to free the Grand Star on top. Doing so takes him down, so that we can collect the star, return to the observatory, and restore more power, opening up a new dome. Despite being short, this galaxy's impact is strong enough to propel it to B tier, a great end to the early game. Advancing forward, we enter the Fountain Dome, an area with a really soothing feel to it, which could not be a more fitting precursor for our next galaxy, Space Junk Galaxy. While the opening moments of this game can impact us by striking us with that feeling of loneliness, I think that Space Junk Galaxy is where that aura really stands out. As opposed to the first 2 galaxies, which were full of life, Space Junk, at least as we enter it, is anything but. The skybox being quite dark, with wisps and specks of pink and purple, and one bright white star shining down. It brings about a sense of melancholy and serenity, especially since its name quite literally is Space Junk. This world isn't one by design. It's littered with stray rocks and miscellaneous objects for the most part. It feels much more like a place where things have just happened to end up, instead of a place full of life. The first star is the best example of this, us going along paths of pull stars to make our way between some of the small areas here. We do briefly see some enemies and meet up with the tow brigade again, before heading to the final area. A field of silver stars, with platforms that float in space aimlessly, but move into position when we make our way through them. This first mission is one that will always stay in my mind. It's so beautiful, so much so that we actually see it 2 more times. We have a purple coin star in a remix version of the ending field, with a low time limit this time, which is a fun rush through, and also a speedy comet, giving us another generous time limit, and that is the only miss of this world, to be honest. Our next main mission has a slightly different tone, the space being invaded by airships, filling in some of the vast emptiness that this galaxy has as a feature. While it's in total contrast to what we know of this galaxy, it's a great reminder that Bowser and co are always watching us, and contains a few cool moments, like this underground starbit cache, and a few reminders of the importance of spinning. At the end we'll meet Camilla, a magic casting Magic Hooper, who alternates between firing balls of flame and shells towards us. Like usual, the level prior teaches us about using shells and spinning to collect them, and then throwing them back at her will lead to success. Our final main mission has us return to the usual, though with many more spiders around, and taking a detour out to this large glass planet, holding a mini mazy area within, but also a hungry lemur on the outside, who, when fed, Green Jeff. But he's not green. Travelling over, the goal is to defeat a lot of the Goombas all around Yoshi's head, with no coins to heal us, and a counter to encourage us to try and go for combos. Or try this mission again to get a new personal best. Back in the full mission though, here's something cool. Hell yeah. We travel far away, and things are tense. Spiders are all around, and we get introduced to sling pods, before heading into a spider's den. Ugh, it's boss time. So, I don't like spiders, because I'm Australian, but even in video games, even when cartoony, I can only barely handle this. Guess what my least favourite boss in Twilight Princess was? Hint, you very easily can. We use sling pods to take them down, and that's all for this world. I don't think it's a surprise that I adore this one. I mean, you heard all I had to say. So, it's going up into S tier. What a massive jump from where we started. In contrast to Space Junk's very soothing atmosphere, Battle Rock Galaxy is one that leans more on the tense side, though it does have its moments of calm. We see the gigantic rocky alien base in the background, presumably full of beings who will want to destroy us. Cannons are dawned on the side, and while this is an imposing visual, we're not really there for the most part. A lot of the time we spend in this level takes place on distant planets and structures, like the far-off discs that we begin each mission on, and this weird colourful blob that doesn't really fit anywhere. What the fuck is this? But with that imposing feeling, the general aesthetic being one of infiltration and fighting a massive space war, I really don't think that this galaxy has the impact that it feels like it should. The first star is quite short, us going across a few discs only to be met with a moving one that glides through a barrage of easy to manage cannons. The game wanting us to go upside down to avoid certain obstacles. Of course, we don't really have to. This all culminates in bullet bills to break open the star dome, which sort of makes sense because cannons, but it's a mediocre end by itself. This does get redeemed a bit in the secret mission, where Luigi ends up trapped in a glass dome himself, and we have to guide a bullet bill from above to below to free him. A reasonably fun way of switching up the difficulty. We come back here much later again for a purple coin mission through the cannons, where difficulty lies in the fact that if you miss a coin, the platform will just keep going, so you could lose it all with one small mistake made. Our second mission is a lot more interesting though. Bombs, you want them? They're yours, my friend. Heading to this weird freak planet, we can find a hungry Luma, who sends us over to annoying thing. I don't find it bad anymore, but it's still an annoying challenge. You have 30 seconds to throw bombs around this platform, having to blow up all of the garbage before time runs out. The only problem is that the bombs take about 10 seconds to blow up. So if you mess up, you don't exactly have time to course correct or anything like that, since it takes time to even find out you made a mistake. Back to the main mission, we get to break into the Battle Rock, firing cannons to wreck a Luma out of a crystal floating in this room, then escaping immediately back to the outskirts. It's a nice mission, but there's barely anything inside. Our last mission has us taking on the Top Men, a group of robotic aliens that resemble spinning tops, and seem to be in charge of this galaxy. Spinning into them knocks them back, and spinning them into electricity will help us to advance. We get a cool 2D section, then briefly explore the interiors of the base again, before heading out one last time, coming face to face with Top Maniac, the tribe's leader. He's the easiest boss in the game. Jump on his head and then spin him into the sides of the arena. Not a hard fight at all. Hopefully the combat is better. A Daredevil mission is one that we have to beat without taking any damage, and all we have to do is fight the boss again. It makes sense as an introduction to the comet, but is still underwhelming. I felt that this galaxy had a few more downs than ups, so it's going to be put into D tier, which is unfortunate for a galaxy with 7 stars. Moving forward, we can enter Rolling Green Galaxy, which feels reminiscent of a golf course. They've even got the flag and the ball. This is a star ball, another new thing for this game, where we're tasked to use motion controls to roll around and advance to the end of the course without dying. I find the control scheme of this ball pretty fun. We essentially turn the Wiimote into a joystick and try to keep track of how physics functions. Maybe stomping a Goomba or two before we land in the goal hole and climb the flag up to get our star. It's fairly simple, but a good gimmick. This one gets a C rank. It's simple and short, but still good. Hurry Scurry Galaxy is next, introducing us to shrinking platforms, and doing approximately nothing with them. We get a short path, then get sent to the Rhombicuboctahedron, where all we have to do is collect a few music notes while walking across more platforms. This is not that engaging. It introduces a concept, but doesn't expand on it, which is a shame because I feel like a lot more could have been done here. It's going into D tier because at least it's not offensively bad. Outside of the Fountain Dome, we'll find another hungry Luma, who wants 400 star bits in exchange for Sling Pod Galaxy, a short top-down stage based around sling pods. This is a gimmick that we'll never see again after this, and there aren't a lot of interesting ways for it to ever be used. so the galaxy isn't super engaging. It doesn't help that it's a bit frustrating. Even minute angle adjustments make a huge difference, since the hitboxes are unforgiving. The one bright spark in this somewhat dim level is that it's the perfect place to farm starbits for future hungry Luma endeavors. And considering it can be easy to run low on starbits in this game, I feel comfortable giving it a C ranking with that in mind. At the end of the fountain, we'll find Bowser's Star Reactor, a quite imposing boss stage since it will be our first encounter with the main bad guy of the game, the one whose head this is. We start on this looping road, really showcasing how weird the rotating gravity can feel with the camera, before we have to deal with thwomps, fire cannons, fire bars, and a gravity flipping 2D section. It's a short build up leading to this checkered staircase that Bowser tried to destroy before we can scale it. At the top, it's tense, but Bowser sends us up to a spherical planet, where we have to goad him into slamming into glass stones in order to do damage to him, by using the usual strategy. Like with most Mario bosses, 3 hits is all you need to defeat him, at which point he'll get pissed and vanish into thin air, a grand star spawning in his wake. It's a good first Bowser level, but not really stand out. It ends up in C tier. Now that we have another grand star, we can head into the Kitchen Dome, which looks super cozy, and enter Beach Ball Galaxy. It's been a little while since we've seen a beach world, and this one doesn't disappoint. Even just the core idea of it, a small tropical locale, or barely held within an overflowing bowl in the sky. It's also our first opportunity in the game to try out swimming, and I don't think it's done badly, since we'll usually have access to a shell to help us get around easily. Considering that it will likely be our first underwater experience in this game, having it be this smaller closed area works quite well for introducing us to it. But most importantly, where would we be without So Chunks, huh? Our first star takes us straight into the water, tasked with swimming around to collect 5 star chips. A great way to get us used to what the sea tends to look like in this game, with eels, clams and urchins. We'll soon get launched to the upper section of this galaxy, getting the chance to do a couple of simple time challenges before grabbing our first star. Our second mission is a bit more basic. We'll have to pass the coach's test to get the star here, which is quite easy, us just having to steal a golden shell from his other students, who are penguins, of course. He passes us, and realizes too late that we're not his student, but don't worry, let's get out of here. The third mission is pretty unique. We head underwater again, and grab a shell to blast away the wall, heading into a not so secret cavern. Making our way through, we get to blast high into the sky, and end up on the Stone Cyclone. Now, this is entirely different to the rest of Beach Ball. It has a different vibe, different enemies, it only barely fits in with the water vortex in the middle, and that feels like a stretch to me because it didn't need to be a water vortex. It could have been anything, but it feels like they just tried to justify this planet being here. I don't like this planet at all. We just have slow moving, slamming enemies to walk past. Hopefully the comment isn't for this. Oh shit. Fast forward comments will cause the enemies in a stage to move faster, and can really only affect things like Toxboxers and Thwomps. It's still not great. There's a minor difficulty shift, but it's still pointless to me. The purple coin mission here is fantastic. We get to explore the whole main island at our leisure, mostly staying above the water to collect every last coin, across the trees and the seas. As a fan of the leisurely purple coin stars, this one doesn't stand out. Last of all is a secret mission that is quite special to me. Grabbing a shell and finding this closed off chest will let us launch to a secret planet, with a vibrant feeling to it, waterfalls and cataquacks galore. Using a cataquack, or just jumping, lets us get this coin, unlocking the ice flower, which allows us to walk on water, but even cooler, we'll jump up waterfalls. This first sequence is just a really fun rush, but then at the top, we have to lead a cataquack to the star. It's a simple but amazing mission, and I feel like I have good reason for finding it this special. I didn't really hear much about Mario Galaxy when it first came out. I was a kid, I didn't have a Wii, I didn't really know much about any of the 3D Mario games. But then in early 2010, after I'd gotten a Wii, I stumbled onto a video of this very mission. A video that is still up in fact. And I was amazed by what this game could hold. I watched the whole thing with stars in my eyes and I thought to myself, I need to play this game. And it led to me having a strong interest in this title back when I was still trying to figure out what games I like most. It's a mission I'll never forget. Okay, that was a lot to talk about. As for the ranking, the Stone Cyclone stops it from getting anything higher than an A ranking, which is still one of the best so far. In total contrast, we have Ghostly Galaxy, a world with the same haunted aura we would have seen in Big Boo's Haunt, but elevated in some ways. The level Skybox for one, spirits flying from one side to the other towards this bright ethereal vortex. The dark and gloomy feeling throughout every corner of this galaxy is done excellently, the main enemies being boos, but also bats, spiders and pumpkin goombas helping to really complete this vibe. The first mission is a perfect opener, taking us from the galaxy's outskirts directly into the mansion that takes center stage, which introduces boos and lets us figure out that they die in any source of light. After collecting some star chips, we get brought to the balcony, finding Luigi in the window, begging for help, meaning that we have to grab the key and head inside Luigi House, but a mansion. Inside we'll find the boo mushroom, turning us into a boo of our own, meaning we can fly up and apparently seduce the other boos. Getting to Luigi earns us our first star, and is what leads Luigi back to the observatory so he can search for more stars in older worlds, eventually tasking us with getting those secret stars in Good Egg, Honey Hive and Battle Rock. Our next mission is a bit different, us heading towards the mansion, but flying far away to a lone rock, to meet the spooky speedster. The closest this game gets to Cooper the Quick. We have to race him through a racetrack suspended in space, using pool stars to advance through, having to move quickly to stay ahead of him. There aren't too many obstacles, and there's even a sling star for us to leap ahead, but it's a nice race. Alternatively, we can take a secret launch star to reach a strange green world, only somewhat visible at first, but as we move, the ground below us slowly moves. Or rather, the part of the ground that can be touched moves. The matter that's both visible and solid moves slowly, us having to keep up, ending with the section that slowly rises up, with small diversions to distract us as we climb up to the star. The final main mission brings us back into the mansion, but met by a black boo, who, if we spin near, will be grabbed and swung around as if we were an Olympic hammer thrower, and when it makes contact with something solid, it explodes. Welcome to Bomb Boo. Following that, we have some neat 2D-ish sections, and a funky bouncy planet, leading towards a big boss arena, where we find Bouldergeist, who has one of the coolest fights in the game. We use the bomb boos to deal damage to him, as he spawns them to throw at us every so often, and after 3 hits, he attempts to escape, but a simple hit to the uvula takes him down. Phase 2! He learned how to have hands. It's largely the same as Phase 1, but with some more attack variety, and after this, now we've beaten him. It's a fight I have a very high opinion of, since it doesn't end too quickly or anything. I almost wish I could do it again. Oh, there's a Daredevil comment for Bouldergeist Battle, and I don't find it too bad. It helps that I do love this fight, so I was happy to go back and do it again. Really, you just need to keep running around. The last star is the purple coin comet, one with a 1-minute time limit, where we pull ourselves around a small arena to collect 100 of the 150 purple coins strewn about. It can take a couple tries, and be slightly annoying, but I find it cool. Before we launch to another galaxy, I'm going to be placing this one in S tier. It does so many things spectacularly. Mario, it's 4 PM, time for your legally required. Such a terrible opening to this one. Why did I write this bit? Welcome to Bubble Breeze Galaxy. Bubble Breeze Galaxy introduces the bubble, taking us from a 3D world to a 2D plane, looking down from above. Mario's movements being controlled entirely by air currents, partly controlled by our Wii pointer, which becomes a directional fan. We have to avoid danger above a stage that is mostly poison goop. The mix of a vibrant sunset sky and purple-brown goop bring about an atmosphere that is truly surreal, and with simpler movement challenges, this world slots well into C tier. On a larger note, we have Boy Base, which for a small galaxy is the biggest one so far. It's one of the only ones that feels like a fully realized location, us having to scale this spire in a watery base, metal scraps surrounding the outer edges of this world, us dealing with mechanical elements the whole way up, collecting pool star pieces, to go up to a spherical planet up top, which opens up to reveal the star. And a Pokeball. This one is a standout, partly for having noteworthy music, which I'm not playing right now, but also because the second star here is super special. Yep, that's right, there's 2. Diving back down, we can open a pipe that takes us to the level's underside, and run through a quick bullet bill gauntlet to break open a glass dome in the middle, freeing a green star. What? That's 2 now, and both have been weird extras. I wonder if there's something. While we wonder, let's also rank. Having a small level like this that does have a lot of substance, it's impressive. Impressive enough for A tier. The kitchen is kinda goated. Once again, before we head to the boss level, we've got a hungry Luma, who wants 600 star bits in exchange for Drip Drop Galaxy, a level that's quite unsettling, being a lone orb of water surrounded by an eerily empty sky, the depths of which are plagued by urchins, torpedoes, fire vortexes, and even a porcupuffer if you're unlucky. But worst of all, giant eels for us to defeat, taking down all 3 spawning the star. It's another level that heightens the eerie feeling of being out in space, even if you are being yippee, yay, yahoo the whole time. And with that in mind, I feel right giving this one a B ranking. Our last stop in the Kitchen Dome is, of course, the boss world, Bowser Jr.'s Airship Armada. It's about what it sounds like on the surface, a world made up of mostly airships, us using cannons to fire across the skies to reach each one. Like the last junior stage, it's quite short, ending with a moving platform where we have to avoid cannons and spiders before our boss, Bowser Jr.'s airship, who's able to hit us with a lot of firepower, while we get to fight back with Turtle, somehow a more effective strategy than explosives. This is a great fight, having to dodge and weave, and eventually dealing with the ship turning sideways, being harder to hit. As we collect our earned Grand Star, it's ranking time, and this level is moderately good, fitting well into C tier. Into the bedroom, it looks beautiful in here, goddamn. The first galaxy we'll find here is a classic one, Gusty Garden Galaxy, which is one of the most beloved galaxies from this game. The music does play a role, it becoming iconic enough to appear in future games to an extent, but also the galaxy itself is just fun. The main mechanic we see explored here is the wind, pushing us along as we grab onto the floaty fluff, propelling us to further planets along the level's path. The level's appearance is of a massive cluster of smaller grassy planets, and larger structures, like the giant question mark, the puzzle cube, and fruit. What a time to be alive. We get to see the world's bright and cheery vibe in the first star, where we explore a network of small islands connected by wind and vines, all leading towards the puzzle cube, where we meet a star bunny, who challenges us to catch them. This is something that isn't tough, but if we're not too good at chasing him, we'll get a chance to explore this weird cube, seeing what it's really like, which is quite helpful when we unlock the purple coins eons later. 150 are scattered around the cube, and like always, we need to collect 100. It's a quite fun mission, plenty of ways to tackle it, and we can avoid certain sides if we're having trouble with them. It's relatively tough, but also fair. Heading in for a second mission, we get to meet burrowing moles known as undergrunts, who get brought to the surface when we ground pound. Killing them will help us advance here. We can take a small detour on this viney metal ring, or move on to fruit time, kicking a worm out of apples, and shortly after getting to Major Burrows, saving a star bunny from him, and defeating him using the underground strategy. It's not a hard fight, though this part did shock me a little as a kid. We even get the chance to fight him again, with 1 health. It's not a bad fight though, I like it. Our final mission is a bit different, us starting with more floaty fluffs, with a series of question mark coins to collect along the way. Collecting them all will give us an invincibility star, letting us run around the following planet super fast, destroying everything, including the Golden Chomp, who explodes into a secret star for us. This is such a cool secret star. All the steps make sense, and you're likely to notice the Chomp and question its presence. The rest of our main mission is a lot different than the ones before, us collecting star chips on plates with conflicting gravity before heading to a network of cubes, with spin arrows that swipe over the gravity directions. It's not quite what you expect from Gusty Garden, but it is a nice switch up mission. Gusty Garden's gone now, so let's rank it. It's a galaxy with a lot of great ideas, and is well balanced, so it's getting yet another S rank. Now for the real meat and potatoes. If the meat is frozen and the potatoes are hot, it's Freeze Flame Galaxy! The answer to the question, what if hot and cold? Can we do that? Our first mission takes place on the Ice Mountain, once we've learned how to skate around. We'll encounter freezing cold lakes, an ice flower, and a cool triple jump up to a secret area, where we get given the fire flower to melt some snowmans and ascend up to the summit. Having to manage icy bats, the strict time limit that the fire flower has, and platforming without an effective spin move, it's quite a fun secret, leading us to the mountain's peak. Back at the main mission, we use the ice flower to climb high, up to a small boss area, where we fight against Baron Burr. This is probably the most lame fight in the game. We grab a flower, skate around, more jump up, and then we spin at him a few times, without him having much to do to fight against us. It's not a fight where you'll face turmoil unless you're really bad. One last thing with the mountain, the purple coin star, bringing us to every nook and cranny of this area, including the full path from the secret star. And when we reach the summit, we'll get to look out for a moment before we're directed down, having to take a slight leap of faith to reach these 2 lone coins. Something about this choice, to make a memorable moment over a part of the level that we never really would have explored otherwise. It's a memorable part of this fantastic area. In the second mission, we head to the galaxy's fiery core, a relatively flat collection of rocky pathways, littered with burning urchins, and providing us the fire flower to advance by lighting torches. As we progress, we'll actually find ourselves slipping from one side of the core to the other, something I didn't expect at first, but quite enjoy. There are small speedrunning tricks that you can use to sequence break here, but no matter what, we'll master our fireball timing to unlock the star. Our third mission has hot and cold combining in our opening planet, before sending us to the split orb, one half freezy, one half flamey, us having to avoid urchins in order to make our way around, combining the lessons of our first missions by lighting torches and skating over lava platforms with the ice flower. Easily the best way that this galaxy's theme gets realized here. One last mission, and it's a cosmic race in the lava skating area, but it's all ice this time. And interestingly, you can play this before you play the mission with lava skating, which feels odd, but whatever I guess. guess. It's a nice race where we can really flex if we want. While I do find myself being slightly critical of how the idea of combining hot and cold was handled in this implementation, since there's one small hot area, one large cold area, and then one mission that somewhat combines the two, I still do find that this world shows up the concept quite well. And the fact that this galaxy is the only major one with any focus on ice means that the lack of fire within it doesn't really bother me too much. Despite the slight flaws, this world is such a good one, good enough to reach A tier. Next up is another large galaxy, Dusty Dune Galaxy, the legally required desert stage. I tend to have a rocky relationship with the desert stages in these games, so who knows where this one will end up. The galaxy's layout is a fairly imposing one, a central sphere of quicksand being visible wherever we are, with assorted planets suspended in the air above, most including some level of sinking and flowing sand. In addition, while we never traveled to them, the mysterious floating cacti and pyramids really do help to add to this galaxy's atmosphere, making it feel like a surreal world where the essence of the desert permeates through every corner. The first star in this galaxy is one of my favorites in the whole game, it having a focus on tornadoes, which we can get sucked into and launch out of to soar like a helicopter. This takes us into a 2D underground section that's quite fun, us dealing with sand rivers and ending with us running from a massive boulder, a la Indiana Jones. What's even better though is that there's an alternate high path through here. This takes us to a massive tower, flowing with sand, where we get to use more tornadoes and a few simple platforming challenges to ascend to the top. It's a star that really just flows well. Now, the second mission is not quite as good, us going past a few simple planets, getting more experience with the flowing sand, and having to traverse it carefully to collect star chips, before we head to this massive quicksand disc, where we can switch between sides as we jump across brick structures, ending in what isn't a very difficult rush to collect the star after ground pounding the switch, which flips the position of a sandy climb up near the end. It's not a bad mission, but it doesn't quite reach the highs of the first one. There are 3 more stars based here. Why? The worst offender of these 3 is the Speedy Comet, with a 4-minute and 30-second limit for us to complete this mission. I do think that this is the closest the Speedy Comet gets to being difficult. It's a tight time limit if you mess up some of the earlier sections, though it's not hard to skip over some parts and save time. But also it's just the mission again! The purple coin mission is okay, all of the coins are placed around the ending area, and while this place is fine, the coin placements are quite good, giving you a little extra challenge. The last one is a secret mission, and it diverges early at least, us feeding a hungry Luma to create a secret area, where we have to traverse a circle room, only able to access so much at once, with sand blocking our way, as we collect 5 silver stars. Our efforts here notice our 3rd green star. And that's the last of them. I wonder what they do. The last main mission is another fun one, with a focus on things moving up and down around the sand discs, us collecting star chips around a tower that rises up and down, which is very satisfying to best all at once. Then a small planet that grows and shrinks over time, which has the path to another secret mission, this one expanding on the rising and falling idea, but this time to lead a bullet bill from up high, down to the ground to break a star from its cage. It's uncommon for the secret stars to really build off of the main ones, so this is a cool twist to see. Back to the main star, we end up having to face a Pokey, like in Good Egg Galaxy, though this time we need to transport coconuts up to the top island first. A fun switch up of a scene idea. This level ends in this closed tower, with rising sand, giving us a simple but nice race to the top. Like sands through the hourglass, so are the ranking of this world. I gotta say, it has a lot of great elements, even with some grievances. It's heading up into A tier for that. The one small galaxy found inside of this dome is Honeyclimb Galaxy, exploring the sticky honey wall mechanic from Honey Hive, having us climb around and fly up 3 massive walls as a bee. While it does expand a bit on the mechanic, having us fly around meteors and deal with mandibugs on a vertical plane, it's quite short, and the way it expands on those things doesn't really feel substantial enough. I also still don't love the bee. For those reasons, I feel like it belongs in F tier. It just doesn't have reason to be around, I feel. Yet again, we have a hungry Luma, who wants 800 star bits in exchange for a Big Mouth Galaxy, one with an unsettling atmosphere, naturally in the shape of a nest of fish. Diving in, we're met with booze, and have to collect star chips in the lower basin to get launched up to the water suspended above. But also we can jump past this, a fun little bit of sequence breaking that seems intentionally put there. Grabbing a golden shell, we can head back through this now boo-infested entryway, and open up a chest with Captain Toad inside. It's a simple but slightly weird mission, sending this galaxy right into C tier. Despite it being fun, I wish there was a little more going on. Our last galaxy in the dome is another Bowser one, this time focusing on dark matter, which kills us on impact, and brightly coloured moving platforms for us to walk across. The highlight of the stage is the focus on gravity, us moving around rectangular platforms, and this plus, trying to keep up with the shifting gravity zones to avoid the goop, which is a tad slow. We end up with another climb to Bowser for our second battle against him, which is similar, but he's gotten a slight upgrade, even adding a new spin move to his arsenal. We take him down, like usual, and nab the Grand Star. This level is cool, but not enough for me to give it anything but a C rank. Now that we've beaten the bedroom, in theory we can already face Bowser, but instead let's play more of the game. Go up to the engine room and enter Gold Leaf Galaxy, which should feel a bit familiar. It's Honey Hive Galaxy again, but reversed, and also it's autumn now. This is an interesting idea, but I feel like the fact that it has the exact same layout has little effect. Of course, the missions are completely different, but it doesn't feel like you're exploring Honey Hive in a new way, especially since part of what we're seeing in Honey Hive is typically inaccessible here, and no new areas are added to the main planet, the only big change being this mostly hidden path leading to a secret area, which I do find cool at least. Because of this, the they just wanted to reuse content allegations are ones I completely understand. The missions here aren't bad at least, us starting with a blue star chip hunt around the main island, even grabbing the bee mushroom briefly, us having to look around the familiar landscape before dragging ourselves into the sky to chase down a star bunny again. It's an okay chase, nothing really impactful, especially considering that this is after Gusty Garden. Our second star focuses on cataquacks, using them to traverse the main island, in tandem with the bee suit, before we head to a chain of wacky planets, where we use them to launch us ahead, ending on a quite tall spherical planet where we pick up the bee power again to make it through. There's a secret mission we can reach early on, finding this bubble and using it to ring a bell, and speedily collecting music notes around the big tree. Our last mission sets the scene for the two comets as well, focusing on rain littering the main planet, us having to use the bee suit, but avoid the downpours, as water will disable the power-up. It's a really cool mission, requiring skills of precision and careful planning at points in order to reach the end, where we find an underground gunner. We'll encounter these a few times. They're turret bosses that fire balls of water at us, pushing us back against the arena's exterior, though it's easy to fly over his attacks. It's a great mission, but like I mentioned earlier, the comets also take place here. We have a Cosmic Mario race. What I really do want to point out here is that the blue tint over the screen in this mission sets an interesting mood over this level made up of warm tones, bringing out this strange quality that matches well with the feelings of failure you may see here at best. Purple Comet though, it's a timed mission, collecting coins across the course, with bees along the way telling us how many coins we should have at each point, which is a cool thing to implement in a linear timed mission like this. All in all, Gold Leaf is a cool world, despite its drawbacks, so I'm happy to put it into B tier. Now for Sea Slide Galaxy, a galaxy that tends to be disliked by most people I've seen around, and for reasons that I do understand. For one, it's a pretty clear repeat of a galaxy theme we've seen before, having the exact same vibe as Beach Ball. Calm blue water, grassy beaches above, the same music track. The only very clear difference is that it's a giant ring instead of a bowl. We meet penguins again. There's a clear focus on swimming, as we'll see soon. But there are some small differences. It's more of a seaside location. Wait, oh my god, I get it. There's a few structures around, like this lighthouse, the tree, and the weird egg thing in the center. It's a world that, on the surface, looks like a fun one that might raise the question, what's not to like? Well, it doesn't take long to see the problems. The first star has us meet Guppy, an orca who is causing the stress amongst the penguins. If we talk to him, he promises to get out of our way if we swim through his 8 rings, grabbing a shell and following behind him as he travels around the circumference of the galaxy, helping us understand the sheer size of this level and how much is present when you're submerged. It's a fine opener, but then we get to mission 2. It's a race. Underwater, through the exact same loop in the exact same direction. It's not a hard race to win, but really? This is basically the same thing again, just with a bit of a time limit. Then we get to the Cosmic Mario race, and it's the same thing again, though we only race across half of the ring to reach the star. That's 3 whole stars where the entire goal is just to race around in the water, and it's likely that we could be doing them all in a row, which isn't a good introduction to this world. Things do look up a bit when we reach the 3rd star, where we get the bee mushroom and have to collect 5 silver stars across most of the ring, flying between clouds, finally interacting with the land in this galaxy for the most part. We get to explore the giant tree, and even get sent to the middle island at one point. It's a mission that's slower in pace, but I don't mind it at all. It's one with variety, and there's even a hungry Luma, transforming around the center of a black hole into... Hey, I know you. Something I love about the Secret Star is that we don't get launched into the new planet. Instead, we have to use a cannon to reach it, trying to carefully aim for the best spot on the very long name shape for the best star, this time collecting music notes from the entirety of the planet to win, but with the bonus of the bee mushroom. It's a really cool way to upgrade what was a pretty meh mission, and I was surprised to see it here. Our last star is the Purple Coin mission, largely using the bee mushroom, clouds, and taking us across the whole ring, meaning we'll have to fly precisely, and make sure not to miss any coins on the way around. This mission is not liked because of its length and monotony. Over the years, I think I've only seen 3 people say anything positive about this one. Well, it's about to be 4 because I love it too. In a game where there are a bunch of fast-paced purple coin missions, having the exact opposite present in a level as big as this, finally letting us explore every corner of the layout, I genuinely enjoy this one every time. My only gripe is that the star spawns on the opposite side of where we start, for a ring. Now, I'm not going to say that this level is perfect, but I feel like I enjoyed a lot more than most others would. That enjoyment is only enough for B tier, yes, but that's still quite high for a level that starts with the same thing twice. Our last big galaxy for now is Toy Time Galaxy, one with one of the most vibrant aesthetics we've ever seen within a Mario game. Bright colours, playful designs, a model train right at the start. The galaxy's theming is done extremely well, having a focus on the Gearmo NPCs, the layouts having a ton of goofy and mechanical pieces, all contributing to this feeling of playtime. This extends to the miscellaneous structures too, mostly being pencils and gears, all stuff you're likely to find in a child's playroom. There's also a bit of variety here, one mission having a large focus on food with a fun and playful vibe. For now though, we have a path towards the first boss here, Mecha Bowser, which leads to us finding our last new power-up in the game, the Spring Mushroom. They always say to leave the best till last, and they didn't. The Spring Mushroom is one that makes it hard to move around accurately, meaning you'll usually end up twisting and turning when trying to go through a straight path. In exchange for that, you get to jump really high whenever you want. This is nice, but what's really nice is doing missions while ignoring it, which is definitely possible, especially with the help of a certain green guy. The first mission ends with us facing Mecha Bowser, a massive robotic toy covered with enemies and screws for us to mess with. Climbing up this huge structure, fighting our way to the top, and reaching the head, ground pounding this tower of rocks to free the Gearmos, saving them all. What a fantastic start. The next mission is more laid back, us going to this weird screw gizmo, which will take us to the star's main attraction, an 8-bit Mario in the sky, for us to run across and collect 5 silver stars. This is a really cool way to make a reference, while keeping it as a cool star to collect, us dealing with shrinking and rotating squares as we make our way back. There's a secret mission here, which is cool, us activating flip switches while avoiding tox boxes around 2 square rings. It's one that's simple to understand, but us jumping from one ring to the other, having a more fun way to interact with this enemy, is something I do enjoy going through. It's so nice that I don't mind that we do it twice. A fast foes comment appears, the only comment to affect the secret mission, and I feel like this better justifies this comment's existence. The speed change does increase the impact of this level by a lot, so I find it fun. Before our final main mission, let's talk about the purple coins. Luigi's purple coins, based on the other side of the Mario from earlier. We need to collect 100 out of 150 purple coins, trying to find a working path over death goop, and platforms that can basically only be stepped on once. It's probably the hardest, but also the best star in the game. Our last star is the one with the focus on food, us springing from cakes to chocolates, before being blasted to a distant realm of ice cream and lollipops. A dry wintry zone that shows a great contrast to the usual vibe of this world. We head back to the bright and cherry desserts shortly after, blowing out candles to head to the boss, another underground gunner, but this time with electricity. It's basically the same but high up, a pretty interesting way to end the star. This world, in total, is incredible, having so many shining qualities to culminate in the first S+ tier world of the game. Next is a world that I was scared to face as a kid. Bonefin Galaxy. And can you blame me? This place has such an intense aura, an orb of water covered by a dark spiky exterior, with me knowing that going in would lead to a fully underwater battle against Kingfin, a skeletal fish that we have to take down with shells, avoiding bone fins and burning geysers, him taking a total of 5 hits to defeat, constantly swimming like the eels in Drip Drop. This is a great standalone boss fight, sending the galaxy into B tier. Hungry Bloomers? This dome swarm wants 1000 star bits for Sand Spiral Galaxy, a level without a super clear theme visually, but it gives us an interesting choice. Should we pick the Boo or the Bee? Both are possible to go through the sandy path with the Boo requiring we avoid the lights and water, while the Bee has us just avoiding water, and making sure we hover well. Both are cool, but I always prefer the Boo. The end takes place on a massive spiraling path, rotating around the central moon, leading us to the center to collect the star, running through with our own star mayhaps. It's a striking ending, and with the first half especially, it's good enough for B tier. Our last stop in the engine room is Bowser Jr.'s Last World, starting in a similar way to the first one of his stages, a spherical planet where we direct a bullet. This takes us to a much larger spherical planet with sinking platforms and... oh, it's you guys! Again, and Bowser Jr. gives us the return of King Caliente. This fight is the same. The ground just sinks if we stand still for too long. Why bring back a boss from the first galaxy, which is still just as easy unless we haven't learned how to jump? I don't know, this one gets a D tier for just not being compelling at this point of the game really. With another dome open, we can head up to it, but first we'll find Gateway Galaxy from ages ago, and a hungry Luma, craving 1200 starbits in exchange for Boo's Boneyard Galaxy. This is a bad trade. The opening atmosphere seems interesting, but it's just another Boo race. What I can't say I care for because it's done as Boo Mario, but it's fully vertical, us having to move downwards faster than he does. I don't find this engaging. Boo Mario makes the most sense for moving across, so focusing on verticality doesn't feel as interesting as a race on a 3D plane would be. Unsurprisingly, I'm giving this one a dig ranking. At least it's quick. Now we can head into the garden, a very open and stunning dome to be inside. Our first major galaxy is Deep Dark, a world that feels very absurd, in a way that I quite enjoy. The outer atmosphere feels serene down below, but very imposing when we see the orange clouds above. Our opening area is of a warm sandy beach, with a cannon that leads to a smaller version of Gateway Galaxy's main planet, which can be deflated to reveal a ring of coins in the center, and another planet of Octo-Guys, which can be accessed past an invincibility star, leading us to a fire flower. This is how our first two main missions will start, us grabbing this flower and launching ourselves back down to the beach to light two torches, revealing the next step of our journey each time. In the first mission, we'll get access to the central lake of the galaxy, diving into the deep, and making our way towards a lone ship in the cavern, the full moon shining down from above. Boarding the ship reveals a genuinely surprising boss to see again, Camilla. This time, hitting her twice will take the battle up to the ship's crow nest, meaning we'll have to climb up there and fight her in a much more confined space, with Magic Coopers causing even more chaos, since their attacks will bounce around as well. It's another fight that we end up facing again in the Daredevil comet, this one probably being my favourite of the Daredevils, since it poses quite a good challenge. The ghost ship area is also where our purple coin mission takes place, having us search around this darkened space for all 100, in and out of the water. It can be a slight hassle, but it's another one I really like. The second mission actually starts with an underground gunner, wildly firing and blocking the cannon, but once we beat him and light the torches again, we'll get an ice flower, allowing us to start climbing around the cliff edges of the inner lake, dealing with a few new methods of movement, like poles and using water gunners to advance, one sending us to a far off planet with bouncing cheap-cheeps to avoid before we head to a more distant glass dome, with a watermelon inside. While avoiding laser rings, we have to ground pound the tennis balls into the melon to make it grow big enough to outsize the planet and spawn a star. Genuinely, what a weird ending. Our last mission takes us to the lowest one in the lake, down to once again meet with Guppy, who once again challenges us to swim through 8 rings, this time a bit more challenging, each ring being around a small cluster of underwater dangers in a smaller space. It's a nice mission, but it's not the only time we'll need to head down here. The secret mission of this world is a bit harder to fight, having us dive all the way down and blow up all the mines around the sunken ship, causing it to totally explode, leaving behind a launch star, sending us into the box.
The box.
The box contains a thin surface of water, a boo, an urchin, and a gravity-flipping arrow, leaving us with the goal of breaking this crystal to reveal the light, and guide the boo into it to obtain a star held within. I fucking love every part of this secret, how it's very well hidden, and the actual need of it as well. I love so many aspects of this galaxy, so it is quite easily sliding into S tier. The weirdness works in its favour for me. Next up we have Dreadnought, exploring a similar theme to Battle Rock Galaxy, being a giant enemy base that we're on the outskirts of, but more directly involving the central enemy base as well. The mission contents, while different, do explore the same themes, with an auto-moving cannon segment, top-mount enemies, and a familiar secret mission lying within. Despite those similarities, I feel like this galaxy is a good one at least, as the difficulty is quite fair for this point in the game. Our first mission has us going through strange junk planets avoiding alien beams, and destroying these baseball-headed Goombas to head into a 2D section, with swapping gravity being a noteworthy feature, letting us see mechanics in a few different ways. We have to soon rush up these falling spinning platforms, bouncing up top men, and rising even higher with wall jumps, leading us to the final planet, where we do the classic bullet bill blast dome move to flood it, once again giving us a new perspective on what we saw at first. It's a quite fun opener. The second mission also starts in a fairly novel way, starting with spinning bolt platforms and flip switches that we have to activate, while avoiding mini chomps. We'll soon head to the cannon section, and this one is a lot better, being mostly 2D on a flat plane, though with a few moments of changing the axis. This feels smoother to go through. We actually have to put effort into avoiding the obstacles around us, instead of being able to simply walk to the other side. A good barrage to end the mission with. The purple coins bring us back here, and this too is a better version of Battle Rocks since it's much harder to collect a coin if we don't get into the right flow state. The final coin is in the final launch star, which is bound to make you panic. But the best part of this is going through with 0 coins and finding a hidden launch star that avoids the last coin, leading to the Gimo at the end getting mad at us for clearly having done that on purpose. In my defense, it's funny. Our last mission will allow us to do another garbage clearing mission, this one being a bit harder than the rest. I don't like it, but I did encounter something funny by getting a buzzer beater.
What?
Okay, that was like right at the end then. The actual mission, it's not too long, us going through a few planets with Top Men challenges, more cannons, and then this long lasered airfield before Tap Maniac reappears. The battle being largely the same, but only half of the electric fence present, and 2 spiky Top Men from the beginning. The combat mission takes us through here again, and it's speedy. It's the easiest one. Who was taking 6 minutes on this mission? Despite a lackluster end, this one still hits B tier. The highs were early on, and outweigh those lows. Our final big galaxy has arrived. Molten Galaxy, the big lava world of the game. It's massive and quite imposing, with a volcano on the central planet, massive balls of lava all around the edges, a burning pink star in the sky below, with molten streams flowing from bright red fire above. It's such a stunning galaxy visually, showing us that it's bound to be a quite tough end to the game. Our first mission has us quite close to lava from the beginning, crossing the lake and entering the volcano, to collect some star bits before it erupts, which leads to one of the best visuals this game presents. We can encounter a hungry Luma up here, creating a planet with rising and falling lava for us to grab silver stars on. It's a simple but quite nice secret mission, quite early on for the main one. If we continue, we'll make our way past burning stars, and head down to the other side of the lava sphere, to this rocky hemisphere, before getting sent to the lava spire. We have to race against the clock, and the rising lava in order to climb up to the star at the top. A thrilling conclusion to this galaxy's opening. And we get to do it again, as a Daredevil mission, which is a tough challenge worthy of being the final one we face. And yes, it's the entire mission, no checkpoints. Our second mission has a fantastic opening. The first planet rained down upon by meteors, us having to light 2 torches with a little cinder, sending us to an octagonal planet to run around, dodging thwomps and meteors, a flat rocky plain with more star chips, then being launched through another meteor storm, to do the bullet bill thing again, and sending us to the level's end, a starball segment, on moving lava platforms, with a massive cylinder of lava at the end. Such a cool and unique finale to an amazing mission. Our third star takes us through a different path again, leading us to the hemisphere from mission 1, but getting us to kill all of the enemies this time. We avoid solar flares and collect starships on a circular planet, leading to a sinking rush towards the end boss, Fiery Dino Piranha, a remix of our first ever boss, who intermittently catches fire as we try to take them down. Obviously, hitting them while they're burning is ineffective. It's hard, but a ton of fun. The final star is the purple coin one, us having to traverse all corners of the opening area to collect all 100 coins, jumping over lava, constantly getting close to being burnt, and even heading back into the volcano for the last few. It's a fantastic final mission for the world, really testing our skills one last time. Overall, it's a phenomenal world, one they clearly went all out for. Very much worthy of being placed into S+ tier. The Animus Galaxy on this dome is Matter Splatter Galaxy, focusing on the matter mechanic we saw back in Ghostly Galaxy, and being a complete standout single-star world. It's a fun mechanic to explore in detail, having us watch our step in both 2D and 3D spaces, following along with moving ground, using the spring mushroom to climb the slowly rising tower section, only learning what's ahead close to the last moment. Our last room challenges us to stay aware, moving forward and between split paths to make our way to the end of a fairly lengthy room to get to the star. What a great galaxy to see this late in the game, one that deserves a hearty A ranking. At this point, we're getting close to the end. But it's Hungry Luma time, baby! Let's go! We need to trade 1600 star bits in order to receive Snowcap Galaxy, which is like trading a submarine for a toothbrush. This one is kind of ass. It's a small snowy galaxy where we have to catch 3 star bunnies in under 150 seconds. Movement is reduced in the snow. We need to activate flip switches to grab a fire flower, and despite it being annoying, it's kind of easy at the same time, since we can easily goad the bunnies into landing in these divots, so that they can't escape easily. It's a decent idea for a final bunny mission though, so at best I feel it deserves D tier. At this point, we usually head to fight Bowser, but there are a few more galaxies to cover first. When we collect all 3 green stars, we'll get access to the Trial Galaxies, 3 challenges based on past mechanics, with more difficulty. First is Rolling Gizmo Galaxy, bring back the Star Ball again, on a quite mechanical course, with plenty of thin roads, tricky angles, and even bombs to throw us off. Literally. We get some cool theatrics near the end, and have to pull off a slight maneuver to get the star. It's a fun one in total, definitely B tier. Next is Bubble Blast Galaxy, bringing back the bubbles, this time in deep space, starting with us going through 5 small courses, each for a star chip, avoiding electric fences for the most part, having to take things slow. It can be a little tough, but succeeding takes us to part 2, where instead we have to go really fast, to avoid bullet bills chasing after us. This is a cool switch up, making sure we really have a handle on the bubbles controls. It's a simple concept, but quite well done, also slotting into B tier. Our last trial is Loop-de-Swoop Galaxy, bringing back the Manta Ray ride, and the difficulty here is a little higher, with quite bumpy water and thin turns, and a cool loop near the end. It's alright, but the high point is the ending, where we get to fly all around the course and collect star bits, while greeting everyone else. That doesn't change things much though. My final ranking for this one is C tier. It's okay, not really shining. But now, it's time for the end. We talk to Rosalina, saying that we're ready to go and save Peach, and we see the observatory transforming, using the Grand Star energy to fly off towards the center of the universe, where Bowser is creating his very own galaxy, and of course, holding Peach captive. Flying through his defense, Rosalina creates a path for us to run through, sending us into our final world, where we'll cross segments of what feel like attempts at Bowser's New World coming together, across castle walls of stars of fire and ice, sand, temporary platforms for us to climb, leading to a cylinder full of lava. And while it's a level that's quite varied, I can't say that any one segment really holds any substance for me, and moving between them doesn't really help either. But it was all leading us to our final destination, a staircase leading up to Bowser, one last time. It's time for the final battle to commence, and Bowser still has some new tricks up his sleeve, even though he doesn't have a sleeve. He starts simple on a plain planet, us having to wait until he enters a boulder form, and then spin on his face, like the giant ruby rocks, to take him down. 2 hits like this lead to the next planet, with rubbery bulbs that we can use to disarm Bowser when he's in a spiky ball form. Hitting him twice this way leads to the end, the battle we've done the most, getting him to slam into the lava and hitting him 2 more times. It ruins his plans for good, letting us grab the final Grand Star and complete the game. While I would typically skim over the final cutscenes at this point, I can't bring myself to do that here. This game's ending is genuinely breathtaking. Flying away with the Grand Star, we save Peach and begin to fly back to the galaxy's opening, while Bowser's creation begins to crumble apart, him lamenting his defeat in its last moments, as the star undergoes a supernova and immediately becomes a supermassive black hole, sucking in absolutely everything, even the common observatory. As we start to fall into it, the Luma that Rosalina gave us in the beginning goes free, to join all the others, who go into the black hole to neutralize it. We see the 2 opposing forces fighting against each other, before everything explodes into a brand new existence. We see Mario floating in front of Rosalina, who explains to us that this is just the cycle of the universe, fading only to repeat itself, never to repeat in the same way, an endless cycle that we now get to see. We awake back in the Mushroom Kingdom, seeing everyone from our long journey together, both good and bad guys, before Mario sees a newborn galaxy in the sky, leading into the credits. Now, that's the end of this world. We beat Bowser and saw the end of this truly wonderful game. But as for the galaxy's rank, I feel like A tier is right for it. The boss battle is amazing, and the story's end still incredibly special to me, but the level leading to it doesn't quite hit the heights it could. Upon beating Bowser, we'll unlock the purple coin stars, meaning that there was no way to beat him with every star in the game at first. But when we have 120, we can go back and beat him again, seeing some differences in the credits, and of course, unlocking Luigi. Ignore the battery, we get to play through the whole game again from the start, but as Luigi, which I don't love. But if we collect all 120 stars as Luigi and beat Bowser again, we'll unlock one last galaxy. Grand Finale Galaxy. It's a simple 100 coin mission in the game's opening area, which is neat, but has little impact. It's not totally offensive, but it does feel right for D tier, because really, that's it. While that is definitively the end of Super Mario Galaxy, I do have a bit more to say. It's a game I have a really strong connection to, being the big Mario game from when I was growing up, and also being based around space and how vast and interesting it could be. But with all the focus on ranking the worlds, there was one thing that was bound to be missed: Rosalina's library. Over the course of the game, we'll get notified as we unlock new chapters of her storybook, leading to a full story by the end, and this section is a big part of why this game stands out to me still as an adult. Rosalina's story is a deeply emotional one, of her finding a lost Luma and heading into the cosmos in search of the Luma's mother, travelling across the vast emptiness of space as a young girl, slowly working towards the role we see her take in the present day, dealing with the sadness of knowing she's abandoned the life she had, creating the Common Observatory, becoming a mother figure for Lumas all across space. It's a story that I can't say stuck out to me as much as a kid, but as the adult that I am, I get emotional over this story, no matter how many times I've read through it. It's the major thing that makes this game stand out to me most now. having this deep and strong story, both within the library and within the main game, within a series that's well known for relatively basic scenarios that usually make up the bookends of our journey. I would say it's the one thing that Mario Galaxy has that none of the other main games can compare to. And while I am a sucker for emotional stories paired with enthralling gameplay, it's not my favourite game in the Mario series. And in fact, the story of my favourite Mario game comes nowhere close to what this one does. My enjoyment of it almost entirely lying within the confines of its individual levels and the experience of getting through them. That game is, of course, Super Mario Galaxy 2, the only 3D Mario adventure to get a direct second entry, using the same game engine on the same system, and very similar gameplay elements. Being another version of a game I loved, I was incredibly excited for this one. And it was the first time I was hearing about a video game prior to its release anywhere. Me finding the E3 trailer a few months before its release in America, which was a month and a half before its release in Australia. Yeah, remember when games released in different regions at different times? That was annoying. Luckily my birthday was right after the release date here, so I got to play it very quickly, finally experiencing a brand new adventure through unique new galaxies, and absolutely adoring every minute of it. As an adult, my standards have changed a bit, and there are definitely parts of this game that I don't love, but even still, it's the Mario game that I love the most. A solid 10th place on my personal favourite games of all time list. Like I mentioned earlier, its story doesn't quite have the same impact. I was actually finding the spin attack Luma in the bushes, as opposed to being gifted them by a space goddess. And instead of an intense cutscene where Peach's castle is stolen and Mario is blasted into the depths of space, Bowser, but larger, grabs Peach himself, before jumping off into the sky, and two Lumas help us fly up to follow him, starting our adventure all alone, eventually meeting with Lubba, who turns this lone rock into a hub world, a starship that looks kind of like Mario, allowing us to fly to distant galaxies. And the usual. With all of that established, let's head into our first new galaxy. We begin with Sky Station Galaxy, one that's quite bright and welcoming at first, though still filled with plenty of danger. There's a really exciting feeling to this one. It's imposing to an extent, but still quite vibrant. I believe part of this feeling is because this game has a very strong blue sky aesthetic to it, where a large number of the galaxies have a sunny day skybox as compared to a spacey one. That isn't entirely the case here, but it is to an extent. Now, while this can affect the feeling of the game, it doesn't make anything less fun. Our first mission takes us through a large variety of planets, seeing nothing too new, other than these platforms and the new comet medals, which lead to comets appearing. At the end of this path, we'll crash into an egg, and face our boss, Pee-wee Piranha. This feels familiar. The way we beat him is quite similar to Dino Piranha, us spinning at his shell this time, breaking his defenses so we can hit his weak point / butt. A reasonable opening fight. Our second mission is more impactful, us going through mini chomps and bomberbills, heading into 2D briefly before seeing flip switches and cosmic clones, where in this game they trail behind us, dealing damage if we collide. Our final planet puts together everything we've learnt, having bomberbills on a long straightaway, and leading to us killing a spiked piranha plant for the star. There's also a comet mission here eventually, where we have to redo a few small sections of the first mission, but with a time limit, specifically a 20-second time limit, us having to collect stopwatches to increase the time remaining. This is a perfect twist on the Speedy Comet formula, making us rush the whole time, as opposed to doing the mission entirely normally. This won't always be the case with these new ones, but this is a great way to introduce this concept. Now, there are a few more stars here, since after we collect 120 stars, instead of unlocking Luigi, we unlock the green stars, doubling the star count of each galaxy, and letting us go back in for a little extra challenge. I'll mostly just be making a point of these when they stand out to me in some way. The ones here aren't too special, just being the expected first ones you go for, quite simple to locate really. But it is a great starting galaxy, great enough to start this game out in B tier. Continuing on, we have our second galaxy, Yoshi Star Galaxy. I wonder if Green Jeff will be here. This has that very clear blue sky feel I mentioned, full of greenery and quite vibrant, which is fairly fitting considering we meet Yoshi here, for the second time rideable in full 3D. Our opening planet gives us plenty of room to test out our abilities with Yoshi, eating enemies and flutter jumping to get around with ease. We'll see Yoshi a lot throughout the game, so requiring us to meet him early is a perfect choice. Our first mission revolves around the basics of the dinosaur, eating a pumpkin and blasting off, the volcano in the background erupting with star bits, us eventually making our way to a slightly fossil-themed climb up to the star, using Yoshi's tongue to get around easily. What I love most though is that the second mission really ups the ante, focusing on Spinies and Lakitu, the main island being covered with them, and teaching us that Yoshi can spit out certain enemies after eating them, turning them into projectiles. Once again, we blast off, this time using a Spiny to break a glass dome, while getting further simple lessons about their use, understanding that they won't be launched higher or lower, and that there's no way to eat an enemy and then something else in a row. This leads to our boss, King Lakitu, a huge Lakitu with the powers of lightning, moving erratically at times to evade us. It's a tougher fight, but still manageable. This galaxy too has a comet, specifically a romp, us having to defeat all of the enemies in a short time limit. This can be tough if we get lost, since even one spawning a little too far away when you're on load time will be enough for you to fail. This is the first romp we'd encounter, and it really isn't too easy, introducing them quite well I feel. The green stars here all take place within the confines of the first mission, 2 on our first planet, the second of which being in a fun place, and the third being right at the end, a little trickier to reach. This galaxy is a perfect introduction to Yoshi, showing off his abilities quite well, and furthering things a bit in the second star. It reaches A tier. Our next main world is Spindig Galaxy, which quickly introduces the Spin Drill power-up to us, giving us the power to drill through the dirt below us, and appear on the surface of the planet's opposite side. There's a lot of potential with this one, and this potential is well explored, in a stage that's quite geological, making heavy use of brown and blue tones all around. Our first mission makes sure we're used to using the drill along the main path, leading to a boss battle against Diggerleg, the sequel to Megaleg, who's a lot smaller and in 2D. Beating him is completely different, with us drilling down to crack the glass that holds the star in his body. He'll jump around and fire drill enemies towards us. It's not a tough fight, which means it's a reasonable one to go with for our first Daredevil comet in this game. It's really not one where we're in danger of taking damage, unless we just aren't paying attention. We have another mission here too, starting with Cosmic Clones, then focusing more on 2D drilling as we continue on, going to this underground area, and being careful with timing. We end up on a huge rectangular field, drilling inside to collect the 5 silver stars. It's a quite nice mission, effectively testing our skills with the drill. The third green star here is a fun one, up in the air above dirt, when we're likely to have a drill. Yes, we can lose it, but it's more fun to collect this one while still holding the drill. This galaxy is a quite good introduction to this power-up. I'd say it reaches B tier. You know, not quite piercing the heavens. Our last main galaxy of the world is Fluffy Bluff Galaxy, yet another one that introduces a new mechanic, the Cloud Flower, letting us harness the powers of the sky, and create up to 3 temporary cloud platforms under our feet. It's a very useful power, one we'll find ourselves using a lot throughout this game, and this galaxy really emphasizes the fun factor of being able to walk through the air with this power. The opening area is quite big, with a thin layer of water on the ground, which makes us lose this power-up, meaning that if we try to explore, we'll quickly find out that water is a bad with this one. Exploring enough will allow us to find a coin-hungry Luma, who wants 100 coins, which sounds harder than it actually is, as long as we explore. This sends us to a secret cloudy tower climb, which has an ethereal quality with the Luma's strong pink background all around here. It's a simple but fun star that utilizes the cloud well. The main mission tests our abilities more so on the horizontal axis, long jumps over gaps being a bit more common, along a path to meet the Chimp, a recurring presence in this game, known for hosting point-based minigames, the first of which we'll discover in a bonus mission. The Chimp will later invite us back here and challenge us to gain 10,000 points by getting jump combos on enemies, and collecting things. We'll see a couple of these in the game, and they're generally quite fun, especially this first one. Fluffy Bluff, in total, is a great introduction to the Cloud Flower, and gives off a fantastic feeling in all of its stars, ending up right in S tier. At an early point in the first world, we can find a hungry Luma on the map, and use it to unlock Flip Swap Galaxy, one with a dark feeling to it, focused on the new Flip Swap platform mechanic. Platforms that switch from one side to the other with every spin. These are a very fun feature for me, making us be very aware of how we use our spin power, as opposed to it being a very default move for us to use. It's a very linear level, us going from point A to B, avoiding fences and rolling chumps along the way, leading to a fun but not hard level. But what stands out most is the speedrun potential here, as we can gain massive height on backflips and long jumps to skip over entire sections. Now, since there are no 1-star galaxies in this game, we have the Comet, us having to collect 100 purple coins within a generous time limit. This was a surprise, but a welcome one, seeing as how having them here helps make use of all the space within this tight level. While quite small, it introduces something fantastic and becomes a fun playground for it, enough for this one to reach A tier. One last stop before the end of World 1, we have Right Side Down Galaxy, one that has a fun toy block aesthetic. The general vibe of this place is fantastic, feeling cheery and goofy and fun to play around in. This gets heightened by the gravity mechanic, us getting to deal with things going back and forth, making the main mission a lot of fun. Our main path takes us around moving platforms, as well as a bunch of dangerous enemies, like thwomps and giant piranhas, as well as the new flip hoppers, who we have to flip gravity to beat. The Fireflower makes its first appearance here, us breaking through crates going up and down, for a top-down section that leads to a neat ending, with thwomps and a gravity loop, which is quite whimsical for the end of a very jolly world. Early on we'll be able to find the secret mission, which is this game's version of the garbage clearing challenges, us having to destroy all the crates in time with the Fireflower, something which is easy to achieve and normal to want. You may think it's time to rank this world, but there's actually a lot more I have to say here, and will shape the way I rank this world. This is a galaxy that screams experimentation to me, as when I first saw this early gravity switch and noticed the block in the distance, I wondered if it was possible to jump all the way there, and I continued to think like this in future playthroughs, eventually realizing that it was possible, and really fun to make our way through without any switches being hit. What's even cooler than that is the end of the top-down section, where it was very easy to wonder, what if we jumped on the sides of the walls here? Which we can do. I remember being surprised, thinking, oh, there's no way they wanted me to go up here, but in the corners of this massive block, we see 4 1-ups, hidden from the players who went through normally. This was a wild moment for my younger self. I saw a lot of people, when Mario Odyssey released, finding stacks of coins in weird places and thinking, wow, Nintendo was steps ahead of us, that's crazy. Well, this galaxy is where I had that same thought, finding hidden 1-ups on a game that doesn't really want you to break from the main path often. All of that is what takes this galaxy from pretty good to S tier for me. Our last galaxy for World 1 is, like in the first game, a Bowser Jr. level, taking place in this small fort, a lava planet floating above. The bulk of the stage is very short, us just hitting a lever to walk in, then follow a path up to reach the boss. The boss of the world is Gobblegut, a snake-like dragon that will chase us around, munching then burrowing through the planet, us having to break his 6 weak points to win. He's not a tough boss to beat, especially if we think ahead, and break the back 3 first, so we're not forced to wait around during phase 2, when he's more aggressive. It's a cool fight, leading to us getting a Grand Star, and unlocking the second world of galaxies. But there's also a comment here, a 2-minute speedrun of the boss battle. It's nothing too tough. I guess they assumed that a Daredevil comment might be too much for this point in the game. Before the ranking, I do want to mention the first green star, located on top of this fort's walls. I think this is one of the stars that made me think more about the fact that there's a lot of potential for exploration in this game, because of course we can go up there, even if it does just look normal. With that galaxy done, I gotta give it a big ranking. It's a quite nice end to the early game. As we enter World 2, things feel serene, and we head straight into Puzzle Plank Galaxy, a world filled with a wholesome, upbeat, and sort of country vibe, all focused around wooden blocks, with ground pounding being a main feature as well. This is a strangely unique world idea, one that works best in a game like this, where the worlds don't really need to feel like established worlds. Like most of the missions in this game, our main one here is quite linear, heading across a few different planky planets, using ground pounds throughout in different ways, leading up to a cool picture block that's there for us to solve, at which point, hey, I know you! The Mandibug Stack from the first game returns, being a quite fitting boss, considering the mission that led to their first appearance. The fight is exactly the same though, and if you're thinking, wow, that's reused content, then I've got the secret mission for you. The opening planets give us plenty of coins to collect, and a coin loomer, who turns into, hey, I know you! Buggeroon returns, but in a cool twist, the fight is different, since we're using the Cloud power-up this time. Despite being a minor change, it's a lot more fun to fight in this way. One last star here, a comet in this coin room, where we have to collect 100 coins in only a minute, while being chased down. Despite its simplicity, it's a great mission, one that requires us to run fast, and precisely. There's also a cool green star on the first planet, challenging us to reach it without breaking this block. While being straightforward, I enjoy this galaxy a lot, enough to give it an S rank. The world takes a split path ahead, meaning we have 2 options for our next galaxy. So let's start with Hightail Falls Galaxy, a really pretty one surrounded by massive waterfalls, taking place fully in this mid-air obstacle course. The main focus here is Yoshi, specifically introducing us to our first Yoshi power-up, the Dash Pepper, giving us temporary super speed, to the point where we can run up walls. This is easily the coolest of the 3 Yoshi power-ups in this game, and like the other introducing power-up levels we've had, this is a great playground, where we can, for the most part, safely test out the power, seeing the extent of its use. We race around on these vertical obstacle walls, and a short horizontal running segment over falling platforms, a fairly fun first mission. The secret mission here requires feeding a coin loomer, and takes us to a planet with the strange Kleptoads, stealing and carrying silver stars for us to take back. The best star here though is the comet, having a speedrun through the level, with a slightly generous time limit, but a very different layout. Meteors rain down on our path, parts of the stage are missing, and a few tougher enemies are around. This is a genuinely cool way to switch things up. Despite being a galaxy that basically only has one mission, the comet brings things up a lot for me, and with some green star placements, it ends up reaching A tier. Alternatively, we have Boulder Bowl Galaxy, where we get introduced to our last new Mario power-up, the Boulder Mushroom, which turns us into a speeding boulder that can mow down softer enemies, until we hit a wall of some kind. It's a really fun power-up, and this level gives us plenty of room to mess around with it, with these 2 bowl areas and a spherical planet near the end full of destructible stuff. But best of all, we get to go bowling for pinheads.
Nice throw!
The general atmosphere here is quite similar to Spin Digs, with geological masses all around. Once again, there's only one main mission here, having us defeat various enemies on the road to the level's boss, Rolladillo, who's kinda cute I gotta say, galloping around at first, until we hit his weak point / bug, and he gets aggressive, trying to roll over us himself. This is another boss battle that's just fun for me. It'll be a while before we can come back, but we'll find a romp mission on the boss planet, with more crabs than a seafood buffet, and something else new. An escort mission. A golden Goomba requests that we bring him a Goomba, us having to divert it past the giant chomps. All 3 green stars appear quite early in the level, but the first 2 are in really great positions, making sure we stay observant before every step we take, as one is unreachable if we bowl down the bridge, and the other can't be obtained if we roll over the ramp. It's a nice galaxy, but it can be a bit one note, so it's one that feels good for B tier. Onto the second half of this world, we have another split. The first option of which we'll explore being Cosmic Cove Galaxy, a world that really thrives on its soothing atmosphere. While it starts in the small beach area, it's a world that's full of the colour blue, both above and below the water. And paired with the slower nature of the stars here, it's hard for me not to associate this galaxy with like an underwater dream sequence. Everything is calm, but there's also an element of surrealness. Our first mission shows this off quite well, us starting by swimming through the spherical sea, meeting Snoodles, a new and noteworthy water enemy for the game. We'll eventually reach the main basin of the galaxy, which is incredibly enchanting, full of coral, shells, sea sponges. Yes, I fucking googled these, I'm pretty sure that's what they're meant to be. While below the surface looks fantastic, we'll need to go above eventually, and hit the switch on this spire. And this is so majestic. Freezing this area heightens the beauty for me, the surreal nature of this perfectly frozen water world, all leading to us wall jumping up the twin waterfalls and getting the star at the top. We also have a secret mission, after we collect coins from the main area, sending us up to, surprisingly, a Star Bunny chase. One that weirdly does fit in this level, sending us running around a watery planet, but being able to temporarily freeze it to properly make chase. This isn't the only time the bunny concept is used in this game, as opposed to being quite common in the original, and I feel like what they did here really made it feel unique. When we enter for the second mission, we'll soon find that us freezing everything over in Star 1 stay consistent, us having to skate over the beginning river to a pipe, sending us to a dark 2D cave, then up into space. Once again, these are absolutely beautiful areas, bringing about a feeling of complete relaxation for me. We'll eventually return to the beginning, and be sent to a faraway rocky planet, where we have to grab the drill power up, and use it to open a water geyser to flood this planet that's split into 2 parts. Which isn't where I expected this galaxy to go, but it's a fun way to end it. This galaxy stands out to me in such a strong way. It's one of the most memorable Mario locations for me, in fact. It has this vivid blue coolness. It could even lull me to sleep, and that's a good thing. This shouldn't be a surprise, but it easily slides into S+ tier. And this is only World 2. Over to a smaller galaxy now, we have Worldwide Galaxy, which introduces us to Fluzzard, who is the equivalent of the manta ray in this game, this time being an animal that lets us fly through the sky with motion controls. After a short tutorial, we'll be able to glide through this incredibly beautiful jungle setting. It's a stunning sight, the flowing waterfalls and crystal caves near the end standing out the most. We can go through gates to collect the comet medal here, but reaching the end goal is what nets us the star. While that is quite basic, there is a predictable twist for the second star. We get invited back later for a race against the Jibberjays, having to focus more on speed than just where we're going. Now, like I mentioned earlier, I'm fine with motion controls, so I had no issues with controlling Fluzzard. The green stars weren't really a hassle either, them just both being out of the way on the main path, us having to full send it to reach them in time. With how stunning the visuals here were for me, it goes into A tier. What a cool break from the usual level style. Another hungry loomer on the world map will lead us to Honeybloom Galaxy, a cubular world that marks the return of the bee mushroom. Almost every part of this galaxy is set in 2D, with us just rotating our view at the corners of each side. As a return to what felt like the most common power-up in Mario Galaxy, this works alright, though I think being locked to 2D holds things back a little. We have less freedom to be a bee. There are a few cool moments though, where we swing across these vines to collect star bits, or bounce across these giant grapes. But on the flip side, there's a just okay pole section, which brings back fuzzies, but that's it. And the level's end doesn't quite fit with the flowery nature aesthetic that the rest of it had, looking like building blocks, with spiky plants and flower platforms. It's a mission that's a bit up and down, but for one that's a bit more up, we have the secret star. Early on in the stage, we can swing up this gap and then just keep wall jumping up to the top to see a small pond holding the star, in the only part of this galaxy outside of the 2D plane. It was a little hard to place, but the small detail that you can see the secret star from this vine is the tiny push this galaxy needed for me to be certain that it fit into C tier. Let me be clear, this is the lowest ranked galaxy so far, but it's still good in my eyes. It's time to end this world now. So let's enter Bowser's Lava Lair, our first Bowser level for the game. And these are a bit more substantial than the ones in the first game. As opposed to our previous first Bowser levels, this one is a lot more lava focused, with plenty of castle architecture to be found within each planet, whether it be these mini bastions in the starting area, or the dark grey brick and stone texture of most of the floor here, leading to this feeling like a real Bowser Castle-like stage. It introduces a lot of impactful new stuff that we hadn't seen in the last game, like Womps, Hammer Rose, Snake Blocks, and the brand new Flumps and Matamouths. After making our way through the bulk of the stage, dealing with lava and steep drops, we'll find ground-poundable meteorites, which we'll be seeing during the Bowser fights in this game, smashing them in his direction throughout his barrages of those same meteors, fire and punches. Him being giant in this game changes how his fights work a lot, and I like this battle quite a bit more than the ones in the original, to be honest. After this fight, we'll grab our second Grand Star. But like before, there's a comet here. The Bowser level comets are all of the same type. The speed runs with an initially low time limit, us having to collect clocks the whole way through in order to get to the end. While the level plays the same, the tension of racing through makes the slower moments feel impactful. For a first Bowser level, it pulls pretty big punches, so I'm putting it up in B tier. Moving on to World 3, one with two options right from the start, but also it's a beautiful looking area. In addition, once we collect 4 stars in this world, we'll start to see comets appearing all over. Let's start off in Tall Trunk Galaxy, another blue sky galaxy, revolving around tree trunk based platforms, and this gigantic tree being our beginning point, its leaves almost entirely blocking out our view of the sky above, small pieces of sunlight shining through, a striking start to the world. Yoshi returns for our first mission, and we're introduced to their second power-up, the Blimp Fruit, which elevates us up higher until the air meter runs out. We'll be using it consistently throughout this mission, rising up the starting tree, and blasting through the foliage to a 2D cylinder, where we have to float up to collect star chips, ending with a circular 2D area, where the gravity rotates with us as we rise up a short course of spikes and Goombas to the star. The real standout part of this world though is the second star, where we have a massive log-filled slide to conquer. With these logs, we're able to slide in any part of the circle, the slide sometimes even turning upside down, twisting back and forth, us passing wigglers, popping balloons, and going past this little rush to be gifted the star. But it doesn't end there, because 140 purple coins, on the way through the slide, in a way where it's impossible to collect all of them, so we'll have to plan ahead and slide precisely in order to get enough. It's sort of like Dreadnought and Battle Rock in the first game. We can't go back if we miss coins, just not a complete penalty this time. I feel this is exhilarating, us having to weave around wildly to reach some coin clusters, and still make sure to avoid the wigglers near the end. They can fuck you up big time. With all of that said, I love both of the main missions here, and the purple coin slide is a great challenge. That's enough for this world to reach S tier. Alternatively, we could have started with Cloudy Court Galaxy, similar in essence to Fluffy Bluff, focusing on the Cloudflower entirely, but in terms of the visual style, gameplay and layout, it's completely different. The planets are much smaller and more numerous, all floating above the endless void of the sky. Things feel grandiose, not in a mountainous way, but in a more classical way. Bushes and hedges seen all around, the quaint architecture seen within the windmills and the floating cylinders, paired with drums and cymbals that end up giving the galaxy a rich vibe. Fitting since we have a hungry Luma here, who will turn into this ornate stone bowl, filled with toxic sludge. It's the home of our secret mission, collecting 5 silver stars across the clouds, being chased by cosmic clones at every turn. It shows a strong contrast to the world around it, which is really cool. Back to our main mission, we'll soon float over the castle wall structure in the distance, it becoming the backdrop on our path to the star, all taking place in 2D, with a cool branching path here leading to 3 1-ups. Our level ends with a float up to the star, which is near a wind current, something that becomes very exciting when we unlock the green stars, since one is actually behind this ending windmill, right at the top too. Our last star here is a comet, a cosmic clone one too, in a very remixed version of this galaxy. We see the aimless platforms from Space Junk Galaxy return here, making it a confusing path for us to run through for star chips, evading clones, then heading through a 2D section, and ending on this small platform, with an insanely cool angle here by the way, before grabbing this quite different star. With that world's ending being that cool, it shouldn't be too much of a surprise that this too is going into S tier. Our next world is Haunty Holes Galaxy, one with the good old scary energy, introducing Octoboos, which are like the 3D versions of the Boo Rings from Super Mario World. One thing we'll see here a lot are moving platforms, whether it be back and forth or large patches of ground that move below us, as we see in the level's opening. The level's skybox is a bit different to the one in Ghostly Galaxy, having the same deep blue tone, but with foggy clouds rather than wispy spirits. Our first star brings us to this ethereal open hallway, where the ground moves between the two sides, totally disappearing past the boundaries. This is reminiscent of Matter Splatter Galaxy in a way, which evidently is an apt comparison, because when we head inside, we find Green Jeff and his final power-up, the Bulb Berry, which lights up otherwise incorporeal sections of the level, like the Matter Splatters did. But even more importantly, this is the same area from the first game, redecorated with a slightly different ending. In contrast, our second main mission fully focuses on the moving ground, and features booze heavily, which will chase us down hallways from behind, like at Boulder level in Crash Bandicoot. It's a pretty fun mission, but it's over so fast that I find it can be a bit forgettable. This is not helped by the Comet mission, which features cosmic clones, and it's basically the same thing. We have to move forward the whole way through, there's no room to double back in either version of the star, so it's just more of the same. The green stars are quite fun though, all in slightly trickier places here. All in all, I gotta give this one a B ranking. It has a lot of cool ideas, but doesn't always have good execution. Our last big galaxy in this world is Freezy Flake, which is the first in both of these games to be fully focused on snow. You know, since Freeze Flame had a star focused more on fire. Anyway, the first star here is focused on fire. Damn it! We'll get back to that in a bit, because the cheery wintertime feel is pulled off perfectly here. It reminds me of classic Christmas movies, playing in the snow as a child, which I've never done. It gives off the energy of that to me at least. Our first star, like I mentioned, focuses on fire, giving us the fire flower to break down snow sculptures on the main planet, melting them into large snowballs that can be rolled around. Breaking down Bowser will let us slide down this cool teal tube to a blocky snow structure, one that leads us to a lava basin, with small patches of snow on the surface. The snowballs can be rolled over the lava to create more land for us to walk across, all leading to us breaking a second Bowser sculpture for the star. The second star is quite fun, since instead we get the boulder mushroom, and exploring the main planet we use our rock powers to break statues and collect star chips. And while it is kinda slow, I do enjoy it, because it's sort of like a memory test on subsequent playthroughs. Can you remember where they all are? This leads to a blizzard-struck snowy path, the end of which takes us to the boss. Literally, we're walking on him. Entering his arena, he comes to life, and we have to attack his nose to take him down. I enjoy this fight. So Betty's weird rolling is fun to try and second guess and figure out for me. Our secret star is hidden in a big tree, taking us to the chimp for an ice skating whack-a-mole challenge, rushing to get 500 points by killing gunnets, which have only ever appeared in this game. This galaxy, in total, will be getting an S rank from me, because while it's already quite good, all three green stars are small but fun challenges of how we can understand this galaxy, ones I always enjoy collecting. Next up, there's Rolling Masterpiece Galaxy. Yep, that's right, a return to the star ball mechanic. After a quick tutorial from Bill Board, we get launched in, and this is so much different, since we start on a spherical planet, something the first game never implemented for these. And we roll around the paintbrushes looking for a key, then roll to go across space junk platforms, up a slow elevator, and getting to activate flip switches, before being launched to Wood Zone. We see saw blades cutting things apart, and rush through to be met with our boss? It's a silver chomp, idly rolling towards us having to knock it into the void to win, like the bullies in Mario 64. Before we move on to the Comet, I do want to give this galaxy props for its general aesthetic. Every aspect feels quite creative and fun, looking a bit more realistic than Toy Time Galaxy as well. Our Comet here is a speedrun, on a 2-minute time limit, with some mild changes too. The key was moved, and the wooden planet was changed to the one from Rolling Green Galaxy. A pretty cool switch up. With these clear elevations to the rolling ball level concepts, I have to give this one an A ranking. Once again, we'll find a hungry Luma on the world map, who leads us to Beat Block Galaxy, one that's had a notable effect in the Mario series after this point. It introduces the Beat Block mechanic. I know, what a surprise. Which are blocks that switch on and off in time with the world's background music, the green and yellow ones alternating. This mechanic made a return in the Super Mario 3D Blank games, and I'm glad it did, since it has a ton of potential. Ideas relating to rhythm are something I really love to see in these games, and this is no exception. While it's a simpler course, it forces us to think about our moves in advance, planning around the beat of the music in order to get ahead safely, leading to a really cool Silver Star staircase right at the end. The Comet here works super well, being a double time comet, the sequel to Fast Foes, though it makes the blocks switch 4 times as fast, upping the ante considerably. The level's end gets changed too, becoming a full pyramid of silver stars, but with the bonus of us now being able to obtain Yoshi. While small, this galaxy has a pretty big impact for me, and that impact leads to it getting a B ranking. Ending off World 3, we have Bowser Jr.'s Fearsome Fleet, a boss level where we, once again, get to use Yoshi, making our way through this metallic sky structure, eating and spitting out bullet bills from cannons in order to advance, while dealing with moving platforms. After the halfway point, we get to see airships again, like the good old days. At the end, we see Bowser Jr. in a flying orb, which forms part of a massive robot, Mega Hammer. He's got boobs. Like during the rest of this level, We see Bullet Bill's getting fire from his chest cannon, enough to eat, then spit them back out at his weak point / titties. And an additional massive one on the back that will need a slingshot to reach. Once they've all been hit twice, he'll get more aggressive, us now needing to hit his glass head when the opportunity strikes. With that, World 3 is complete, but we'll soon come back for a Daredevil comet. It's alright, just the boss again. With all of that said and done though, I think this galaxy can be called B tier. Yoshi is fun to use against a big boss. The green stars are in neat places. There's just a good feeling here. Starting off our fourth world, one with a very calm feeling to it, we have Supermassive Galaxy, one that once again answers the age-old question of, what if everything was very big? A lot of cool ideas are present in this world's design, the majority being made up of giant blocks, including a massive spinning coin for us to wall jump off of, a moving pipe, even star chips near the end, and of course, gigantic enemies. The giant Goombas are familiar, but giant piranha plants and thwomps, as well as the Wigglers seen at the end, are a fantastic addition. We even get to use the drill to kill giant Koopas, and talk to the massive Lemur NPCs that are just around for some reason. Our main mission isn't too complex, us making our way past giant rising platforms and ending up in this giant Wiggler cylinder. And I've gotta be honest, this is a really dumb ending, since you just long jump across, like you've been taught. I don't know why the level implies that you should do anything else. I was excited to see the big Wigglers, but they don't do anything. The comet here is a speedrun one, and is probably the easiest speedrun in the game. The level is unchanged, there's a fair amount of time considering its length, and it's not a clock one. There's also a secret mission, and it's not exactly hidden, though it can be easy to miss if you aren't thinking about it, and have a smaller TV. Near the end we'll go past this small green planet, and can immediately launch away, but if we don't, we can run around. Flowers blooming under our feet as we traverse, and once this planet is in full bloom, a vine sprouts to take us up to the star. One last thing to note, the first green star appears early on, having us triple jump off of the rotating coin at the beginning to reach it, which, while not complex, is a fun way to get to it. With that huge galaxy down, it's ranking time. Admittedly, I grappled with this one a little. It has some really great ideas, but also feels very phoned in at parts. But the first green star is one of my favourites, so it just felt like enough to bump it up to B tier. Next up, right in front, we have Flipsville Galaxy, one with a fantastic aesthetic, feeling like a retro real estate brochure in its vibrant style, focused on house-like structures and interior design textures on the first planet. Most noteworthy though is the main mechanic of gravity flipping through these great platforms, ones which we ground pound to flip through. It's a simple way of messing with the usual way we interact with gravity, and it's a lot of fun, especially with arrows appearing in the background to symbolize which way everything is facing. Speaking of which, the lavender sky looks so cool. Our first star is an excellent primer for us, slowly escalating the danger level around us with how we interact with the grates, leading to a boss fight against the Glamdozer, who we attack by, of course, ground pounding through the grates. Interestingly, we can run around the edge of this planet without falling off, unlike the rest of the level. We have to avoid her attacks, which is easy, and hit her 3 times to win, which is still easy. The second mission switches things up, us using the drill instead of the grates to flip now, which is a very fitting choice considering how we've used it before. We'll end up going into a 2D section, collecting 5 silver stars in a 3x3 grid of gravity swapping runes, which is super cool. Hopefully we're able to become familiar with it fast, since our comet takes us back in for a purple coin mission, meaning we'll have to be efficient, planning out a route to get through all 9 rooms fast enough. Even though we haven't seen them all yet, I don't feel bad in saying that this is probably the best purple coin mission in this game. The time limit seems a little low if you aren't prepared, but is ample if you go in ready. And also this layout is just amazing. Before we flip out, let's rank this world, which will be easy because this one deserves an S ranking. It's a great idea, executed really well. Next we have Starshine Beach Galaxy, one that I've actually talked about a bit recently. Fellow YouTuber Kerblay uploaded a massive Mario 3D ranking back around the start of May, with a bunch of different YouTubers making appearances to talk about a level that meant something to them. Definitely watch that video at some point, it's a really good one. Anyway, what I'm saying is, as you could probably guess, I like this level quite a lot. Also, hi Kerblay, I swear I was planning this video before you contacted me. Anyway, Starshine Beach, a world that takes some clear inspiration from Mario Sunshine, considering that Piantas are the main NPC here, and it's an beach. But also in the fact that it's a galaxy that focuses on power-ups, specifically the Dash Pepper, Bloom Fruit, and Cloudflower, which share similarity to the different flood nozzles from that game. More than anything, there's the fact that this is one of the few levels between both games that acts as a sandbox-style level, like we saw in the earlier games, taking place on one big area for us to explore instead of a bunch of smaller planets. We can see this clearly in our first star, us traversing the whole island with Yoshi to collect 5 silver stars, and exploring the substantially smaller but still interesting underwater area for the Comet Medal. I specifically mention that because it's in an area that's a bit out of the way, but still very much worth us exploring. Also, Yoshi doesn't disintegrate in the ocean anymore. The second star really has the energy of a classic mission, showing us these lily pad platforms that we can ride across the water on, and having us seek out a cloud flower to climb the tower near the world's entrance. The switch to activate it is a little out of the way, but once we have the power up, the ascension is simple. Before I talk about the comet, I do want to talk about the green stars here, because they further the power up focus here, each star having us make use of a different power up, and showing full understanding of them in order to reach them all. Now for that pesky comet. It's a purple coin mission, with Yoshi and the Dash Pepper, giving us just 35 seconds to collect 100 out of the 140 coins, having us follow the coin path accurately to avoid missing any. It's a very fast but intense mission, one that challenges us to avoid making any big mistakes. God fucking damn it. The crazy thing is I still beat the star after that. Now, what rank will this world get? You probably could have guessed it quite easily, but it's S+. What a great world to play through. That's a tough act to follow, but luckily our next stop is Chompworks Galaxy, a place with a very strong industrial look to it, paired with lava at a few points. The main feature of the level being the chomps, specifically rolling ones. We haven't really seen a galaxy themed around a certain enemy before, and going with the chomps is a cool choice. There's a big mechanical focus here too, with sinking platforms, switches, and the main thing we'll be utilising during our first mission, these areas which activate when a chomp rolls in. To get chomps to these areas, we'll need to clear a path for them, and follow them along to avoid anything getting in their ways. We'll do this 3 times throughout the mission, each time escalating more, the second one introducing flip swap platforms, and hiding a cool starboard area, and the last one being a long, winding path across lava, leading a golden chomp past obstacles to obtain a star at the end. Also, this lava planet looks kind of like a chomp. We'll come back here for the comet mission, where we have to lead the chomp along while dealing with cosmic clones, which are a pretty big thorn in our side, since the obstacles are ones we'll need to typically stay still on. It's a tough one, but it is so satisfying to do right. Our second mission switches things up considerably, bringing back the spring mushroom, which is somewhat fitting since the Gimos are found a lot here, leading us to a massive tower for us to spring all the way up, which is a cool challenge for us. And once again, it's possible without the spring mushroom if we try hard enough. This is a pretty damn good world, both theme-wise and content-wise, so it'll end up all the way in S tier. Like we should be used to by now, we'll find a hungry Luma in this world, leading us to Sweet Mystery Galaxy, one that revolves entirely around the Bulbberry, and is also the last time we ever see it. The galaxy has a quite soothing feel to it, with a slight hint of the unsettling, us travelling across sweet treats in an ethereal space, or with Yoshi. As we've seen with the Bulbberry before, we'll be running across unseen cookies and cakes the whole way through. The layout isn't complex, but there's one detail that I think stands out a lot here. That the Bulbberry lets us see underneath the wrappers on the main platforms. The main star concludes with us climbing an invisible cake on a huge plate, with this striking visual as we launch over to it. There's also a purple coin comet here, one that isn't timed, and while it is very simple, I enjoy that we do get a relaxing purple coin mission in this game, especially in a calm world like this. How do I feel about this one? Well, it's quite basic, but also quite nice. C tier feels right for it. There's also Honey Hop Galaxy, one that feels like a direct sequel to Honey Hive Galaxy from the first game. But this time, it's not autumn. We get the bee mushroom immediately, flying up our first planet, a very straightforward one with sticky walls. At the end of it, we'll enter a 2D section where we have to avoid water bubbles, escaping with our bee mushroom to a cloudy platform with floaty fluffs, taking us to the second planet, a simple one where we collect 5 silver stars, and climb up to see the Queen Bee again, even climbing on her to collect the last silver star. It's not a thrilling mission, but eventually the chimp will call us here for another high score game, which is okay. I do want to mention the green stars because they help a little. One hiding behind a balloon, the other... I mean, this is just kind of funny. So how does this world shape up? It's okay. It only ends up hitting C tier. The fact that it doesn't really elevate anything does hold things back a bit for me. Our last stop is, of course, a Bowser level, specifically one that focuses on gravity rotation, going up and around corners, primarily in 2D, while avoiding lava and fire in all its forms. It's not a very complex level, we just follow along the turning path, with a brief respite in this underwater area which is there because who knows, before we head down to circular zones with fire bars moving towards us. At the end, we'll find Bowser, and take him on once again. This fight is largely the same as the first time, the only difference being that his punches and meteors send out shockwaves. I like the format of this Bowser fight, but this one doesn't really escalate much. I can say the same thing about the level itself. It had the same idea as the Bowser levels from the first game, with the 2D gravity stuff, but it doesn't really add anything interesting to that. There's also a comet mission here, another speedrun with timer clocks, and it has very little effect, since the majority of the level is on a 2D plane. Avoiding the clocks and speeding the head isn't really something we can try much. So where does this galaxy end up? Well, and this might be a surprise if you're annoyed by me glazing this game, but it's D tier. The first real miss for me. Let's move forward onto World 5, one with a heavy atmosphere, and Lubba warning us that things feel dangerous. And he's proven right with us heading into Space Storm Galaxy. And I'm just gonna skip ahead of it because, once again, my love of this galaxy has been established. Since I've actually talked about this one before, in a 12-minute video made early last year, which goes a bit more in depth about it than I will here. What I'm getting to is this is my favourite galaxy in the game, and it is an easy S+ tier. But of course, I'm still going to explain why. For one, this galaxy has a fairly dark and tense atmosphere, perfectly fitting considering how the new world opened, with genuinely incredible music in the background. It also, because of the placement and star layout in this galaxy, starts off with the last non-grand star that we can't avoid collecting on the path to completing the game. We'll get to use moving pool stars, move on to a vertical cylinder planet, and then get one of the most unique planet ideas in this game, one where we have to guide a lit bob-omb to a glass dome to blow it up. That's honestly such a cool thing to introduce, even if it only is done the one time. The level ends on this tubular platform, filled with top-man enemies, and has us go through this pool star path, avoiding lightning orbs and ending on another spinning wheel of pool stars. A great way to bookend this mission. Our second star here is a great switch up, taking us to a familiar place, a spire that is strongly reminiscent of Boy Base Galaxy, without the water, and introducing slowdown switches that can make things easier for us. It's a solid mission, and thankfully it doesn't reintroduce Top Maniac at the end. What really makes it stand out to me is how there are a lot of fun ways to approach this, like we can just ignore the blue switches. Our third star here is another escort mission from a Silver Gearmo, who wants a Sparky Top Man, which can be a bit of a hassle to transport across. This is a great place to have this one, both because directing Top Men can be quite tricky, but also because with the bottom section earlier, there's been a slight theme of directing enemies here already. I do want to mention the green stars because in terms of difficulty, they're a bit of a step up, but there's also a fair bit of variety with them. One that's easy to find and hard to reach, one that's easier to find, but harder to reach, and one that's well out of the way, but not too hard to get. It's a phenomenal galaxy, and they couldn't have started this world on a better note for me. Like I said, S+ tier, easily. Completing the first mission in that galaxy unlocks the whole rest of World 5, meaning we can go anywhere next. Let's start with Slipsand Galaxy, the big desert galaxy for this game. As opposed to Dusty Dune Galaxy, this one takes on a much darker tone. Everything's a lot more mysterious, all of the sand is either flowing or quicksand. Our only respites are the desert brick areas of the level, as we avoid Podoboos and those weird chickens that I basically ignored in the first game. Also the Void. We didn't really encounter the Void the first time. Our first mission gives us a fire flower to destroy things on our path briefly, before we get sent to the centerpiece of the galaxy, the massive pyramid. We never actually go inside. It's just a thing to catch our eye as we head to a sandy slide, moving back and forth to avoid the romps following us down, without reacting too much and falling off. The path tapers as we approach the end of it, and leads us to Squizzard, a lizard. He likes to throw things at us, like spiky balls, and eventually bombs. All the while we have to avoid those attacks, and shoot fireballs in his open mouth. It is also great for letting us use a limited time power-up to attack a boss for once. It stands out for that, even having custom music when you have the fire flower. It's not an overly tough battle at first, though you have to be careful, but there's a Daredevil comet here, and it's a real doozy. Squizzard has a lot of ammo, and it's easy to get hit while trying to attack. I found myself having trouble even now. Our second mission is a bit brighter, having us jump over the shifting sand now, and heading towards a sandbird. Oh god. This one isn't bad, it just moves straight ahead, challenging us to avoid obstacles in its path, while watching out for its sand parts disappearing briefly. It's a pretty fun ride-along segment, I'd say. Also, there's this one long sandy area on the first planet, where if you spin jump forward for about a minute, you'll be able to find 3 1-ups, which is a neat secret, even if it's a bit silly. With all of that, I feel like this one fits well into A tier. It's excellent, but not all that. Now for a return to something familiar, but done a lot better than its first iteration. Shiverburn Galaxy, the spiritual sequel to Freeze Flame, which manages to combine fire and ice concepts in a much stronger way. We start off in this lava-filled ring, surrounding volcano, having us travel across platforms, and grabbing a cloud flower, all leading to this switch, turning everything to ice, even the volcano, so we can skate on ahead. Already this is a powerful beginning. We move on to a magma-covered sphere, with moving rocks and meteors, before moving on to our last main planet, with us skating on ice, avoiding lava pockets from meteors, and finally, killing rockdos that are in our way, then skating across temporary ice, getting ready for a cool boss fight. But first, let's look at the background. You already know what's coming. Hello there. The Hell Valley Sky Trees. just sort of there for no reason. It's weird, but a really cool secret in this world. The boss is Prince Picante, a Rocto that rides around erratically, shooting fireballs and coconuts all around, like King Caliente, but harder. It's a damn good fight, and we'll actually come back to this arena again for the Comet, for a romp mission on ice. We skate around, killing all the Octoombas, which I find to be a lot of fun. There's also the Secret Star, back on the first planet, where we meet the Chimp for another ice skating whack-a-mole challenge. This time we have to get 600 points, but the enemy layout is the exact same, so we just have to do better. Before we rank, I want to mention the third Green Star, which is late in the main mission, but requires us to keep the Cloud Flower and a cloud in order to beat it, which is a fun challenge. This world is fantastic, a great elevation of an already cool concept, one that will end up with an S ranking. Then there's Boo Moon Galaxy, another one with a haunted theme, but one that's even cooler than Haunty Holes was. The Spectre background is back, and the general feeling is genuinely impressive. This darkened sphere that we begin on, running through hallways and avoiding boos, is a fantastic start, and it changes between the main two stars, meaning that when we get to the second one, it'll still feel fresh. The field of toxic goop is such a great shade of teal, contrasting amazingly with the snake blocks, which I'm glad to see back, and the lack of potential backtracking makes this a really fun area, especially when the pool folds up and gravity rotates, ending with us on the ceiling compared to how we started. And if we have an eagle eye, leading to us discovering a secret star on the fast moving snake blocks, which is quite devious, but brilliant. The Crescent Moon platform is a fun feature, but what's even better is the pop-up book at the end. Us hitting a switch to hit the book up, letting us access the silver stars, all while the bright blue vortex provides a stunning backdrop to this engaging final area. Our second mission takes us to a brand new place, a 2D mansion where we get to use the Boo Mushroom again, floating up with the fans, avoiding spine cones and octoboos so we can keep our power, having to deal with Mario's verticality issues as a Boo, but in a context that feels more like an interesting challenge than having to race down. It's a pretty good star, but it's not the coolest one here. Green Star 1, one that can be easy to miss. We likely won't see it or hear it on the path through the mission, the moon and book holding the second and third respectively, and it can take us a while to even consider where it could be. The secret missions path. They've never been in the secret areas before, so making this choice is bold, but really damn cool to see pulled off, giving you the joy of finding the first secret star once again. Yeah, this is going into S tier too. It's one that easily became one of my favourites. Now for something else familiar, Upside Dizzy Galaxy, reminiscent of Right Side Down Galaxy. But since it's late in the game, it should elevate the concepts we saw there. Our main mission takes place in a fairly condensed space, with moving platforms that turn the gravity the opposite way, helping us climb up to the level's top. It's not hard at all. Then there's the second room, which we can reach through a cool Goomba bounce if we want, with gravity that flips to the beat, on a very horizontal path. With some electric bars along the way though, it's quite short, and still easy. There's also the secret mission though, and it's another one with the fire flower and the crates. It's a harder one. In fact, I sucked at it as a kid, but it's a fair challenge. The green stars aren't even in tough places here. Yeah, I don't love this one, but my main issue above everything else, it's just so much easier than Right Side Down Galaxy was. That galaxy had tough enemies and voids to worry about, but this one has nothing like that. Like, we are nearing the game's end, and yet this restrictive galaxy that doesn't build on the idea of an early world is here. That all is why Upside Dizzy belongs in D tier. Now for the Hungry Luma, which leads to Fleet Glide Galaxy, our second bout with Fuzzit, through a hectic space station that's actively falling apart, fighting against us the whole way through. There's lava everywhere, walls we could accidentally run into, thwomps and bomberbills, and a closing door near the end that we'll have to rush to make our way past. It's a super engaging flight, one that feels satisfying to get through all of the gates of. Like in Wild Glide, our second mission here is a race against another Jibberjay, one that's tough, but not too tough. While those missions are cool, let's talk about the first Green Star, because it's probably my favourite one in the game. Because of the strategy you need to employ to actually obtain it. Like, look. And there you have it, folks. This galaxy is one that feels most right in B tier. Not bad at all, but admittedly, not as fun as the stunning first flight with Fuzzit. Our last stop for World 5 is Bowser Jr.'s Boom Bunker, the final time we actually see Bowser Jr. in the game. It starts in an impactful way, the opening planet scattered with the remains of Mega Hammer, who is still functioning a bit, firing a bullet bill that we have to lead to a glass dome, one that unlocks a cannon. We'll end up using a couple of cannons here, aiming towards targets to reach further planets. Despite being short, it's a fun mission, us getting the Cloud Flower and using it to reach the boss. This time, Bowser Jr. commands a dangerous tower, sitting in the cockpit while we avoid lightning spears and fire bars, using clouds to make our way over to him, and after the first hit, avoiding suction that will destroy our clouds, eventually leading to him rising up higher, giving us an extra layer of challenge. It's a great final battle against him, and for the first time it actually does feel like it's against him. But there's more. The current mission is amazing. A Daredevil run of the entire mission this time, with a new planet right before the boss. A field of purple goop that will ride a tilting platform across. A fantastic change. The green stars here are hell, but in a cool way. Both are reached from the cannons, us having to carefully aim with the Wii remote, and pray that we've been close enough. The second one being way more precise, very far out in space. It's quite unique, thankfully. If it was common, I'd have a problem with it. Considering the Daredevil comment especially, this one reaches A tier, a great end to Bowser Jr.'s role in this game. Time for World 6, our final big world, which leads all the way to Bowser. Everything feeling tense and final. Our first step here is Multi-Monster Galaxy, the big lava galaxy of the game, starting with these striking balls of lava containing magmargs, massive enemies that rise out of the lava, slamming down mouth first. Using pool stars to advance here really has a big impact, and leads into a volcano-covered planet, the top of which has a smaller platforming challenge to traverse, with waves flowing out of the sea, and potoboos to avoid, ending in a tornado flight section. Not what I expected, but a cool thing to bring back. Our star is over this huge magma sea, surrounded by floating rocks and magmors, parading around, and damaging us if we're standing in their path. It's a grand level to start the world with, but we could alternatively head into the secret star. Us going down a pipe to find the chimp. He gives us something interesting, a bowling challenge. In this massive orb, we'll roll into pinheads down bowling lanes, each one upping the challenge a little. And to win, we can't miss more than 6 of them, which is quite tough. Our second mission gives us the boulder stream again, and has us roll down this impressive and long rolling course, full of starbit crystals and bouncy boundaries, with some sharp turns along the way. It's a quite nice challenge, and is the best place for us to farm starbits in this game. I was able to grab over 100 during each run if we're playing quite well. This is a fantastic opening to the world, and a fantastic galaxy in general, so it easily gets an S rank. Next is Clockwork Ruins Galaxy, which, as the name implies, is themed like an ancient ruins, with massive old stone structures, moving mechanisms, and rolling millstones as we approach the ends of the main mission. It has a fantastic aesthetic the whole way through, starting with us going across spinning wheels, in an area that holds a coin-hungry Wheeler, meaning that feeding him will require us to really explore the extent of these wheels to get all the coins we can. A tough challenge when gravity, the secret star we get from them, brings back these slowdown switches, on this small mallet-filled planet, us having to avoid being squashed both up top and down below. It's a fun diversion from the main star, but also we can skip the whole thing if we want. Past this first planet, we'll get a somewhat 2D area, with walls that pop out at us, and gravity switching partway through. This all lead to the area with the millstones, and divots for us to hide in as they roll down. We'll also see spikes, these pole things, and rotating rocks again, before it ends with us riding along millstones to reach the star high up. Last up is a purple coin mission, with the background looking darker and more serious, for a challenge that can be tough, being on rotating platforms over the voids. This being another one where we have to collect them all, and with how the platforms rotate, any missed coin will hold us back a lot. On the bright side, we have 2 whittles that sort of act as checkpoints for us, letting us know how many coins we should have before moving on. Despite this being a level that I can't really talk about in an amazing amount of detail, it's one that I love every step of. Even the green stars are in pretty cool positions, especially this one right at the end, so it's one that will slide up into S+ tier. Now for one of the standout ideas in this game, Throwback Galaxy. It's no secret that this world is a full recreation of Whomp's Fortress from Super Mario 64, though changed slightly to fit with the Mario Galaxy style. When I was younger, I remember thinking, oh, they brought back Whomp's Fortress? Really? For this late in the game? But for one, I've realized how good of a level Whomp's Fortress is since that point, and especially after looking at all the levels in that game closely, this probably was the best one to bring back. And 2, they did make some changes here which justify it to an extent. We see this in the first mission, where we have to defeat the Whomp at the top of the fortress, and a trapdoor opens to send us to the underside, where we'll find the Whomp King, whose fight has been upgraded considerably. For one, he's massive, to the point where we have to spend effort to climb up and ground pound on a specific part of his back. Also, after every hit, he'll get mad, and send out wimps and shockwaves to get in our way. One more thing I do appreciate is that they kept this dialogue the same as in the original game. A pretty nice touch. Now, instead of bringing over one of the other Once Fortress missions, they made a brand new one, us collecting 5 silver stars from across the stage, using the Cloud Flower to get around, including going around the empty edge of the fortress for one. It's a great star, and one that will reward good routing once we get to the Comet Star, a speedrun where we have just 2 minutes to get all the silver stars. Not too difficult, yes, but one we'll have to be well prepared for, and one where it's especially satisfying to ground pound into the last silver star, and then the actual star. This galaxy is a quite fun one, though it only ends up in A tier, because compared to the original, it doesn't quite use its space as effectively. Though to be fair, with this game's format, you couldn't really expect it to. Well then, now it's time to talk about Battle Belt, a galaxy based around fighting enemies on small planets to advance, all in a deep dark world. Each planet has a different enemy type, typically with different ways to tackle them, like the urchins, which we have to burn, or the crabs, which we have to spin behind, but actually you should burn them. There are some cool moments, like the 2 2D sections inside of planets, killing boos with a shell or flip helpers around a ring, and the Silver Chomp area is a nice finale to the mission, and there's a dumb trick we can do. But it's one that's just okay. There isn't a ton of substance that can be squeezed out of just killing small enemies the whole time. We do have a secret mission though, where we meet Fiery Gobblegut, who isn't too different from the regular one, mostly leaving flames over the planet, since its weak points don't actually get affected by the flames. I guess if they wanted to make a fiery version of a boss again, Gobblegut isn't really the worst option, and this galaxy works well enough, but it's still odd to me. There's also a Daredevil comet here, where we have to go through the whole mission, with some checkpoints at least. But there's a big problem with this level. It's so monotonous. With the enemies mostly having unique ways of killing them, and the level being aggressively linear, it means we do the same thing every time we're in this galaxy, and that includes the green stars. They're not even hidden, just sitting above the unlockable domes. This is not a galaxy that works with any more than 1 star in my opinion. So I genuinely think maybe it was intended for the first game, but it just kinda got carried over when they started making the second game. But then for some reason it got left in when they decided they no longer wanted to do 1-star galaxies, and they gave it 3, so for not being fun, and making us do the same thing over and over again, this is a D tier for me. We're seeing a hungry Luma right at the start here, and it leads us to Flash Black Galaxy, one with an interesting concept. The level is pitch black mostly, getting lit up briefly in time with the background music. We start in this 2D mansion with Yoshi and the Blimp Fruit, having to move carefully and remember the layout to move up, before being brought to the more hectic 3D section, with Octoboos, Flaptacks, and Silver Stars. All while this level keeps blinking, us having to move even more carefully to avoid falling into the void. It's a star that's carried more by the galaxy's idea than its content, but I will say that the background here gives off a really interesting energy. There's also a comet, like usual, which will bring us into a romp in the dark, killing Octoboos within the 3D area within 80 seconds. Their placement does help mitigate the difficulty of remembering the layout a bit, since if they're standing, there's clearly some ground there, meaning that this mission is just okay. We're ending this galaxy with me just kind of feeling alright about it, so it's getting a C ranking. Our last stop before the final boss is Slimy Spring Galaxy, one with a quite calm but dreary atmosphere, and it isn't quite at the same difficulty level as the rest of the world, but it's fucking glorious. Even something as simple as the initial fly-in sets an amazing scene, flying through this vast rocky and grassy world, full of strong fog, landing in a small altar with shallow water everywhere. It's a great opening, leading us down a slide to the sea below, through a field of snoodles, using a shell to swim along, barely having enough air by the time we reach a launch star, getting struck by the vastness of this place once more, and swimming further through a field of boos and urchins rolling down, to see... This is genuinely beautiful, going through that dark and somewhat claustrophobic ocean, filled with fog, only to reach the bright outside, a field of flowers and a harsh lens flare greeting us upon arrival. I've talked a lot of specific shots and angles we see from launch stars in these 2 games, but this is the moment for me. The one 3-second snippet of a scene that's more extraordinary than the rest. And while that one mission is phenomenal, the second mission is not bad. It switches things up in a cool way. The chimp invites us back much later for another high score mission, and this one, taking place underwater, feels so much different to the previous ones, reconfiguring the way we travel through the level entirely, focusing on offense instead of defense. I do also love the second green star, being in a slightly tricky area here. With all that said, this galaxy easily gets an S rank. It does everything so well. I just wish there were a tiny bit more to it. Now, for the big one. Quite literally, Jesus Christ. It's the last galaxy on our journey, where we'll find Peach, and stop Bowser once and for all, until the next game. It's extremely grandiose from the get-go. The level geometry spreading out far, with us starting by killing some Hammer Bros, and floating down to a drill, which sends us to a tube planet for us to dig all the way around to reach the launch star, taking us to another 2D tube section, with lava above and below, the cloud flower helping us advance past the bullet bills, to another vast section where we'll obtain Yoshi, and use the dash pepper, snake block across lava, and we're meant to use the blimp through, but I fucked up? Never done that before. This leads to our final meteor door section, and Bowser's final fight. Unlike in the first game, we start off where we've been before, on a small planet with Bowser floating above, but with different shockwaves. So unfortunately, it's basically the same, us hitting Bowser 4 times to win, and once he's down, we'll see the final Grand Star, waiting for us. Cock! Bowser reappears, eating the Grand Star and regaining power, sending us into this super cool black hole segment, us gravitating towards the meteors, trying to ground pound them into Bowser as he moves forward, trying to strike us down. After 4 more hits here, we'll end up giving in, falling into the black hole, and collapsing it, leaving us on this lone garden planet, where Peach returns to us. In the ending cutscene, we briefly see Rosalina, and the limb we found in the beginning returns to her. The credits begin to roll, as we say bye to this journey. But of course, there's a bit more. There are no 1-star galaxies in this game, which means we have a comet to do here. Another speedrun where time is always low, with a few minor changes to the level layout, like no bullet bills in the tube. It's a quite good comet, making use of the already incredible final star here. What stands out to me the most about this galaxy is that it really is a perfect culmination of all that we've done to lead to here. I mentioned required stars a little bit in Space Storm, and most of the major features of this level are things that we have definitely seen in the game before this to some extent, with a couple of things that could be missed depending on what stars we did. Like there's a chance we didn't use those Yoshi power-ups, but there's a brief. Meanwhile, we definitely used the cloud, and the drill, and snake blocks, and saw a 2D tube section. With this grand finale complete, I've gotta give it S tier. With the level being fantastic, and the fight having a cool plot twist right at the end, it's hard to fault it much. Now that we've beaten Bowser, we still have more to do. We unlock a special bonus world with more galaxies to explore, all of them on the smaller side, and most being references or callbacks in some way. We start with Mario Square Galaxy, a clear reference to Toy Time Galaxy in the last game, taking place upon an 8-bit Mario. The star here is, well, it's different to what Toy Time did, replacing the rotating platforms with flip switches for us to turn yellow, which is somewhat neat, though not super fun I feel. It also leads to Mario turning green, which, he looks sickly. As for the comet here, it's Luigi time, a slight reference to Luigi's purple coins, but this time without the rotating platforms, and adding in cosmic clones to avoid any chances of us doubling back. Also, there are exactly 100 coins here, so we'll have to be careful the whole way through. While that mission is good, the others aren't. Like the green stars and nothing burgers, unsurprisingly. With all of that, the galaxy resides in D tier. Next on the path is Rolling Coaster Galaxy, bringing back the Star Ball for us to roll down a rainbow road, which is the road that you go. So a Mario Kart reference to an extent, which is pretty cool to see in a main series game. That probably won't happen again. It's quite a fun course, one that will go down quite fast, and get a split path midway through that leads to the Comet Medal. The star as it is already a quite fun finale to the Star Ball, but then we get to the Comet, a purple coin mission, with only 110 coins available to us. So we'll have to be very careful in order to avoid missing any within the tight time limit. And considering how fast we go, collecting all the coins can be pretty tough for us. I also just love the fact that the Star Ball has a purple coin in it this time, because the star isn't granted to us immediately. I do want to mention the green stars here too, since they have really tough placements. The first being on the easy path at the split, and the second one being a you either reach it or you don't one. This galaxy is one that fits well into B tier, a quite good bonus one. Our third stop is Twisty Trials Galaxy, one that should remind us of Super Mario Sunshine, because it's a reference to Super Mario Sunshine. Like the secret levels in that game, we'll be platforming across big structures to get to the end. And we'll get the Cloud Flower, but unfortunately they decided to remake a course, instead of making a new one. And the one they went with, at least once we get the red coins we won't see this one ever again. Come the fuck on. It's not a great course to go through, and we'll have to do it twice. The Comet is another double time one, adding an alright level of extra challenge to the stage, and us getting Yoshi partway through instead of a Cloud Flower. While that's already an okay change, I do like that they add a few more twisting platforms to the level's end, the last one having the star floating above it. I do think the platforms being a bit faster would have made this mission a bit more decent. Yeah, I think this galaxy also fits well into D tier, because it's not good, especially at this point in the game. Next up there's Stone Cyclone Galaxy, and why? Genuinely, this is the weakest point in this entire game. Why the fuck would you bring back such a mediocre area? It's not iconic, it's barely interesting, and visually boring. They ramp up the difficulty by making things move faster, but they also bring in the slowdown switches for some reason that don't feel remotely necessary here. You could have brought back something interesting, a concept of some kind that could have been remixed beyond just faster, but that's not what happened, is it? The only joy I can squeeze from this level is by ignoring the switches, and skipping through the majority of the already short stage. But with the main star being 5 silver stars, that can't really be done. There are ways to elevate a concept without making too severe changes, and this galaxy feels like a complete failure in that regard. And for post-game, based on a meh area, this is F tier. This is the point where this game ends up in F tier. Now for a galaxy that uses past content much better. Bus Blitz Galaxy, taking us through 5 bus battles from the first game that hadn't yet returned, all taking place in this super dark world with a super bright sun. Standing out greatly as we take these 5 on, we'll see Dino Piranha, King Caliente, Major Burrows, Bouldergeist, and Fiery Dino Piranha, all in a row, with just one checkpoint. Now, I do enjoy all of these fights, and while this is a simple rehash in some ways, it's a really fun idea to put in this game, fitting perfectly as post-game content, testing our skills from the last journey we took. But there's also a comment, and I am so glad they didn't take the obvious approach. We have to do a speedrun, which is fucking brilliant, as opposed to trying to take things slow, avoiding getting hit across 5 buses, and surely causing young players to cry. They went with a star that poses a great challenge, us having to move fast and effectively, understanding how to beat all these bosses in just 5 minutes, with room for small mistakes. This is especially great since we'd already seen Daredevil, Burrows, and Bouldergeist. This is something new for them. Now, I should mention the green stars, because we've got the Battle Belt problem again. They're just sort of there. This galaxy doesn't really work for them being a feature of this game. I can forgive it to an extent, but this galaxy does end up in C tier. Our last stop is a hungry Luma, who creates Flip Out Galaxy, one that is brand new. It utilises the flip-flop mechanic we've seen earlier in this game, but instead of on lone platforms, it's on pop-out walls, and this is a really cool change. Our platforming gets more complex here, us having to plan more before each jump, going through a deeper mysterious castle of sorts, with some tougher platforming near the end, with the comet medal and the wall jumping segment to the star, us having to really understand when we're spinning to get the whole way through. While the star is already a fun end to the world, being a bonus star that really does feel new and unique, there is of course more. Cosmic clones, remember those? They're here, and this is a galaxy that can cause havoc in, with all the planning and tough moves we'll be using here, and especially when we have to wall jump. They will get in the way, meaning that we have to be on watch the whole time. The final wall jump up is the best example of this. There's some tighter timing here. Overall, I love that something different was done at the end of the special world, and it was done so well that it's gonna end up in A tier. But when we've got 120 normal stars and 120 green stars, we'll unlock one final galaxy, the one and only Grandmaster Galaxy, giving us one final challenge to go through. It's a galaxy with 6 distinct sections, all done in a row, with checkpoints in between, challenging us in a few different ways. You start with a Yoshi segment, swinging across a bright sky void, and avoiding power goombas and bullet bills. Then move on to a flip switch grid, avoiding lasers as we fill them all in. The next section is quite cool, taking us through a path of electric fences using wind and the cloud flower to advance to the end, taking us to a segment with flip swap platforms, more lasers and shrinking platforms, avoiding rock toes as well, a slightly tougher area. Next we use full stars to avoid more electric gates, and can use a cool trick to break the intended path a little, leading into the end, a tough section full of hammer bros and flumps, surrounding us as we cross the void, getting a comet medal and killing boomerang bros at the end for the star. It's a fair final challenge for us, though not being too difficult before the final area, and not having that much of an identity, until the comet appears. One final mission, and it's a Daredevil comet. This one is iconic. If you know about Galaxy 2, then you probably know about this. 1 health point, no checkpoints, some areas have been upgraded, and because we can't take damage, we'll be keeping the cloud suit on the entire time, meaning that jumping is a little weirder through the hammer field at the end. But when we finally beat the Boomerang Bros, we'll be sent to one last planet, a small garden with the Gateway House, and Rosalina, who congratulates us for beating the final challenge, and the game itself. It's a good, but not great final challenge in my eyes. It has notability, being the first big final bonus challenge area in a Mario game, but it doesn't have the content that would be compelling enough for me to put it higher, so it's C tier for me. So that's the end of Galaxy 2, a game that I clearly love a lot. You saw how many galaxies ended up in S tier, it's not exactly a secret. It's interesting because with how much extra praise I had to give the first game's story, I don't really have much extra to say here. Because like I said, Galaxy 2 is a game that I basically just love for the gameplay. Galaxy 1 absolutely succeeds in atmosphere and emotion coming through in the story, while Galaxy 2 succeeds in having the gameplay ideas expertly upgraded. Not having any 1-star galaxies that feel like they don't follow up on a cool concept, or any 6-star galaxies that feel pretty stretched out. Having 2 or 3 stars in each galaxy meant that the worlds in this game were able to hit that happy medium a lot easier, bringing things up a bit higher. It does also help that I'm someone who loved the green stars. It was cool to get an extra level of challenge after the main game, as opposed to playing it again as Luigi. It's just a game that I adore every part of, and is easily my favourite in the Mario franchise. But then with Galaxy 2 coming and going, it'd be a while before we saw our next 3D Mario adventure, with none of this scale coming to the Wii U, meaning that we had to wait until the Switch for Super Mario Odyssey, the most recent entry into this list of big 3D Mario adventures, which was teased right at the start of the Switch's hype cycle. It was said to be more of a return to the sandbox level style of 64 and Sunshine, something which many people were excited about, including me. It was a huge step up. Super fresh graphics, massive looking worlds that seemed to be quite varied, and this was just the first trailer. There weren't even any signs of the capture mechanic that made this game really stand out yet. Plenty of the enemies and objects in this game could be taken over by Mario, giving us brand new abilities and ways to advance through missions, bringing more variety into the gameplay experience. In addition to Mario getting a robust new moveset which made it so even standard gameplay would be engaging. While the game has been criticized for how insubstantial some of its content is, with some saying that there are too many moons, it's still a great game, though not one that I had any plans to complete 100% of again for this video. The story starts off in a fairly usual way, Bowser kidnapping Peach, but leads to us travelling all around the world to chase him down, through diverse kingdoms with our new companion, Cappy. This guy. That's right, this hat is finally relevant in one of these videos. The game's beginning is a little different than we're used to, taking us straight into the action. Mario trying to stop Bowser's plans to kidnap and get married to Peach immediately, and getting launched far into the distance, losing his hat, and being followed by Cappy, waking up in a strange and unfamiliar place. Cap Kingdom is where our journey truly begins, us being woken up by, and subsequently chasing down, Cappy, letting us start to get a feel for the game, and this world. We've never started a Mario game in a world like this. A dark and mostly grayscale one, with a massive moon in the background, highlighting the central hat tower. Unsurprisingly, hats are as much of a feature here as the ghostly atmosphere, taking on less of a creepy vibe and having more of a playful and whimsical atmosphere in a world full of spectres. It's honestly a little surprising that this works so well. It's a place that could feel desolate, but with this energy it feels bright and exciting, working quite well despite the note of failure that the game started out on. Our first bout within this area is quite simple, us heading towards the top hat tower, and going inside to find our first capture, Frouge, allowing us to ascend up to our first boss battle against a Brutal, one of the main villains we'll encounter in the game, which is massive news for bunny fans such as me. It's a very basic battle, about what you'd expect for the game's opening, but it provides us a spark pylon at the end, which sends us straight to the next kingdom. But of course, there's more to say with this one. Basically every kingdom in this game is chock full of moons, the main collectibles of this game, as opposed to stars or shines, because there aren't many other celestial objects Mario could collect left. While the Cap Kingdom's moons aren't available immediately, most kingdoms will have a few dozen for us that we can find on our first visit. And when we reach the post-game, even more moons can be added to all of these places. There are a total of 31 in Cap Kingdom, including Koopa Freerunning, a minigame found in every decent sized kingdom, which is the standard race type mission seen in every game so far. There's a good amount of variety in the moons here, most utilising Paragoombas to fly over the foggy void, and some in smaller sub-areas, something very common in the game, each of which tending to have 2 moons, usually one of them slightly hidden, like in this push block area. Despite being a smaller one, it utilises its space quite well, and it's a great jumpstart to our journey, being just simple enough. It's one that feels right for C tier. Moving on from our slightly gloomy opening, we arrive with force into Cascade Kingdom, a much brighter area with a more expected aesthetic for the start of the game, with green grass and brown cliffs. Though it does do something a little different that makes it stand out more visually, the fossil theming. Bones and archaeological textured platforms around, And of course, the skeleton around the level's waterfall, a central feature that really draws our gaze up higher from the moment we enter. This opening section is where we find our first moon, and our second capture, the main one for this kingdom, the chain chomp. We'll possess chain chomps a few times throughout this one, and after our first moon, and seeing a preview that cements that our goal is to climb to the top, we'll be able to find our mode of transport in this game, the Odyssey, but more importantly, the dinosaur, a creature that doesn't entirely fit with this game's visual style, which is of course purposeful, amplifying the wonder of this early game area. We start to see the openness of this game more on our way up, collecting a couple of moons on the way, and going through our first 2D 8-bit section, an awesome element by the way, and reaching Madame Brood. Like I said, bunnies. With how Mario games are with priming us for bosses, this is understandable enough, capturing a pet chomp, running away, and letting go to damage her. As per usual, 3 times, destroying her and allowing us to advance further. I can't say that fight is fantastic. It's fair for the early game though, and we'll see much better ones as we go on further. But of course, there's more to discuss, as we'll find plenty of moons here. Most of them on the simpler side, unsurprisingly. There are quite a few small nooks and crannies around for us to find, like a chest in the central river, or short paths leading into sub-areas. But there are also a few moons that are just in the open, and common moon ideas that appear in a lot of kingdoms, like break this rock, timer challenges and such, especially such. The sub-areas here are quite nice too, like a 2D one with neat secrets to find, an arena with the dinosaur, or the best one, a fun challenge involving ricocheting chain chomps, one that holds a secret 4th level. I find this kingdom to be a great place to establish the general line that future kingdoms will follow, with a mix of great and air content, but I still love it. The waterfall and fossil themes work excellently, leading to it getting a B tier rank. With our journey in full force, we advance to the Sand Kingdom, an early game desert world. I'm getting flashbacks. That being said, one good omen here is how vibrant this world is. A very blue sky contrasting with the bright red sand, a colourful city laying in front of us, but most unexpected of all, ice. This is far from a normal desert world. It's also easy to see that this one is quite vast, us entering on the south side and not being able to even see near the other edges. As we start to explore, we'll see that much of the kingdom appears bare, while there are a few slightly condensed areas that hold the majority of the content, like Tostarena Town, the city from before, with a strong Day of the Dead look to it. The kingdom's story has us going between a few of these notable areas, searching for the source of the kingdom being frozen, and of course heading for Bowser and Peach. Our first stop is Tostarena Ruins, getting us accustomed to the kingdom's main capture, the Bullet Bill. Probably the capture I was most excited for pre-release. There are a lot of cool moons in this area, amongst the quicksand, but in the end we'll climb the central tower, directing us to a lone island with Moais, a capture more focused on puzzle solving than movement ability. We'll utilise their invisible vision to collect moon shards, which are basically the same as silver stars from the Galaxy games. Our next stop is the massive inverted pyramid, taking us into an interior ruins area, one that I adore. It was one of the first things I saw of this game during the lead-up hype cycle, and as a Galaxy fan, knowing that there was a 2D section with gravity as a feature, that was great news. At the end we'll fight the second Brutal, Harriet, whose fight is one that's satisfying to skip over small parts of. Interestingly, this advances the world to night, raising the pyramid to the sky, letting us go down into the depths, maybe to solve the icy crisis. After an icy sub-area, we'll find the final boss of the kingdom, Knucklotech, based on the Olmec heads, but with 2 fists, which we can use against him like bullet bills to take him down. This is genuinely a great fight. It's super smooth, not too easy, and when it's over, the ice melts, bringing this land back to what it was. Now, one thing I haven't mentioned yet is Jaxi, an animated statue who we can ride around on at high speeds, across the sands, and even poison. His presence is quite important, as it helps us get across those long stretches of not much we'll see across this world. While Jaxi isn't our only mode of transport here, we have checkpoint flags and pylons we can use. He's a great feature for a world set up in this way. We'll also encounter a few more mainstays of this game as we search for more moons, like the Sphinx, who gives us moons for solving riddles, paintings which let us get a special moon in a different kingdom, seeds. Why? More important though is that the sub-areas in this kingdom stand out quite a lot, like this memory one with Moais, or a fantastic top-down Bullet Bill one, which holds a secret coin stash for those that figure out that they can reach the ceiling, just like in Right Side Down Galaxy. Another great one is this rotating house area out in space. It feels very Mario 3D World, a game that I'll get to in a future video surely, or this post-game one where we race across the sinking ruins. Of course, within the main kingdom, there are some small areas that we haven't really seen much of yet, like the giant pool of poison around the Jaxi Tower, or this remote oasis, holding a fishing Lakitu, a mechanic I don't love. Of course, there are also a bunch of cool little puzzly moons to be found, like bringing a Jaxie to this empty area so we can contemplate, or a time challenge on hidden blocks, or Koopa trace walking. I have mixed opinions about you. Of course, while I am praising this kingdom a lot, I do have a bit of a slight problem with it. And the thing is, it's not really a problem with the kingdom, it's more of a personal preference thing. The fact that the kingdom is so massive, with most of the moons being in smaller clusters around the non-plane areas of the kingdom, is something that's not as compelling to me as the concept of a world. The Sand Kingdom does mitigate this well with the aforementioned movement options, but when I look at this kingdom as a whole, those empty areas do stand out to me a fair bit. Especially in a world that essentially holds the most moons in this game. Now, let me be clear, I have called this a problem, but it is a lot closer to a nitpick, because even with that mentioned, this is still absolutely an S-tier kingdom, an amazing way to show the player the nature of the game in full force, great captures and bosses, and so many enjoyable moons. Next up, there's a fork in the road, but we'll end up going to both of these places eventually anyway, so let's just start with Lake Kingdom, a quite glamorous location, with serene waters, and quite impactful rocky walls surrounding us, with a flowy dress-like appearance to them. About right, since this kingdom holds the Lock Lady dress, which Bowser came here to steal. The kingdom's colour scheme, mostly being cool colours with more pastel tones, with bright sparkles everywhere we look, are where a lot of the beauty comes from. This whole place just feeling relaxing. The kingdom has little solid ground to it, the bulk of it being underwater, and while this may sound like an issue, it won't take us long to discover the main capture for here. The Cheep Cheep, giving us much better swimming controls than Mario has. But even then, Mario's aren't that bad. Our main mission here will take us into this underwater bubble, with the appearance of a Greek palace on the inside, and climb up higher to this surface area, making use of the many flower spin platforms in order to reach a boss arena, where another brutal, Rango, comes down to fight us, having a fight focused on hat-on-hat violence. It's a cool fight, further utilising the flower spin platforms we've learned about, after which the kingdom opens up a bit more, showing us another fishing Lakitu for instance. But most noteworthy, the kingdom now appears less blue, since things have switched over to daytime. Everything's a little warmer now. I kinda wish it wasn't. Okay, to talk about the sub-areas here, they're not the greatest. Like, this one revolving around the zipper mechanic is fun, but it's just because it's a bit showy, it doesn't have much substance. This block rolling puzzle is okay, it's the first of two in this game, and I'm glad there aren't more admittedly. The one that stands out the most though is post-game, the massive poison wave room, where we use the frog to jump across platforms safely, seeing this blue and purple version of the kingdom's usual feel. This 2D area here is also neat, though I don't appreciate Sex's Cappy. What I do appreciate is this incredibly deep tunnel, us going down and down, slowly losing air, but at the end, with barely enough time, we'll find Captain Toad, who has a moon for us. With it being a smaller kingdom, there's not much more I have to say about it. It's not bad, in fact it's C tier, I just felt like it was a tad lacking. But, of course, we have reached Wooded Kingdom, another real standout for this game's areas, and immediately it looks amazing. Us beginning in this large forest with massive trees looming far above us, with gardening robots, and a few moons that we can find almost immediately if we're looking for them. We'll walk along to the Sphinx, who confirms that Bowser is here to steal flowers, after which we'll find a much more open area, getting a proper welcome to Steam Gardens. This kingdom has an honestly gorgeous aesthetic, the largely mechanical looking red structures all around this steep green grassy land, the two often overlapping as we explore this massive geodesic dome. And there's a lot to explore. Many small areas for us to look into even as we climb up this first small platforming section, and meeting Uproots, one of the main captures of the kingdom, eventually being led towards the Broodals again, travelling over temporary flower roads across the void, and soon meeting Spewit. It's not a bad fight though, I will say, though I find most of the fun comes from interrupting a cycle. Like in the Sand Kingdom, this isn't the end, and a lot here changes. Sherms, these tank enemies that are somewhat okay to use, will be scattered around this early area now, letting us climb up to the upper level of the kingdom. A whole new experience for us, essentially splitting the kingdom into two halves, letting us access even more secrets that we never would have reached before. We'll find more Sherms up here, blasting away the wall to create a path even further up, and running up further still to the final big area, where we use Sherm to break Bowser symbols across this final flower field, opening one last area for us to explore during our main path. Once again, there's been more turmoil in the kingdom, and the cause can be found in the secret flower field, where we'll find, a massive UFO, Torkdrift, who is desperately trying to steal all the flowers. The fight is quite basic, even for a Mario game. Us using an uproot to attack the very obvious weak points / blocks, then breaking a glass dome afterwards, 3 times and we win. There are attacks to avoid, but most of them are incredibly easy to get away from. With that, the kingdom is saved and we can fully explore. I may as well start with the sub areas because there's a few of varying quality. There's a flower path one that's pretty cool, but also an elevator shaft where we use Sherm in what feels like a first-person shooter level, but mediocre. We'll see Breakdown Road and Invisible Road, both areas with great impact, but we'll also get Herding Path, the second of 3 times that we'll see sheep, also being the only time that we have to herd one at a time. The rest of the outside level is a lot more consistent, tons of nuts holding moons for us to find and break open, a bunch of music note challenges, and a really fun Cooper freerunning race, climbing up the opening platforming area and taking advantage of this gap near the end. It's clearly a kingdom with a lot of fantastic design qualities, even with some slight missteps along the way, especially when everything is as open and inviting as this. But now for the bad side, this was gonna come up eventually, the Deep Woods. A dark and gloomy area, still with the grassy vibe of the above, but far below the sunny world we've gotten used to. This area doesn't work for me. It's harder to navigate, there's a fucking T-Rex strutting around, and some of the worst moons in the game. Most of them aren't that bad. A fake tree. Okay. The bad stuff starts at the pipe puzzle. It's pick a pipe. Hope you pick the right pipe, and if you don't, you don't. Oh, but isn't there a trick where Mario will look at the correct pipe? Yes, but like, for one, who was noticing that immediately and thinking, oh, I see, this is what the trick to this is. And 2, it doesn't always work. Sometimes he just looks at a pipe. I don't know why. The timing challenge isn't necessarily awful, but in an area where getting your bearings is hard, having to run in a direction isn't the most fun. But then of course, the chasm of this game, a treasure made from coins. Find the coin coffer, become him, and spend around 1.5 minutes paying this plant 500 coins to get the moon. Hey, I don't want to, actually. Also, you can't teleport out. You have to plant a vine from the robots to escape. And that would be a lot more cool as a twist in an area that was less annoying to be in. The Deep Woods is the main thing that brings down this area's ranking for me, but there are of course other nitpicks. It ends up in A tier for me. It would probably be joining Sand and S if it were just that top section. With those 2 kingdoms done, Cappy tells us that we can head all the way to Metro Kingdom. An exciting development, but even more exciting, we see Bowser close by, stopping in the quite small Cloud Kingdom to try and stop him as soon as possible. And he's ready for a fight, showing us this new attack hat, starting a boss battle. Cloud Kingdom essentially works as an arena for the fight, one where we avoid Bowser's attacks, steal his hat, then beat him down with the boxing gloves on the side, taking him down handily. It's a pretty good introductory Bowser fight, like in the previous games, except Sunshine I'm Still Mad. Not giving us too much to worry about, but still giving us a good idea of what fighting him will be like. At the end, come the fuck on, Mario. Bring a gun to the knife fight for once, it'd be so easy. Bowser escapes, and Mario falls away from the kingdom, down to, uh-oh, this is somewhere else. And it's not time for somewhere else. Yet. Now, this kingdom basically is just a big circle, though the skybox around it has a quite wonderful look to it. Super soft and sunny, drenched in light pinks. While it's simple, the moons we can find here post-game are kind of awesome. There are some well set up platforming challenges with cap activated clouds, this ground pound music area, a sky higher cloud path, and of course, 2 of the coolest small puzzle sub areas. The 2D cube, where we travel around all 6 faces, avoiding enemies. Lava and Potoboos being the toughest obstacles, us having to collect 5 moon shards, made even better with the shiny techie look on the outside of the cube. And of course, Big Goomba that gives us prosopagnosia, a toad challenging us to get a high score and putting his face back together, which is normal to want and impossible to achieve. While only 9 moons are available here, I'll be honest, there was a lot more quality than I expected, to the point where even though it's more of a boss arena than a kingdom, I feel like it still deserves D tier. Look, it's good but not stellar. I do wish that this kingdom could be more than just a boss area. Like, it could extend much further with Bowser's presence gone, giving us more of a reason to return. Anyway, back to somewhere elseville. We're in Lost Kingdom, a place that's basically in the middle of nowhere, having to collect more moons to fix up our ship before heading to the next big stop. Let me start by saying that this land is another visually stunning one. Everything feels wrong but combined in a way that feels so right. Surrounded by a purple acidic sea, reddish browns as the ground, slightly off red and green shades on the trees, darker violets for the leaves. It feels as out of place as it should, but it works, especially with the slight primeval aesthetic. This kingdom doesn't have a big story, but early on we'll find Cappy getting stolen by Klepto, a surprising twist in this weird land, forcing us to act alone for the first real time, and figuring out how to hurt him. It's not complex, but still impactful. Moving on from that, we'll see our main capture, tropical wigglers, who exhibit an accordion-like quality so that we can extend over large gaps, coming in handy for moons close to the acid. One thing that I feel makes this kingdom stand out is that it's really well set up for platforming, taking advantage of the aesthetic feeling less like a location we were visiting, and making itself feel a lot more like a level that we're exploring, like in some previous games. There are so many small moments, like the cross platforms high up, this wall jumping section to the kingdom's peak, and tree trunks in the acid, or this fuzzy section on the backside. They don't feel like they'd all be together in a normal kingdom, but here it feels reasonable. I haven't brought up Lydom before, but he's a cool capture that appears in many kingdoms, in this one allowing us to reach this far off island. It's truly just a kingdom with a lot of cool mechanics at play around every corner. And I think a big factor in this is that the kingdom lacks sub-areas. All its challenges lay on the kingdom's surface, some hidden undercover, but we just aren't taken away from the main area here, at least until post-game, where 2 sub-areas that do appear are cool challenges. I also do love the splashes of lighter colours in this kingdom, like the butterfly swarms sometimes found around important secrets, or even just the moons being the standard yellow, contrasting with every area of this world. It's another kingdom that I love, though I do still wish it was a bit more than it already is. It ends up in A tier. But now we move on to Metro Kingdom, a world that was iconic before the game even dropped. Even just the trailers showing it having a big and bustling atmosphere, full of actual humans, and of course, returning Pauline to the Mario franchise. And it feels like Nintendo took advantage of this notoriety to mess with the player a bit. A painting leading to it in Sand Kingdom, dangling the carrot in front of us after Wooded Kingdom, and then getting to the point where once we arrive, it's nighttime, rain everywhere, and us having to complete a boss mission in order to return the kingdom to its normal state. This introduction is quite cool, presenting us with urban stingbees, and more sherms to use to advance, having to crawl around the outskirts of the city before climbing up to the city hall, and meeting the boss, Mecha Wiggler, who's stealing the city's power, knocking us down to the ground for a battle. This battle is not that good. It's just making us utilize the Sherm's one ability for a while, nothing that special, and it only has 2 short phases to it. But now that things are normal, holy shit, this kingdom is cool. Despite using a high amount of grays throughout the roads, sidewalks, and buildings, this is a super vibrant kingdom, and a high energy one, giving us a lot of different ways to use Cappy to get around, like the pylons all around, and these flickable poles. And with it being a city, us being able to go up high gives us even more options for reaching whatever goal point we want to head towards. Despite having beaten the boss, there is more world here, as Pauline invites us to help set up the city's festival, as long as we can find 4 musicians. Okay, 3 musicians. Admittedly, this isn't too engaging as a story beat. It's really not that hard to find all 4, especially since you can see them on the map. I don't think each individual person needs to reward us as a moon is all. Sorry sir. With the band together, Pauline needs another favour from us, to go underground and fix the city's power plant, which has been taken over by Piranha Plant. The realism in here is great. Graffiti and rats all around, like the real New York. Finally, our errand's complete, we can hold the city's festival, going into what is easily this game's best act of fan service. A 2D Donkey Kong themed stage, even including barrels and the one and only guy at the end. This really could have only worked in this game, with Pauline being the mayor of this place, her originating from the Donkey Kong arcade game of course, or while she's still singing on the rooftops. Outside of the story, there are some fantastic moons here, from the wholesome bench friends to the hectic alleyway. Wait, why did I call this hectic? Oh right! Like I mentioned earlier, there are a lot of ways to get around this kingdom, and this exploration is well explored. Moons hidden around every corner, moons just out of sight, moons near the void, moons up high, moons up higher, moons out in the open. This could be worse, but it could also be a lot better. At least riding Mario is kinda neat, mostly because it looks funny. This kingdom's visual style also lends itself quite well to sub-areas, making spaces that work well and feel more like actual areas than just small challenge zones, like the Bullet Building, or the Siege area, full of sherms at night, or the crowded alleyway, filling a street with humans to make it hard for us to reach the moon in time. An area made even cooler by having a second area accessible right after it, with pole jumping. Of course, I haven't even mentioned the 3 coolest ones. The theatre, where we get to play through a recreation of the original 1-1, where it all began, but with moon shards, and a hidden moon in the underground bonus room. Second is the RC Car Challenge, referencing Mario Kart briefly while also just being a cool race for us to take on. And lastly, Vanishing Road, a timer challenge we see post-game, revolving around the motorbike, racing across a temporary road above the void, which is just pretty cool. In contrast, we have the other rolling block puzzle of the game, back in the power plant. It's the end of these, and I'm fine with that. I also do appreciate the Koopa freerun here, since it takes place at night, and has us racing to the top of a building in a pretty cool way. Now, this is a massive kingdom with a lot of cool things within it. Pigeon. But what stands out to me the most is that beyond the boss battle, we don't really have a dedicated capture here. And I think that's to this kingdom's benefit. It's one that allows us to really appreciate running around as Mario in this game, not just relying on stealing an enemy's consciousness in order to get from point A to B most of the time. I know some may consider the flicky poles and pylons to be captures, you know, because they are, but I still see them as quite different to things like the Bullet Bill and the Cheep Cheep we saw previously. It's a kingdom that succeeds without having an enemy to give credit to. And partly for that reason, it's easily sliding into S tier. It's fantastic all around. After that highlight, we have another split path, and let's once again start with the smaller of the two options, Snow Kingdom. A place that looks, well, when we first enter it doesn't. Bowser is here to steal a frosted cake, which is great and all, but for now, we need to find anything, since we can't see far around us at all. A lone light leads us down into a pit, into Shiveria Town. It's where we'll experience the main story here, and it's quite snowy, but still a warm feeling area. Shiverians all around us, all calm and welcome, while the wall textures just give off the aura of a cozy Scandinavian town. It's a small town, but it has 4 branches at the back of it, leading towards 4 cool sub-areas that we'll need to beat to advance here. There's this underground acid pool filled with taifus, which we can possess and use the power of breathing to advance to the end. There's a snowy mountain with huge layers of snow piled up, and air gusts to help us rise to the peak. And a cool secret hidden on the side, leading up to a second fight against Rango, who has gotten a massive upgrade beyond our comprehension, Second Hat. The rest is the same. There's the Hollow Crevasse, with underground bite frosts that will chase us, before rising up in an attempt to attack. And lastly, the one I like the most, a deep and frosty cave, where we take a command of Goombas, gathering and stacking them on our path, ending with us looping back around to grab the moon. That opens the final barrier, letting us slide down to the Snowline Circuit, where they're waiting for a racer that we capture and head on to the Shiverian race for the last stop. I don't care for this race. It's not hard, I just don't really like it. There are 3 more in the kingdom after the main story. There are a few other cool moons in Shiveria, but with that done, we can finally look at the surface. It is, as you could expect, super frigid out here. Many white snowy roads, a freezing lake below with purple Cheep Cheeps, and pale blue icy walls around us. This isn't like that plain, I suppose, but it doesn't really have the impact of the other snowy areas we've seen, like Freeze Flames or Snowman's Land. That doesn't make it bad by default, but it also doesn't make it good. There are some sub-areas, who could have guessed, and they're not bad. They're not high tier either though. I enjoy the Flower Path one where we have to give up Cappy, and the Circular Ice Room with 2D gameplay, but the rest, it's fine. I do appreciate that in the post-game, you can find an extra moon in each of the branching areas. My favourite being, of course, the one in Goomba Room, where we need to catch them all. This is not a kingdom that I find myself wanting to come back to when I played this game. In fact, it was the last one I visited post-game. But at least the characters here are cool, like penguins and taifus. It was hard to be certain, but C tier felt reasonable to me. But now for the other option, one with a completely different feel to it. The Seaside Kingdom, the true beachy world of this game. Like many other kingdoms, it is genuinely beautiful from second one. Warm sandy shores, with the gentle sea just enveloping the edges, a bright blue taking up most of the space here, with patches of green grass around. It really could not be more of a beach level. The boss of this level is visible immediately. Mollusk Lancer, drinking the kingdom's sparkling water. Like in the Snow Kingdom, we'll have 4 small challenges to go through in order to beat this boss. But unlike in Snow Kingdom, these aren't in separate areas. They all take place across the massive kingdom, giving us room to explore freely as we undertake all 4 of them, getting accustomed to this relaxing world. Tall cliff sides and deep pools are here for us to explore. And a big part of the beauty in this kingdom comes from the fact that it has 2 major captures, both helping considerably in terms of us being able to get around. For below the surface, unsurprisingly, we have the return of Cheep Cheep, who is just as useful as in Lake Kingdom. But there's even more space to swim around here, which increases the impact of this capture. There's a ton to find below the surface. Plenty of moons of course, but also purple coins, and having the infinite air meter has a much larger effect in, well, a much larger kingdom. But on the flip side, there's the brand new Gushin, who lets us rush around at high speeds, and push ourselves up high with water gushes, though we have to be careful of how much water we have. Seem familiar? With it being a vast place, having this extra method of getting around quick is so helpful, especially since the objectives here are way more spread out. As for our 4 challenges though, we have a short path up, avoiding spiked balls, and having the option to bring up Goombas to get a moon from the horny Goomba. Why did I write that? At the end is our first switch, uncorking one of the 4 fountains, and angering the boss. Next we can go across the rocky reefs, and utilize the gushing capture to clear some of the lava on the surface of the hot springs, enough to reveal the moon under the surface, and clearing the rest of the lava, luckily. The lighthouse is our third stop, us having to capture a cheap and swim through a dark submerged path, with eels. Specifically jump scare eels that did not look like that in the previous games. Fuck me. This brings us up to the top, to get our third objective. Just one to go, and it's probably the simplest one. Us only needing to grab a gushin and gush up this small cliff out in the open. And while it is simple, I feel like there's a good reason for that, which I'll explain shortly, since now it's boss time, and this is such a good boss. We're not in a specific arena this time. This boss fight takes place around the entire kingdom, getting us to use the knowledge we gained about the gushin capture in order to take Lancer down. With how fast he moves, and on the surface, it's obvious we need the gushin, and when we get close, seeing the lava on his head, we should know what to do. We start by jetting up, using our knowledge from the cliff to move both up and across at once, until we're right above him, then direct our jet down to clear the lava. This of course being enough to damage him, and after doing this a few times, avoiding his ammunition, he'll explode, launching us and the moons up to the central chalice, and freeing the fountains, refilling the glass tower and bringing back serenity to the sea. This changes the kingdom slightly, turning things to sunset, and brings even more wonder to this world, unlike how Lake Kingdom's time change did. While the bright blue waters are less pronounced, the bright oranges pair so well with the muted blues. Let me just come right out and say it, it's hard for me to criticize this kingdom. It does a lot of amazing things. There's an underwater 2D section with 4 distinct areas for us to go through, marked by these square of pixel pipes, and being especially impactful for the fact that we view it from just above the surface, the gentle ripples of the sea, and sometimes cheap-cheeps visible above us. The 2 shops in this kingdom are situated atop dories swimming around, which is both different and a great visual set piece. We get to use speed flowers to run across water, like that Finnish guy. There's also, of course, this small resort area, which is really Okay, there is one problem with the kingdom. Volleyball sucks. Back to the sea though, we can find the Sphinx down below, and hell, even just appreciate the biology of the underwater part of this world. Obviously, I also have to talk about the sub-areas, like the gushing course above the void, and an extra moon as a reward for good control, and Pokio Valley, a fun little puzzle with Pokios. We haven't met those yet. Also, there's the Sinking Island, a pretty cool challenge with the uproot. I really have nothing much else to say here. It's a kingdom where the main story is excellently done, and one that I'm more than happy to come back to, even just to relax. It's a majestic world. It's so good that it's going into S+ tier. Even with the volleyball floor, it's hard for me to fault it. After those 2 kingdoms, we'll head to one that's sure to stand out. The Luncheon Kingdom, one with a somewhat low poly style, and incredibly vibrant colours. A sea of pink surrounding everything, with cool coloured mountains and a massive variety of food placed all around. What really surprised me when I first played was that this is the lava-themed kingdom, just with the switch up of a bright visual style. In retrospect, there's a fucking volcano, but I was still surprised. The theming here really is great. Beyond the collection of fruits and veggies around the centre, there's cheese blocks, rolling corn, salt mounds, the brand new tomato enemies that leave behind pools of lava upon death. Our early moments in this kingdom will let us take control of the Podoboo, this kingdom's main capture, followed by us having a quick battle against Spewit again, who hasn't really changed. This opens up the second part of the kingdom, the town plaza, full of those low poly foods, cooking pots, and fork people. Hi. Moving on from here, we'll get more time to explore as a Podoboo, climbing up the main mountain, leading us to Hammer Bros, ones that hold frying pans, and can break open the cheese platforms with ease, which we can try out in the nearby sub-area, and use them to uncover the switch, opening up even more of this kingdom, specifically a path of Podoboos that leads up to meat. Possessable meat, in fact, that the giant bird terrorizing the kingdom steals, allowing us to reach a moons. Unfortunately, that angers the bird, and the volcano, opening up the final parts of this kingdom, leading us up the other parts of the mountain, climbing up dangerous lava paths, largely without the Podoboo to help us much, to reach the pot of stew again, but this time for a boss battle against the weird bird, where we have to avoid attacks, bumping into pieces of food as we swim around, before the bird... gross. But we can swim up there like lava, to bonk him on the head, 3 times, like usual. This boss is kinda boring. Like, causing damage can be a little tricky, but that doesn't make the fight fun during the rest of it. With that done, we can now finally explore the full kingdom. And while I don't love the exacts of this kingdom's story, that is a factor that I do like a lot, that I sort of glossed over. When we enter the kingdom, we can't really reach a lot of it immediately. We'll have to advance the story in order to see more of it open up. And while this is a bit restrictive, I don't mind it at all. It's a massive kingdom, and getting to slowly gain access to it is something that I find quite satisfying. Wooded Kingdom did do something similar, to be fair. It just adds to the kingdom's experience. Outside of the story, exploring this kingdom is really fun. Despite it being surrounded by lava, being able to explore the entirety of the lava-ridden world through the Podoboos feels fun to me. It's a capture that I do enjoy using, especially since there aren't moons out there for us to get. Purple coins along the surface, cool secrets to discover. This distant island with a 2D section inside of it is a great example. Far from the action, but cool to reach. And it even has a warp painting on the back of it. Sub-area discussion time. There's a cool one with rising and sinking platforms, right above the lava's surface, or ones where we use the Podoboo to get around. Like the airborne lava maze, though it's not quite a maze, or the lava island area which appears post-game. Or on a mediocre note, we can heat up soup. In terms of not lava, there's a steep climb up flicky forks that feels great to get right. This tough room with rotating platforms that we have to go through without Cappy. It feels very reminiscent of the secrets in Mario Sunshine. This kingdom does have one pretty cool moon idea that is utilized a few times. Golden turnips, for us to find, then throw into the Plaza's community soup, netting us a few decent get thing from point A to B moons, that are a bit more fun than the seeds we see in other kingdoms. There are of course the classic, look there's a moon right there objectives, but one I do want to point out is on the rear side of this mountainous area. A spot to ground pound on that's just out of sight usually, but fun to find, and only really accessible because of the kingdom's visual style. This is a kingdom that I clearly have a lot of positive things to say about. Really all my problems with it are condensed to the story not being too compelling, and the boss being mediocre. So this kingdom is going up into S tier. It's such a good one. Our next stop is Bowser's Kingdom, the final step of our journey it would seem. We're finally gonna reach Peach once again, but there are problems on the way. The Odyssey shakes, because Bowser is outside, with a massive fucking purple dragon. Hey, what the fuck? We get shocked out of the sky, landing in Ruin Kingdom. Once again, our progress has halted in an unfamiliar world, and this one is visually stunning. A fully dark and haunting atmosphere, with deep greys and muted purples. It almost doesn't look like anything out of a Mario game at all. Massive ruined castles in the distance, heavy cloudage surrounding us. It's a kingdom that I was immediately excited to explore, us using a pylon to head towards this massive spire in the center. Oh, it's a fucking boss arena again! So this is another one like Cloud Kingdom, holding a boss arena and not much else. But the boss here is visually insane. It's like one of those images people would share to be like, this will be Mario 20 years from now. Except it's real. A realistic dragon. Yes, I'm aware of the oxymoron, breathing bolts of lightning all over the stage, and slamming down to create a field of pain for us to avoid, before we find our opening. Being able to slam down on his head to defeat him, allowing us to leave. Wow, okay. Luckily, post-game, there's a bit more to discover here. For one, the dragon is still here, expressing defeat and saying he's so tired, which apparently is because the person in charge of making this dragon fit into the game kept saying that while struggling with that task. As for all the other moons, not much. There's a sub-area with a charge and chuck, and mummies to attack. Something that I don't really care for. There's a glowing spot, and a moon for spinning a spot on the dragon's horn. There's a really annoying rock that has to be hit like 50 times. Why did they put this here? Last of all though, is another sub-area, with 2D puzzles, to an extent. They're more of timing puzzles than thinky puzzles. So beyond the boss, I have basically nothing positive to say here. The Cloud Kingdom's boss fight wasn't nearly as impactful as this one, but its bonus moons were all a ton of fun to undertake. This is not the case here. The aesthetic here is better, but that's honestly to its detriment, because it was a disappointment to see a world that looks this cool and imposing, and then find out that it's basically as small as it could be. I would have loved to explore a kingdom like this. For those reasons, I feel like it's F tier. It's definitely close, but beyond the fight's notoriety, there just isn't much. But now we can head to Bowser's Kingdom, for real this time. For another fun twist, there's no lava here. In fact, it's nothing like any other Bowser area in previous games, instead taking heavy inspiration from Japanese architecture, appearing as sections of a traditional castle, even with a traditional garden partway through, and pools of acid near the end just to switch things up a little. This results in a much more bright and colourful Bowser area, with clouds of many colours across a deep red sky in the background. It just pops. The layout of the kingdom is incredibly linear for the most part, making us go through 5 smaller island sections on our way to the main island right at the end, the keep of the castle. And while this is sort of the same idea as Luncheon Kingdom, us unlocking parts in order, it doesn't quite feel the same, since it's all taking place on separate islands, not really inhabiting the same spirit of accessing more of the world. On the bright side, each area is nice. The beginning one being quite simple, but holding secrets if you search. But the second island is where we encounter the kingdom's main capture, the Pokeo, a really well utilised enemy that can poke us. But we can use it to poke other things, and grab onto the walls to fling ourselves around, like with forks. We'll get a little time to test it out before heading to the third area, another small one, with a stair-faced ogre to take down before we can advance. The first 3 areas held not much, but the 4th area is a lot more fleshed out, challenging us to find 5 moon shards using Pokio powers, poking bombs into breakable blocks, really letting us get a better feel for them. We follow this with a small reprieve in the Zen Garden, before heading to the front of the keep for 2 final brutal battles. The first one being Topper, the one we fought back at the start of things, who has gained the power of way more hats, a bold strategy, which fails quickly. On the other side, it's Harriet time again, who has quite a similar fight, but this time with double the bombs. Once they're both down, we'll be able to cross the bridge and climb to the top of Bowser's castle, using the Pokio to climb walls, avoid bombs, and climb even more walls, with moving parts to them to make things tougher for us. At the top, we'll see a massive pool of acid, before piloning up to the very top of the kingdom, trying to chase down Bowser, but being punched down, and interrupted by the Brutals. They're back with a vengeance, now working all together as the Robo-Brute, a massive robot that we have to take on as the Pokio, launching bombs at its legs, climbing up once it's immobilized, and pecking the fuck out of all 4 Brutals. It's a very cool fight, having 4 stages, and quite good progression, getting escalated slightly each time, with us soon being chased down. But the beauty of this fight is in how it can be speedrunned. A lot of small strategies can be put together to completely break this fight. And for being one of the big required ones in the game's main story, it's amazing to see these put to use and run to the game. Beyond the story, there are plenty of great moons in this kingdom, most of them being on the final island, since it's the largest. There's a pretty good spread otherwise. A lot take advantage of the Pokio, being hidden around corners and on the sides of islands, areas that would otherwise lead us straight into the void, and in some cases, poking holes. But the most fun are, of course, pushing bombs into blocks. One area in this kingdom that really stands out is the small Zen Garden, since it's visually devoid of much, but there are some really cool challenges available here, using Jizos and walking them back to a home area. Let's talk about the main island though, since we'll find almost everything here. Even in the early areas, there's a lot to explore, running along the rooftops, starting high and jumping down to find new areas, and right at the end, launching up to the highest roof, and jumping down to Bowser's head to find a cool hidden moon, in an area that we may not have even thought to look. The sub-areas! Oh baby, the sub-areas! There's a slow-paced area with Jizos, and a puzzle element to it, a hexagon tower with parabones, a genuinely cool area idea with a lot to explore, a wooden tower with Pokios, and a spinning tower with Pokios, a race through the skies, but coolest of all, the folding screen, an excellently themed 2D bonus area. It's fucking beautiful, and fun to solve. Despite this kingdom's problem of being disconnected, it's a grand place to have as Bowser's, with plenty of great moons strewn about. And honestly, one of the best used captures in this game. I feel like this is one that fits quite well into A tier. With Bowser's kingdom complete, we have to follow him into the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space! The Moon Kingdom is the last stop on our journey, where Bowser's wedding to Peach is planned to take place. One detail I love is that no matter what kingdom we're in, we can always see the moon somewhere in the sky. It's always been there, waiting for us. And now we've arrived. There's low gravity. Fuck. I don't usually mind low gravity that much, but the floatiness here just bothers me. It's a quite empty and plain kingdom, almost entirely monotone. Light grey moon rocks lit by the bright sun in the sky, Earth far behind us, or whatever Mario calls that planet. Thematically, it's about what we expect. Which isn't to say it's bad, I expected it to be good, but I wish it were a tad more varied visually. I'm gonna talk about the world's exterior in more detail first for once. It feels fitting here. It's a world with the usual moons you'd expect to see. A rabbit chase, plenty for just noticing things that look a little off, the Sphinx, and a little 2D section on the side of this massive area. There's 2 small sub-areas that we can reach in the post-game, a Koopa free walk, and a few moons hidden around the wedding hall at the top of the kingdom, but none of them stand out to a big degree to me. It's a little unfortunate, since that means that most of the enjoyment I get from this kingdom comes from the main story. Not much to see beyond that. Now for the story. We have to reach the wedding hall at the top, which we can't do without entering the Moon Cave. Okay, well, you probably can. I can't. Anyway, the Moon Cave. It's a massive area filled with lava and various enemies that we've seen before during our journey, separating the area into small segments for us to fight through, dealing with an onslaught of parabones, sherms, hammerbros, tropical wigglers, all while dealing with red-hot lava just below us. There are also a few moons hidden in here, but it's best to come back to those later. Running ahead to this wall, oh hey! Hi buddy, I'm you now! Flying over the lava, seeing a moai, then something new. The Charge and Chuck. We have seen one before in Ruined, but that was after this point. We charge at high speeds, breaking the rocks on our path, and piloning all the way back up to the fucking rabbit. You didn't expect her to come back, and the fight is the same basically, with more hats. Beating her lets us escape the moon cave and run towards the wedding, just in time too. Bowser breaks open the floor, sending us to another kind of moon cave, full of dark purple smoke and electricity, more moon rocks around, and the fight is a familiar one. See, once again there's familiarity with the final boss. Imagine that! This fight has been well upgraded though. More hats. Who would have guessed? Bowser's strategies are massively upgraded. He stomps with rings of fire now. He breathes massive fire bursts, not holding back at all. But of course, we can beat him. He collapses and Peach is freed. We've saved the day, but it's not that easy. That battle was intense, enough to break the moon apart, sending us down even further, to a fiery core. And there's only one way to escape. They could not have picked a better way to end this game's story. Possessing Bowser to end our quest after having defeated him. In retrospect, yeah, of course they did this. What could be cooler than capturing the big bad evil guy? But even still, this was incredible to witness for the first time. We burst through the crumbling rocks, running across the falling squares of the moon, going through many 2D sections and reaching the final room. Bursting through metallic moon ores in this golden crumbling space, tearing it all apart, and going up into one last pylon with a flash, flying back up to the moon's surface. The two hats are reunited, and Mario he's awake. The two fight over Peach's heart for some reason, and Peach simply just leaves. Good choice, Mario was being weird there. With one last jump back into the Odyssey, the credits roll, ending the quest for good, except for the post-game. Of course there's more. First though, time to rank. Like I mentioned earlier, most of my enjoyment comes from the story, and it's bogged down a little by the lack of thing. This ends up giving this kingdom a B tier ranking. Upon the credits ending, we reappear in the Mushroom Kingdom, Peach's castle visible in the background, finally able to relax. But Cappy encourages us to keep going, collecting even more, and we're in the right place. This kingdom is surprisingly big, having the usual green grassland theme we've seen in other games, with castle spires littered all around. A small lake with Dory in it, a small forest with plenty of Goombas, and a cool little hedge area. One thing that stands out about this kingdom is that because it's post-game, they bring back quite a few of the recurring mechanics from previous kingdoms, like seeds, sheep herding, music notes, horny Goomba, and hat throwing. While these are mechanics we've seen before, they're ones we should be used to, and in a few cases, they are more extreme versions of what we would have needed to do to get those similar moons in past kingdoms. A lot of these moments being more to test that you've understood the lessons that the game has taught you. They don't feel like they could have been moons at the beginning of the game. I don't like Joseph Anderson's video about this game, can you tell? There's a fantastic sub-area available here, a moving 2D area, which is probably the hardest sub-area of the game, since it's a bit lengthy, and also just not easy to handle. And we get to make a Mario. This kingdom really shines with its fan service, done in two pretty different ways. First of all, you can find Yoshi on top of the castle, just like 20 years ago, and capture him, running around, eating fruits, and just getting to explore this space while playing as a beloved character, which I didn't expect but love to see. Secondly are the more clear Mario 64 references. At the shop we can buy the Mario 64 outfit, which you may have seen me wearing in earlier footage. I just love the contrast of it. We can head inside the castle, seeing that it looks quite similar to the front of it from Mario 64, and even giving us a moon if we try to head into the wing cap stage. There's also a castle courtyard sub-area for us, if we have the outfit on, where we have to remember a chess sequence, and spin our hat on the Eternal Star. Also, L is real. So we've got Yoshi fan service and classic game fan service, but the best part of this kingdom is that we can engage in rematches against previous bosses in this game, all with slight differences to them, usually making them a bit harder. Mecha Wiggler splits into two, Knuckleotech summons mummies to chase us, Torque Drift has more intense laser defenses and extra emitters around the edges, Kukateel has spike bars, Lancero being... okay, they made this one bad. It's raining, so we have infinite water here now. So the fact that we're above the void makes no real difference unless we get hit. But we probably won't, since infinite water makes us more mobile. The best changes are made to the Ruined Dragon, whose arena is now full of ice, and with less complex lasers admittedly, but the ice balances that out perfectly. So while the Mushroom Kingdom is post-game content, it's not really intended to be challenging specifically, just to be fun, like we finally returned back home and can enjoy the serenity. The big problem here is just that Toadette has achievement moons, and gives them out one at a time. Why the fuck did they do this? It's so bad. Ugh. B tier. This is a B tier world. I just checked the menu, and apparently the specials for today are Darkside, taking place back on the moon, and being a lot more in line with what people think of as post-game content. It's a quite small kingdom, a rocky grey landmass that leads towards a massive spire carrot. There's nothing much to do here except head towards it, where we'll find a boss rush, against the Brutals, all having to be fought with low gravity, and little help in terms of healing. Topper has too many hats, and honestly gives me some trouble. Harriet is a piece of cake, we barely even need to jump to beat her, and the fight is basically the same as in Bowser. Spewit is the same map battle he's always been, and Rengo is a little weirder with the gravity change, which I like. This all leads to another battle against Robo-Brood, but this time with Hammerbro being our method of attack, which means we'll need to get up closer, putting ourselves in more danger. When we succeed though, we'll unlock the rest of this kingdom, getting access to hint arts, with hidden moons strewn across weird locations in other kingdoms, but more importantly, remix sub-areas, with some new twist to the idea of them that changes things considerably. A few are as simple as you don't have your hat anymore, which does make a big difference, like Breakdown Road, running across a crumbling road, and having to be chased by a bomberbill to get the special second objective, or Vanishing Road, a remix where we don't have Cappy or the motor scooter, meaning we have to run fast on our own. Good luck. There are also 3 that utilize Yoshi, making us eat fruit in slightly weird places. They stand out a little less to me. That's all I really have to say. It's a bonus kingdom with some quite hard objectives and some hidden secrets, but that's it. As a kingdom, I kinda think it's D tier. I think a lot more could have been done with this, or maybe even finding a way to combine it with our final kingdom. The final location in our long journey, both in Mario Odyssey and this video. Darker Side. A lone part of the moon that holds only one objective, a difficult and long level for us to fight our way through. Like how Galaxy 2 ended with the perfect run, this game ends here. To reach this challenge, we need 500 moons, meaning that the game doesn't really expect you to 100% it in order to feel like you've completed it, a bit different to previous titles. Anyhow, we start by jumping up cliffs, into a warp pipe, sending us over to a much brighter moon cave area, starting with an optional UFO that gives you double health, crossing pole, both vertical and horizontal, right over lava, then crossing moving platforms that were intended to triple jump across, before our first internal capture, the Podoboo, avoiding spike bars as we jump between puddles, then launching to Area 2, using the uproot and weaving around moving platforms, before a cave section with ice water and fuzzies, and a Yoshi section where we ascend up, then cross a fast flower path, with an optional area featuring the Sphinx. He gives us a riddle to solve for extra health. There's still more. The next section has us remove our hat, climbing up an ever-changing course to a glide-on, avoiding sting bees and riding currents to stay up high, flicking ourselves over lava with forks, Burbos appearing across a moving platform with pulse beams that we have to try and avoid activating, and then reaching the Pokio. This is my kryptonite. We fling ourselves up and across, reaching a 2D Donkey Kong section, killing him to advance to the last challenge. Another Bowser trial, hitting rolling rocks while breaking through a long and bright orange course, then piloning up for the last time to our last area, and going across our congratulations message, even getting a chance to take a photo. While there's technically a little bit more, I want to rank things now. This was a great final level, testing us in a big variety of ways, while not being entirely unfair either, but also not being too novel. It only having the one challenge means I can't find myself putting it too high, but I feel more than happy to place it into B tier. At the end of our final challenge in Odyssey, we appear back on the moon, near some frogs, like we did right at the start of everything, with one last massive building to ascend. As we climb, Cappy reflects on our journey, and as silly as it is, there's something poignant about this. It's the game really just making it clear that we've made it to the end. Hearing a music box version of one of the first pieces we heard in the game, as we think about the journey we've been on for so long. It has ended. We've managed to see it all, to fight through it all. Through moons good and bad, kingdoms high and low, challenges great and small, we can say goodbye if we want to. And considering that for now, this is the final point in all of these 3D Mario adventures, I can't say that's a bad place to end things on. Because going through all these games that I love so much, getting to re-experience them again, I found myself appreciating them even more than I used to. Super Mario 64 went from a game I felt moderate about to one that I understand a lot more now. Super Mario Sunshine used to be one of my least favourite games period, but going back I realised that even if it's not high up on my priority list, I was still judging it way too harshly. Super Mario Galaxy was a game I knew I loved, but I found myself loving it even more now, connecting to it in a way I never fully did when I was younger. Galaxy 2, okay, well I mean it is hard for me to be able to like that game more, but doing this ranking made me appreciate the consistency this game has in my eyes. The lowest points of this game being the bonus content rather than anything too required. And of course, Mario Odyssey, a game that I hadn't gone back to for very long after completing it. It's one that I love even more now. even with the relative flaws and how easy it is to get some moons. I reminded myself of how special of an experience it was. That's the thing, I was never under the impression that any of these games were bad, but I managed to like them even more when going back through for this video. 3D Mario games have always been incredible experiences, and while I was already excited for the eventual next one, I think I'm even more excited now. Also, Donkey Kong Bonanza? Of course I'm excited for that, look at my fucking lights! That's all I really have to say here. There have been a lot of worlds covered in this video, and I'm fucking tired. Thank you for watching, like and subscribe please, I think it'd be pretty cool, and good night everybody.